All right, I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Friday to you. Welcome to your weekend. If you have one, welcome. Happy Saturday morning to those of you on the other side of the planet. It's always so good to see everyone. Hope you're having a wonderful day in the beginning of a few days of rest and relaxation and fun and play, hopefully. But before we get into all of our messages tonight, we of course like to start off by coming back to this moment, coming out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos of the outside world, to this wonderful, beautiful place right here in our own hearts, full of gratitude and unconditional love. And we'll start by taking a big, deep breath in together, holding it for as long as you feel comfortable, and slow exhale out. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for some more energy as well. So let's get into this moment and all this beautiful energy and slow our roll, right? Slow down, take a big breath, and come back to this moment. So, if you want to join me, let's do it. Big, deep breath in. Here we go. Feels so good, doesn't it? Just to calm down and come into the presence of spirit. And then, like I said, we will also bring in the singing bowl here. I'll hit it 3 times as we're letting it vibrate out. Just imagine that's your heart vibrating out this tone, this higher vibration energy that fills up your heart and all of your emotions, expanding it to higher vibration into your mind and all your thoughts and your stories, to your physical body, from the tip of your head to the tips of your toes, all the cells in between, and filling up our energetic bodies, flowing through our chakra system, our meridian system, out into our auras, and of course, filling us up and flooding out to the outside world, overflowing, letting it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet as well. So I'll do that. I'll hit it 3 times, like I said. And as we're doing that, if you want to raise your vibration immediately, you can also focus on one thing that you're grateful for in this moment. That's all it takes. One little itty bitty thing we're grateful for, sincerely grateful for. It begins zooming up our energy levels. And uh, after the third little gong that I do, I will bring in the magic feather. Let's see, what are we going to do today? We're going to impact our superhuman DNA, spread love to the outside world, whatever you want to do. I'm going to just flat out energy to everyone and let it do what it wants to do for you. We're going to give a little extra zap and oomph today. That's what we're going to do. So there we go. Spur of the moment, change of plans, word, as spirit likes to do. And we love doing that. We love the change, right? So that's what we'll do. We'll do that on the third, after the third gong. So let's begin. So remember, gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Wonderful, wonderful flows of energy. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Nice and peaceful energy now, right? I love it. I love it. I love it. So, welcome, welcome, everyone. Hope you're doing well. And wow, energies galore going on today, right? Beautiful, beautiful change of spiritual energy that's coming in. So, welcome, everyone. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hey, 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 I'm your bruddaZEN. We are here to spill the tea with spirit, see what we're going to learn, how we're going to grow together, what tea they're willing to share with us around things, and always learning so much through everyone's reading. So, thank you for being here. We do have a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. And I always say, thank God, because we like to have fun. We like to be sassy and saucy and fiery. And so, welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends. And if you want to know how the whole process all works, it's all down there in the description area of the video. Donations do get first priority. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom. And then also in the description area has my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. So if you want to use any of those, I don't have any set dollar amounts, but the dollar amount does determine how deep we dive into the tea. Like a dollar is like ankle deep, right? And then higher, we dive deeper. And of course, the readings are a little longer for those. Um, uh, I was gonna say, where am I at? The 5 if you make a donation of $5 or more, you get a little piece of cake, a little dessert with your reading. We're gonna finish up the Alice, the Wonderland Oracle for those, and for donations under $5, we're gonna finish up using these Everyday Miracle, Oracle. It's from A Course in Miracles. I have a backup deck just in case we get through those as well. But I'll talk about that when we get to it. And then tonight we're going to be using the Good Tarot, which is great. It's a great tarot by a beautiful Colette Baron Reed. I love her soul. She's so funny and pure. I love her. So this is one of her decks that I have. So we'll be using that beautiful green. I don't know if you guys can see the green as much as here, but it's a deep green. I love it. um, At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you ever want to see, where your reading is at after the session ends, I always have that pinned comment. And it does mention if I got to all free readings or not. Some nights I get to them all. Some nights I don't get to any. And then in that case, whatever I don't finish in the night session, I do come back in the morning and do a morning catch up or makeup session, and always putting a pinned comment listing all people that I completed with the timestamp. You just have to click on that, takes you right to your reading, and it will tell you who I finished and who I did not as well. In the evening ones, that's where it says that. I think that's the main thing on the process. I do have a podcast called The Easier Path, totally free. And if you're looking for tools and guided energy and tools and advice, whatever from spirit, they give us a lot of those in there. We're finishing up a little mini series on growing our gifts and growing our empathic abilities. The most recent one, here's the most recent one if you want to jump to that one. But if you want to catch up on all the others, check out the playlist. And that one particularly starts around, that's episode 15 was the Empath's Heart Song. And that's when we started into that little series. But, feel free to check up on those and let me know if there's any subjects you would like to have mentioned in those podcasts. I'm always open to hearing ideas of what everyone would like to hear. Also, I think this will be the last thing I'll mention here, and we'll get into the list and everything. I'm having a celebration, I know, uh, for reaching 2,600 plus YouTube channel subscribers. And So the month of July, I'm having a giveaway every week on Mondays, and so if you ask for a donation reading, or a free reading, you're automatically entered. I keep track of them all the names, and I put it on a giant list, and then I pick one winner from donations and one winner from free readings. The donation one, you win someone will win a 30-minute person recorded reading, and on, the free readings, someone wins a 15-minute personal recorded reading. Then on the last drawing, which will be on August 3rd, there will be, a special drawing in addition to those 2 drawings, where I'm giving away a 1-hour personal recorded reading, 2 30-minute, and 4 additional 15-minute. To find out how you get in there, you know, check out that video, and it'll tell you how you can get into those drawings for the end of the month, August 3rd. So, hoo, hoo, hoo. So there you go. I do like to give away things now and again, and that's a big celebration. And I think I'm at um, almost, I'm getting like, I think I'm within 30 away from hitting 2,700 already. So we've been growing this month as well, and last month. So thank you guys so much. It is because of you and all of your love and support and all the thumbs up you give and participating in the chat and commenting afterwards. All those things that you do that are a lot of it is free that you're able to do. I'm so grateful for. You're part of Love Tsunami. It helps the algorithm. It helps my channel get out in front of other people so they can also get messages from spirit. So you are part of the giant Love Tsunami, and I'm very grateful for that. I usually do the little cheers, cheers, but we'll do the cheers, cheers in here in a sec. Yeah, so thank you guys so much. So let's get caught up on the lists. I have a donation and a free list, and we will get everyone up to date here and see where we're at here. So I did get a donation via the PayPal. All right. So that is Guide, right? Yeah. Hey, Guide. Good to see you. You'll be number 10 on the donation list. And oops, there we go. And let's see here. I don't think I saw a question in the PayPal. So I'm sure you have it, uh, or you will be putting it somewhere in the chat. So as soon as you have your question out there, I'll add that to the list. Your place is saved, but as soon as I see your question, we will get you on there. All right. So let's see. I think I left off here. And we got Debbie O. Hey, Debbie O, my TechZen friend. I see your free request. That'll be number 7 on the free readings there. And so we got Cat Mia. Okay, so I have that there. Got you on the list. You're actually number 4. Oh, because I had you earlier and you changed that question. So I swapped out your questions because you had one earlier and you kind of reworded it. So you are number 4. And then we also have here Softly Me. We got you. You're number 6 on the list. Oh, actually, Debbie, oh, you're number 5. I already had you on there. I just realized I had gotten down here on the list a little ways. So you're actually number 5, Debbie O. Look, you have moved up, just boom, boom, like that. Yeah, because here we go. I got down to Lauren of Light. Thank you for your donation, Lauren. Via the Cash App, you are number 9 on the donation list. So we got you there. Oh, thank you so much. I saw you're grateful for you. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. We got Musical Beer as well. So hello, hello. You'll be number 7 on the free reading list. And then we've got, is that Bonita? User UI4BG. I think that is Bonita, but maybe not. There's different people have usernames. So you'll be number 8 on the free reading list. Oh, Debbie, oh, you said you listened to the moon video. Oh, okay. I love it. So preparing for your new moon in Cancer. I love it. Love it. All right, and then Cat Mia, I'll add that onto your free reading list. Free reading there. We got Trampzilla in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Rule number 9 on the free readings there. Okay, guide, there is your question. So we'll get that added on. Boom, boom, boom. And we got Gene XO in the house. Hey, Gene, good to see you. You'll be number 10 on the free reading list. All right. And I think that might be everyone here. All right. So I'll give an update real quick here on the order of the donations. We have a total of 10 so far. So that's where we'll start. And before I do that, though, I do want to do a little cheers, take a little sip of coffee to say I love you guys. Thank you so much for all you do to help grow the channel and spread the Zen love. And cheers to the love tsunami. Clink, clink. Salud. Oh, yes. Yum, yum, yum. Nothing like the afternoon coffee. Oh, okay. Very good. Sounds like a plan, Debbie O. Cheers, Livier. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. So for the donations, oh, my t-shirt says, I'm often mistaken for an adult because of my age. In case you're wondering what the full thing says there. All right. So up first, we'll have Donna M for donations, 2 for Sadeshna Ghosh, and then JoJo will be number 4. Lauren Smith will be number 5, and we'll circle back for Donna M for additional one on number 6. Lauren Smith, uh, for the spicy one, I think you called it, right? Yeah, the spicy one is number 7. Then we have May, you'll be number 8. Lauren of Light will be a number 9, and then Guide, you'll be number 10. That will be in there. We are young at heart, always. All right, and then Olivier, I'll get you added on to the free list here. You'll be number 11 on the free list there. Hey, Jojo, good to see you. I did get your question about your dog, so that'll be interesting. So we'll dive into that. All right, so hey, everybody. So I think I got everything set to go. So let's begin. So Donna M, you are up at 1913 is your first timestamp. There we go. And you want spirit's guidance with R and I. Oh, with R. Will you guys be together a relationship? All right. So let's take a look here. Based on your current energies, will you two be in a relationship? Right. Big old cards here flying all over the place. They are a little larger than normal, but I got big old hands, so we are good. Okay, we got those. I do want this one here. This one here. Maybe I need to move this over a little. I'm going to be smacking it around all night. All right. All right. So something about 19. I noticed the number 19 when I was doing your timestamp. It really stood out to me. And your bottom energy is the sun card underneath here, number 19, which is the brightness of things. It does bring in some passion, some fire, a lot of clarity. The sun does bring in. It's a victory energy. So I'm liking that so far. Let's see what else we have here, because your first card is the Ace of Fire, the Ace of Wands, which is more passionate energy than emotional kind of relationship, like emotional relationship energy. Let's see what unfolds here, though, because you got a few more cards here. Yeah, okay. And then you have the Ace of Cups. So there is possibilities here. It starts off with some passion. There is emotion that comes in. So we like that. And then you do have the Six of Water, the Six of Cups, and you also have the Three of Air, the Three of Swords. It does feel here there is a bit of, the 3 of Swords is a little bit of an energy of expectations equal disappointment, and the 6 of Cups does have to do with in this case, it feels like someone is coming back from the past that, and this might be coming back in ours life that causes a little bit of a shakeup amongst everything. Let's see what that brings here. Yeah, we have the 3 of Cups, we have the Empress energy. So there's a little bit of a third wheel, 3 of Cups is like third party situation. Like, I feel like you guys are moving along, and then here comes this X back from the past. It's gonna either be theirs or yours, but it feels more like ours comes in just to create a little bit of a ruckus among the process. Because the Empress energy, it is about, you know, nurturing, and it's very divine feminine energy, but you got the 2 threes together, so it does feel like they come in big. And I don't know if they're X with this Mother Earth energy, if they have an X that has a child of theirs. Um, can be with the Empress because that also about birthing and its mother energy. So, there is this that comes back. Let me see what else we have here, though. Yeah, and then again, we got a number 2 of High Priestess, and then the 2 of Cups, which is relationship energy that comes in. And it feels like here, if you can and if you want to, of course, with that happening, if you're willing to just kinda ride the waves and look at it from a different perspective and, um, look at your own emotions, look behind what's behind your, mindsets, that you could end up with the 2 of Water, 2 Cups in a relationship with them, but it feels like whatever their ex is, if they have a child with someone else, that they might come back into the picture, and then it's, even though it's over between them, there's going to be that connection, with that, and I feel like if you can kind of get past the insecurity around it all, and, then you can have a relationship with R, but it feels like there is another child in the picture, or, if it's not that, I mean, I keep on getting that, so it can be that, of course, but hopefully that is clear on what would happen. And if you still wanna be in together with a relationship with them, you can have that, but, there is that kind of complication that kind of arrives, that comes a little later. Um, your fortune cookie says, "Love holds no grievances," and on the back it says, "The holiest of all spots on earth is where an ancient hatred has become a present love." So it's where resentments, we transform it into higher vibration and forgive and have love. That's pocketed there. So hopefully that helps. That's what is coming in right now. So hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. We'll circle back for your next one. It will be number 6 on the donation list. All right. And then we have 2 for Sudeshna. We got 2520 for your first one here. There we are. And the upcoming week for you, love, career, health, and guidance. All right, let's see what we got here for the coming week. We've got love. So I think we got them all here. Oh, is it just one card? Okay. Love and career, health, and guidance here. This one too. All right. What we got on the bottom of the deck? Wow, you have the Hierophant as your overall energy for the week. Hierophant is the master of change and growth. Yay, growing pains, right? Growth energy. So a little bit of a stretching happening next week. We'll see what area it most impacts, but it does feel like a nice change kind of energy that is kind of flowing in. So around love first, right? Yep. You got the Queen of Earth, so Queen of Pentacles. So we are continuing, this is that mother nature, mother nurture energy where you're more focusing on your own self-love, your own self-care, doing the work, freedom work on releasing old mindsets and expectations that of fear and, those, uh, you know, energy that's coming in there. Um, so, um, I don't think I'm down. I'm live on my tablet. Is anyone else seeing me? Broken Zen. Wait, I think it does that. Yeah, it's bruddaZEN. It's doing that thing again. That's funny. But no, I think I'm live still. No, I'm good. Thank you, Chels. Hey, good to see you. So maybe Lauren's just uh, having some issues with the energy on her end. So hi. All right. But so Sudeshna, now that I know we're still live, I'll continue. And there is this energy of, self-love and raising your love vibration, raising your self-love, raising your self-worth energy, because that is in preparation for love in the future. So you're still in kind of that doing the pre-work, the prerequisites for a healthy, higher vibrational relationship instead of doing what we've always done and getting what we've always gotten. So we've got that coming in. For career, you got the 9 of Cups energy. Feels like career-wise next week, you're feeling a bit of clarity as it comes to the 9 of Cups, which is what is your dream come true energy. So I feel like there is a switch in that area because you've been, I feel like you're getting more in tune with your heart. So you have a great possibility if you spend time purposely talking with your heart, they're ready to share some information on what that thing is that they're drawing you to. So that's a big part of that change energy, it feels like. And then health wise, yeah, you got the fortune's wheel. Feels like your health is in a nice higher vibration this week. Of course, disclaimer as always about health. I'm not a licensed medical professional. You can see the disclaimer down in the description area, but it does feel like, there is this self-care, and I feel like you're doing a bit more of calmness this week, and it feels like your body is less stressed and it's working at a higher vibration. So we like that. Your guidance for the week, you do have the 8 of Wands and the 5 of Swords. So I feel like they're saying there, there's a lot of energy flowing next week around you. And this 5 of Swords, energy here is is about conflict, and there is an opportunity that there might be a lot of conflict happening around you, but you don't have to be involved in it with all this other energy. If you just care for yourself and let everyone deal with their own little problems they're having with each other, you can be in a wonderful place of peace. Or if you want drama and get involved in it, then by all means, you have the power to do so, but you don't have to. So I like this about, you know, it's like putting on your earbuds and turning on your wonderful music and just tuning everyone else out, letting them have their little drama party, and you're, you know, going to just have some wonderful, peaceful you time and focusing on you and letting all those other people learn to get along. You're not responsible for their fights. You get to choose for you. And it's a wonderful feeling, I feel, you know, when we first realize I'm not responsible for everyone else's feelings. If they're having trouble with these people and I'm not, I'm okay with whatever's going on, then I can keep my nose out of the business and keep my nose in my own business, right? Not theirs. And there's freedom that comes in that, 'Cause, what happens when we try to get in between 2 people who are fighting is we get punched, right? We get hit by stuff that we wouldn't have if we have just, sat back and let them deal with whatever they're dealing with, because that's their journey, not yours. Yeah, I like this. I am entitled to miracles. What a great energy there. Look at that. That big old flame, my goodness. It is dancing up a storm. Oh, I thought I saw smoke too. But there's a incense there. I was like, "It's not catching on fire, is it?" No, it's the smoke of the incense. So you are entitled to miracles because of what you are. You will receive miracles because of what God is, and you will offer miracles because you are one with God. I love that. Powerful energy. All right, so that's what we have for the first one, Sudeshna. We'll circle back around for number 2 here in a moment. All right, good, Lauren, I'm glad you're with us. All right, and May, thank you for your additional donation. That will be number 11. When we get to that, let me just bring this up here. There we go. All right. You are set. Let's give that a love and a like. And we will continue on. So, Sudeshna, for number 2, you're at 32:53. There is your timestamp. May, your first one is number 8, and then you're number 8 and number 11. Fun. All right. So, Sudeshna, as I'm crunching in the microphone again, I'm so sorry. I do it subconsciously, and then I realize after I'm doing it, it's like ASMR, crunch, crunch, crunch. All right. So you want to know here your job switch in technology. So you want to know data analytics. Some paid courses are from Next Leap, Career 24/7. So 1, 2, 3. Which one is best for you and which one will help you get the better job opportunities, or should I check out any other courses? Okay. It's not that bad. Maybe it's just because it's happening right here by my ear. It sounds much louder because it's crunching inside my bones, right? It's echoing in my head. So thank you, Chels. All right, let's take a look here, Sudeshna. All right, so let's see here. So for number 1, what kind of energy comes with number 1, which is the next leap? And job opportunities will be underneath. Okay, they just want that one there. And then for number 2, we got career 24/7. Okay. And then number 3, geeks for geeks. I love it. Sounds like a dating site. All right. And then is there anything else that would be more in alignment for the tech stuff? All right. So let's take a look here. See what we have. So, the underlying energy is the Empress energy, which she's like, 5 parts emotion, 1 part mind, 1 part body, 1 part fire, right? Um, so there is this energy just saying, because regarding your job switch in technology, that would be the mind, is the energy that is coming in here, right? There's that now the heart isn't taking you into technology. I feel like they're wanting to take you somewhere else. So when we're talking about this, just to clarify, they're saying, just know this is what the mind is wanting you to do, not the heart. Just, I feel like the heart wants to go, this isn't mine, this isn't me. So that it, right? So, number 1, next leap, the energy around that, the King of Pentacles. There's a big abundance energy that comes in there. It's one of the big success energies. So, I feel like you would do really well with the next leap in job opportunities. Yeah, 5 of fire. It can bring you some job opportunities, but it's funny, 5 of wands is conflict energy, which has to do with conflict between the head and the heart. So beneath the surface, they're like, um, the heart's gonna be fighting against you getting jobs in the tech still, but, uh, out of, so far, this is a very positive one for a win for the mind, and that you can get job opportunities, um, but it's still the heart's still gonna be kinda resisting that. 2, the career 24/7, I got the 7 of swords. There's a little bit of a battle here, a little bit of mental conflict with that career 24/7. Um, yeah, I feel like you would have to really consciously try to balance things with that queen of air, queen of swords, and with the emperor energy, which is like putting energy in and making decisions. And I feel like the career 24/7 might be a more extreme curriculum, a lot more demanding, kind of energy, and, would require a lot of work-life balance, trying to get that in there while you're working as well, unless you're looking at not working, but, this Emperor, Queen of Swords is like it takes a lot of balance below the surface, and I'm not getting a ton of job opportunities like the first one, The Next Leap. You have Geeks for Geeks. You have the Magician cards. This is an empowering card. What about jobs underneath it? Two of Water, Two of Cups. It's an emotional choice energy. There's a lot of with the Geeks for Geeks. Yeah, that's funny that I said it's like a dating site. You get the relationship energy of it. Maybe that's Geeks for Geeks. Is it really for jobs or is it really a dating? You're like, "Oh my god, I didn't realize. What was I applying for?" But no, it just feels like it takes a lot of conscious choice for that one too. And I'm not getting a lot of, automatic success energy in there as well. But it's funny that we got cups energy in the bottom. We've got Queen of Air, Queen of Swords, which is a balance between head and heart, and the Five of Wands, which is a battle between head and heart. That the heart is present amongst all these too, especially on the bottom of the deck. Um, so, is there something else? Any other courses that would be better for you? We got the Page of Earth, which does say that there's, other things that bring you more success. Yeah, the Ten of Swords is letting go of expectations. That's what's funny. Getting out of the getting out of your head. And you got the Knight of Swords. So there is this movement and seeing things differently. It's kind of an unexpected place that you could get more courses that bring you more abundance with this Page of Pentacles. Because looking at all these others, I'm not getting like abundance, except for the first one with the King of Pentacles, next leap. The others don't seem like a lot of work with not a lot of results. Again, the heart's kind of working against results with IT mental energy. But they are pointing you to that there's something else out there that gives you better results than the number 2 and number 3, but can't really do page is like number 11 and a king is like number 14. 11, right? Yeah. So I feel like the number 1 is probably the one that'll bring you the most, benefit out of them all, but again, even then, it may not be bringing you a lot with the heart announcing to you that, "This isn't where I'm taking you, just so you know." But you can spin your wheels in that direction if you want. Um, but, they're holding up the car, so you can't go very far into that without the back wheels hitting the ground, right? And the heart is all buff, holding up the back of the car, right? So, hopefully that helps there, Sudeshna. Let's see what we got here. All right. Yeah. I thank my Father for his gifts to me. That's the creator, right? Each day, a thousand treasures come to me with every passing moment. I am blessed with gifts throughout the day in value far beyond all things of which I can conceive. I love that. A lot of blessings that are available out there for you. All right. So hopefully that helps a little bit, Sudeshna. That is what they got for you. So many blessings to you. All right. Let me just catch up here, see if we have here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think that was for you, Chelsea. She was announcing the Jays surrender when we surrender, and then they obsess, right? It's kinda like when we stop trying to control others and we just are, that allows them to come to us instead of us trying to pull them towards us. Because I think we talked about that last night. When we try to pull someone toward us, they resist. When we try to push someone in somewhere, they push back, right? Yeah, I love it. Good stuff. Yes. All right, so we'll continue here. Sorry, I got itchy nose today. We have a forest fire nearby, and it is strong smell. I put incense and stuff, and I can still smell the smoke, through it. Pungent forest fire smoke. All right. So Jojo, you're up 43-22. Coming in here. Yeah, so thank you for your donation. And when you want to know why is your dog acting so weird and anxious and taking her beer bottle toy with her outside to pee? That's hilarious. Let's take a look here. What's going on with your puppus? Your puppus. So we got that. I do want this one here, and I do want this one here. And these two here. And what else here? I got this. Got these, and I do want this one here. All right. So, bottom of the deck, we do have here the page of water, the page of cups underneath, which is heightened emotion, air, not air energy. We had the page of air underneath it too. So there is this heightened emotion, energy, and heightened mental energy in a way. And this makes sense. It kind of, when we realize that dogs are, what did I have something, I don't know if I put it out yet, but it was like life is like dogs, where, dogs sense our three emotions that we feel, which are joy, um, anger, or sadness, right? And those two, sadness and anger, are rooted in fear, right? But animals, especially dogs, sense those things, and when we're joyful inside, they're joyful and they're hyper, and, you know, they know when we wanna take them for a ride and do things because 'cause we're excited, and they're like, "Oh, you're I feel your energy excited, that feels familiar, I'm excited too," right? When we're angry, then they can be anxious, and you can tell that they're hyper anxious and they are sensing. Because if they feel fear coming from you in the sense of anger, then they're on alert and it sets them to be alerted, right? And then also when we're sad and feeling down, dogs can do that and they usually hang out around us because they're sensing you're fearing, but you're sad and you're withdrawn. So then I'm drawn to you. I want to come to you, energy. And so it feels like they're starting off saying here, your dog is acting so weird and anxious because you're feeling weird and anxious. Say I said feeling, I didn't say you're weird. I said you're feeling weird and anxious, but you would take that as a compliment anyway, I know, because I would. So we'll find out more why she's taking her toy out there, but it feels like there's something about that's like her security blanket, or she's, refilling there's a keg outside and she's refilling the beer bottle. So let's take a look here and see what else we have here. Yes, we got the Hierophant, we've got the Call, which is the Judgment card. So I feel like there is this change energy going on around you, and they sense you have some anxiety around some change. There's like this pull that you're being drawn somewhere, and they can sense that you're a little anxious about um, change, about something transforming, and you feel like you're not ready for it, or you're kind of a little anxious about the unknown. And so I feel like that's kind of a heightened energy that they're feeling here. You got Temperance too. It's like this feels like something is taking too long. And so your energy is you know, igniting because you feel like you're behind. You feel like you should be further along in your life. You should be further along in things. And you feel this, I need to catch up. I need to get with it. I need, I need to be here and I'm here. I'm in the negative, right? And so I feel like they're sensing this kind of energy that's going on within you. I got the 10 of Wands, the 7 of Swords. Yeah. So there is this 10 of Wands is a lot of energy that you're putting out. And that 7 of Swords, there seems to be something here. I don't feel like this is so much your thoughts and beliefs that are cheating you, or I feel like you're being betrayed by someone or have been betrayed, someone or someone's being dishonest with you, and you have this sense and it's upsetting you. And so they're kind of in that hyper anxious energy. And I do again, I feel like this is coming from you here. So it's interesting, the 6 of Swords. Wow, did not feel that coming in at all. The reason for that they're taking the beer bottle toy outside is because part of our familiars when they come into our life, right? We've got this, this energy of, this, they wag their tails, they help transmute and transform our emotional energy, but they're using that beer bottle toy, and I feel like inside they're having action with it to bring energy in. Then they're taking it outside to ground it on the earth, to release the energy, and then they bring it in. It's like their little portal of lower vibrational energy that they're trying to take out and let earth absorb it. So interesting. I didn't see that coming at all. 6 of Swords is movement from choppy waters to calmer waters, and movement of this, especially mental anxiety energy. So I feel like that's why they're doing that. Let's see what else that what message. I feel like this is what your doggy wants you to know here. Yeah. Balance. Balance between your head and your heart. Breathe, right? They have the Tower card, and they're trying to tell you anything that's moved out of your way is not for you. Anything brought into your life is for you. It's always for you, I feel like is what the dog wants you to know. And the Hermit. Yeah, I think you got this before from them when they brought through a couple messages here and there over the years, right? Because I feel like this Hermit is, "You need to spend more time alone with me, because I will help you." I like that. So more time at home. I think you need more time at home, and they're kind of joking a bit with that, but I think that's funny. Yeah, and the messenger of fire, which is the Knight of Wands. You know, you're learning and you're on a quest of stepping into your power to understand that your energy is what draws things towards you or not, and that you're in that that realm of growing and expanding your power of energetic choice in each moment, both of the mind and the heart and your actions. But there also is this, they're telling you it, you know, you're a being of fire, right? You're a fire sign mainly, at least with your sun, and it's important for you to get exercise. It's important for you to continue to release energy when you're feeling built up, in a whatever ways allows you to put motion. They're like I show you, I do that with wagging my tail. So even if you're sitting on the couch or sitting down or whatever, they're like, you can move your arms, you can move your legs. You don't have a tail to wag, so, move something else that, hangs out. That's so funny. So I feel like that's what they have for you, Jojo. So many blessings to you. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Yeah, I love it. I am the light of the world. And on the back it says, I am the light of the world. That is my only function. That is why I'm here. Your dream, right? To shine bright. And it is. Your Leo energy is all about shining bright and being you and not shrinking yourself, but you being fully you. So I love that. Right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. I love your puppy dog. He's got such fun energy. I like when I channel them, I can feel their energies. So many blessings to you. All right. Let's see here, Chelsea. So when you ugly cry, you feel like you should hide it from home because it doesn't make her feel good. A lot of ugly crying when I was employed, but that's why they're there, and they're gonna feel it anyway. So, you don't have to hide it. It actually just being honest and they'll help you flow it. Because if you hide it, then you kind of suppress it a little bit. So I definitely feel like it's important for you to, let it flow. They know, they have the ability to, you know, transmute energy. They wag their tail, they do their things. They don't, or they shiver and shake. That also they vibrate. So if your dog shakes around you, it's their way of releasing lower vibrational energy. They don't hold on to stuff like we do. And they don't, I mean, they understand we're human and they understand how we work, but they're like, girl, why you holding on to that stuff? Let it flow. I like that. All right. I love it. I love animals. They are just here for us. Yep, you are right, Jojo. She is sensing your stuff. So I love that. All right. Take a quick sip here and we'll dive back in. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. And we've got the first of Lauren Smith. So, Lauren, here's your first one here. No. They probably sensed your anxiety and then they expressed it to get it out, right? That's interesting that the animals will flow the emotion for us to help us transmute it. So when they're acting anxious, it's not their anxiety that they're feeling, they're expressing our emotions for us or with us to help take the edge off of it. They can't experience it all for us, but they can help take the edge off a bit. So I love that. I did not know that. Beautiful. I know, uh-oh, this one's not s as spicy as the one that's coming number 7 for Lauren Smith. So, Lauren, you wanna yeah, she even says it, "Not a spicy question just yet." So how many kids will you have? Let's take a look at that first here based on current energies. How many chillins? And will P be your partner you have them with? And will they be the only partner you have them with, right? Let's see what we got here. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 10 of swords, which is interesting, because this is the energy of letting go of expectations and trying not to please people. Um, and it almost feels like an unexpected energy comes in as well, regarding children. Let's see what we have here. How many children will you have? You have the Hanged Man here, which is a transformation. Yeah, 12. You're gonna have 12 children, a dozen. No. This is interesting because 12, of course, when you add 1 plus 2, you get 3, and I feel like, you have a total of 3. The first one is born as a single child, and the other 2 come as twins with this 1-2 energy, and I feel like that's where this unexpected energy comes in, is you have, like, a it feels like a girl. You have a girl first, and then you have 1 of each, is it 1 of each or 2 boys? It's it's 2 males, but I feel like one has a balance between male and feminine energy, so you might have, uh, a straight boy and a gay boy for twins. Sassy. So interesting. So I feel like that's what is coming in right now anyway. And then, uh, will P be your partner? We'll take a look here, right? You'd like a gay son. Is there something on these cards here? Um, so we've got here, well, we've got the 8 of Earth, the 8 of Pentacles, and the High Priestess. You know, the Hangman is about transformation energy. The 8 of Pentacles is also that, and the High Priestess. You know, let's see here. Is it with another person here? Yeah, I feel like it's not gonna be with P, because when I asked, "Is it gonna be with another person, or will, one be with P and then with someone else?" But this Chariot card does bring in this energy of the power of choice and is Mother Moon energy, um, and I feel like there there could be 2 fathers, and it could be your first one is with one person, then you have twins with someone else later, energy coming in here. But with this High Priestess energy and this transformation, I don't feel like P is either of those individuals that are coming in here, which could also be part of the unexpected energy that's coming in. Interesting. Oh boy. I know, right? Well, 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 well. Which my sister-in-law, she's my favorite sister-in-law because she's my only sister-in-law. That's what I say. I used to always, when I texted her, "Hey, favorite sister-in-law," and she goes, "I'm your only sister-in-law," and I go, "I know, that's why you're my favorite." But she had twins first, and then she had, yeah, and she had 2 girls, and then she had a boy, and, so it's almost like you have a reversal in a way. So, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Yeah. So, the peace of God is shining in me now, and it says, "Why wait for heaven? Those who seek the light are merely covering their eyes. The light is in them now. Enlightenment is but a recognition, not a change at all." Yeah, enlightenment is realizing who we are, who we've been all along. So I love that. All right. So that's what they have for that first one. Oi, oi. That's based on current energies. I don't I don't necessarily feel like it's faded. I feel like with that power of choice energy, that is in play with all this too. So I don't feel like they're like necessarily a faded energy coming in. All right. So and we'll circle back for your next one here in a momentito. We're moving to Donna M's second one, which is 10156. So Donna, there is that one. And you want spirit guidance on attending the school that you want. All right. I know. Maybe the first one is with that high priestess. It's Caesarian, not Caesarian, but you know, you have yourself, impregnated like on your own. Then you only really have one technical baby daddy. No. All right, let's take a look here, Donna. Sorry. Getting caught up in the conversations. So what does Spirit want you to know about attending the school that you want? All right, we got those. Got that. Like those. And then these here too. All right. Yeah, I like the Seven of Wands is, put in your mind to whatever you want to. The Seven of Wands is, standing tall, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not defending your choices. And you're like, I'm going to go to the school that I want to go to. And I'm going to do it. And when you go in that energy, you know that nothing's gonna stop you. You're gonna do it one way or another, and if you don't get in the first time, you'll keep trying it because this is what you want with the Seven of Wands. You even got the Messenger of Water, which is the Knight of Cups, which is following your heart and action of your heart, and, like, the school you wanna go to is not. I don't feel like it's a mind mental checklist. I feel like it's something from the heart that both your mind and your heart want. It's, because it's something how you want to express your heart and your passion to the world, and the school is part of your adventure and part of your joy with it too. So I like that. You also have the Moon card, okay, following your heart. What else? The Calling, the Judgment card. This is feels like a pull of the heart, a call of the heart. And the Six of Swords too, letting go of old ways of thinking about things, seeing things from a higher perspective. It takes you from choppy waters to calmer waters. And there is this energy here of action. When you change this mindset, then you have movement in the outside world. So I do feel like when you see this as a calling of your life instead of something that you feel like is something that you're trying to do. No, when you look at it as an expression of your heart, I'm going to do this one way or another, and no matter how long it takes, then there isn't a fear around it. There isn't a restriction around it. There's movement with it as well. Yeah, and I like this. Nine of Wands, Nine of Fire is about perseverance and look towards your dreams, wishing upon a star, holding all those stars. And the Chariot card is victory energy, movement energy again. They roll over all the knights. So there is this victory movement energy and a big power of choice. It's just about choosing, this is what I want to do, and I'm going to do it. When you make that step, then the universe floods with you in there, but it's you taking the action, you applying, just purposing and knowing this is what I'm going to do, not, oh, I wonder if I'm going to do it. I hope I could do it, or whatever. You're like, no, I'm doing it one way or another. and I'm getting in there. If I don't get in there like the first time, I'm gonna try and try and try again because I'm gonna go there. I know I am. It's that kind of confidence that is coming in with this reading of this is meant to be. This is part of your calling. So it's like, here we go. And then you have temptation, which is the devil card with the Six of Cups. There's something here, the Six of Cups is past life energies, and the Capricorn Saturn energy of work. I feel like whatever it is you're trying to do with schooling, you have past life experience dealing with that kind of field that you're trying to get into. Whatever kind of schooling you're trying to get into, there's um, other life, even if it's future life, another lifetime in the future, like if it's something technical that didn't exist before, then it's a future lifetime that you can glean from as another person. There's no time, in the Akashic records and in our spirit world. So we can even glean from a future lifetime where there's advanced technology and let's say we're getting into AI in this lifetime, and there's tons of AI in the future, and a future self has a lot of experience. We can glean from that and access that. We might even come up with ideas that people are like, "Wow, how did you even think of that?" And you're like, "I just know stuff." And it's we know ourselves, our other selves too. Interesting, right? So that's what they have for you, Donna. Hopefully that helps. And your fortune cookie says, I am among the ministers of God. And it says, it cannot be that it is hard to do the task that Christ appointed you to do, since it is He who does it. I like it. And regardless of our religious or spiritual energy, the Christ consciousness, it's a good energy. You can put it as creator, that yeah, nothing's impossible for the creator. They're the ones that are going, here, you are a messenger. You're sharing your love in your own unique way, and that is in a way our ministry, what we're doing and how we're sharing the love inside of us with the world. So I like that. Now, if we all could just register as nonprofits, right? But we want to be profitable, right? All right. So that's what they have for that one there, Donna. And thank you again for your dual donations. I'm very grateful. All right. So Lauren Smith, we're coming around for the spicy one now. Forewarned, forewarned, the spicy bell's going off, the fire alarm. So we'll do that. Oh, let me grab a couple quick haven't been paying attention here to the chat. So May, thank you for your additional donation. You'll be number 12 on the donation list when I get up to there. Let me grab your question real quick here. Now, oh, you want to know the same thing? Dun, 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 dun. So I'll give that a love and a like. Got you there. And then Ateshi, hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list so I don't miss that. All right. All right. So sorry, Lauren. Just wanted to make sure I got all those. And let's check my emails real quick here. All right, we're good. So you thought of a spicy one. So when you told him his body was perfect, and he said yours is too, was that the truth, or was he just like, oh yeah, yeah, you too, just as back in the moment? So, because that's what you're supposed to do, right? Well, let's take a look here and be honest. I like that. We always are. So, all right, let's buckle up for this one, though. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, did he mean it? All right. And this one, too. Oh, so we have the 9 of Earth, the 9 of Pentacles, which is a great energy. That's like, it's the physical world, and it's funny. So, it's like, yeah, on a scale of 1 to 10, you're like a 9, which is great in their book, because of the butt, right? Because of the what is it that whatever you said before, but they're just joking. Um, because they feel themselves here, right? Yeah, yeah, your glutes. It was a 9. What would have made it a 10? Glutes. But that's they're just saying it because that's the joke now. But, they consider themselves like a 9 because they feel like they have something that could be better. And so they feel like, yeah, you've got a not perfect, your body's perfect, and they're like, in their mind, they'll go, "I'm a 9." And you're a 9 too, because there's always room for improvement. There's always something more we can do. But yeah, I feel like, that's a positive energy. Let's see what else they had here. Yeah. I mean, King of Fire, King of Earth. So they're very happy with your physical body with the King of Earth and the King of Fire. Very um excited about your body with the King of Wands. So definitely it was there, right? I like that. I know, right? Damn, Lauren. What else we have here? Yeah, Page of Pentacles. You know, this is all about our self-worth energy, about and this is a given. This is kind of a fun, spicy question, and they're just like, it is all about our self-worth comes from in here, not outside of us anyway. The three buckets of the outside world don't, like, they don't, define us, relationship situations and things, including our body, that they don't define our worth, we define our worth. So even if they said, "Yeah, oh, thank you. I wish you had a perfect body too. You're more of a 5," it would be like, but only if we believe that. If we're like a 5, whoopsh, I'm a 9 or I'm a 10 or I'm a 12 on a scale of 1 to 10. We get to determine our worth, not someone else anyway. Yeah, magician, whatever we focus on, we grow and expand. So focus on your glutes and they will expand. That's funny. Yeah, I like this here. Um, we've got this lover's card, of course, coming in, but it's the emotion power of emotional choice. We have the wheel of fortune. Everything is unfolding for us. We got the 10 of air, 10 of swords, letting go of expectations, and the knight of swords, which is the movement of in seeking clarity. And it's a good reminder. We ask questions in jest. It's almost like sometimes we joke, but there is some truth behind our joking too. And that's why we still look into stuff and go, how am I defining myself by my body, and why? And is it true that my body defines my worth? And where did I learn that? Where was that, you know, taught to me, and where did I pick that up, and do I want that to define me in the future? Of course, when we have a very nice body, we're like, hell yeah, it defines me. But when we get older, and trust me, when you get older, you know, when you used to just be able to think about walking and lose 5 pounds, instead, you just think about a donut and gain 5 pounds. It happens what can happen with the human body. Doesn't mean it has to, but that does happen, right? Yeah, that was the one. Yeah, Chels. Oh, yeah, pockets. Yeah, so fear is not justified in any form. There we go. It says, "The Holy Spirit will help you reinterpret everything that you perceive as fearful and teach you that only what is loving is true." So only what is loving is true. The unloving thoughts and beliefs and comments and actions are not, right? You gotta love spirit. So that's what they have for that, Lauren. So many blessings to you. I feel like it's overall a good experience, right? All right. So we will continue on here. I love you guys. All right. So May, you are up 116.55. So thank you for your donation. There's your timestamp. And your other ones are 11 and 12. So we will circle back to those here in a little bit. Better than you're expecting. You're like, whoosh. Yeah, those expectations are mental talk, right? All right. So, May, Max and his buddy are out of town for one of their hobbies, and his buddy's wife came along since they're staying in a beautiful part of the state. They're at a winery today, and it made you wonder whether Max thought about you being there too. All right. So, we'll start there first. All right. A lot of thinking here. We have we have the balanced Queen of Air, which this is like the compatibility energy, that's there. They had the Page of Air, which was thinking energy. So they had that thinking there. King of the Earth, King of Pentacles. So it's an abundance energy. It's a positive thing. And what's interesting with the Three of Swords, because I'm like, "Well, what is that about? Is that disappointment?" They're like, no, it's unexpected. And I feel like the thoughts came out of nowhere. Like they were just having the wine and that, and then they saw his buddy and his wife, and then just it came out of nowhere. And he was just kind of like, whoa, it kind of took him by surprise because he wasn't like consciously thinking about it. It just kind of appeared. That was there. So did he picture us as sort of a double date or a couple outing? All right. We'll take a look here at that first here. So was it as a double date or just you two an outing? Oh my gosh, okay. Cards flying. Whoa, simmer down cards. All right. So was it a double date? We had the 10 of air. Unexpected again. The 10 of swords is not trying to please other people and that. So I feel like it was more the picture that he had with his buddy and his wife that it was you and him together, right? I know what you were talking about. So, interesting. And then if he did he think about whether you'd fit in with his friends? Yeah, I don't and it doesn't feel here because we have the 8 of water, which is, you know, walking away from other individuals. This feels like, no, it was just the 2 of you that he pictured. Um Oh, you all have known each other for years. Oh, I love that. Okay, yeah, let me see here. So, in that moment, he wasn't that, but I got extra cards, and I feel like they knew this here. Oh, they have. Oh, they've all known each other for years, not we've all known each other for years, yeah. So let's see here if what he feels about, because I feel like that's why we got extra cards here, is does he feel like you would get along with them, right? Page of Fire. Yeah. Oh, he officiated their wedding? Wow. Yeah, Page of Fire. I feel like that's a spark. He feels like you guys would hit it off with that. Yeah, this calling energy coming in here. It's the Judgment card, this pull kind of energy. Yeah, and the Magician as well. And 'Cause, again, there's that magical energy that they feel like you would, it's like I wanna say your power, but your energy is catchy, and they're like they can see that how everything would mesh, and so I do feel like that's part of that with that Queen of Swords. They just feel like you would get along with, you know, the whole group. Um, so I definitely feel like they feel like it's a positive energy there, um, as well. And fast too, because the, messenger of the, fire, the, Knight of Wands on the bottom is about fast movement, fast action too, meaning it would be like a spark. It would be like that, like I said, the Page of Wands, Page of Fire, where it would just be like, "Oh my god." Just like an instant, you know, comfort like he felt when he first on your guys' first date, that he was just like, "Wow." So, I feel like it all is fitting in there. You could find a conversation, right? Yeah. Yeah, you would just be able to pick it on up there. Alright, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. Yeah, I love that. "Today belongs to love. Let me not fear." And it says, "If you knew who walks beside you on the way that you have chosen, fear would be impossible." Right? Knowing that what's meant for us, it happens, right? The ne the next question is also dedicated to her. That's funny. I'll have to see which that one is. Okay, I love it. Alright. So, let me do a quick shout out here. We got Summer. Hey, Moonlight, good to see you. We'll get you maybe number 13 on the donation list there. So thank you for that. What's this little your sticker? Oh, the new one is dedicated to Lauren Smith. I get it. So we'll get you out. You'll be number 14 for this one. I'll even make a note here. Dedicated to Lauren Smith. Oh, what did Max think of you in your birthday suit on a scale of 1 to 10. You need a glass of wine for that one. Right? Contagious, yeah. I like it. I feel honored. You guys are hilarious. Alright, so I got that one on the list there too. Okay. So where we're at, we have Lorna of Light up next, and then Guide, and then 2 for May, and then to Moonlight, and then back to May. So I love it. Uh, so hilarious. All right, so let me take a sip here, get into Lauren's email here. So cheers, cheers. All right. Yay. All right. So Lauren, we're at 125:08. Lauren of Light. There's your timestamp. All right. So let's see what we have happening today. Shuffle these up here and get into both of your guys' energies. So Jake is FaceTiming you instead of you him. I love this, right? You're like, is this how he felt every time? No, it's different. It's interesting because he feels empowered that he's the one that gets to do first actions, and you're allowing him to do this. And because instead of you getting excited and leaping for that attachment, For you, it's almost like meeting expectation. Like, I need this for connection. For him, it's an act of freedom because he feels like it's not expected of him. And um, you aren't saying, you need to FaceTime me, and he's meeting it, getting up to zero. You have really worked on your energy where you're not expecting, like, I'm not expecting nothing, and I'm fighting expecting things. And when you have no expectations and just gratitude, that makes them want to do it more. But it's like, oh, good, you're finally FaceTiming me. I've been wanting you to do this forever. That if you ever said that, he'd stop because that would suck the life out of it. So just gratitude for it in a way of, I love this, I'm so grateful. You make me feel so special. And so I like that energy, because the moment that we're like, finally, that's sucks the life right out of it and they won't do it anymore. So I love this as well. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Chelsea. So, what are his thoughts and mind around this? Let's take a look at that first. So, his thoughts and mind around the FaceTiming. Yeah, it's an expression of his joy now. Instead of trying to meet an expectation, it's an expression of joy. He can't, he's excited to do it because it's all joy, it's not expectations. So I like that. Um, uh, and then these 2 here, yeah, I love that. You know, the king of water, the king of cups, right? Balance between head and heart, and the 5 of cups. That would be the lower vibrational emotions that he was feeling, like he was failing, he wasn't, doing things. And that's when we have expectations, or even if someone feels you have expectations and they're down here, they're feeling the loss, right? They're feeling the less than. Now they're balanced. There's this balance of head and heart, and they don't feel expectations on them. So, like, as we were saying, it's joy. They're like, look at it's success, it's joy, it's abundance, it's not, you know, paying off a debt, it's investment. It's different energy, right? I like that. That's very much a Jake mindset. It's not a debt, paying off a debt, it's an investment. He's so funny. Yeah, and then he's excited. We've got this page of fire, page of wands, and the 6 of wands, 6 of fire again, victory energy, equal drawing attraction energy, that's coming in here. So, it's like there's a fire in him now, 'cause his fire felt like it went out a bit because he felt he was so far behind, he could never, and that goes into that, kind of our codependent overgiving energies. When we overgive to people, um, they feel like, "I can never keep up, so why try?" And when we stop giving and we're like, "Well, I'll give equally to you. I'll allow it to be, equal," then it excites someone because they feel like, "I feel good when I can give to you." And you're like, "I feel good when I give to you," but you're you're like, your challenge is to not overgive, and their challenge is not to give up. Oh, wow. Interesting. So, yeah, and here we go. The 2 of earth, 2 of pentacles, balance energy. Yeah, and walking away from that old emotion that didn't serve anymore. So I feel like that's where they're at with this FaceTiming and other things that he's giving too, because he feels like he's allowed you're allowing it to be equal instead of flooding them with overgiving. So, and even before, like, you used to buy everything and pay for everything and do this and that, which in the beginning, he was like, wow, no one's ever done that before. But after a while, he was like, okay, well, um, I'd like to give now, you know? So I love that. Uh, He's so funny. All right. So let me just see where I'm at here. That was for that there. All right. So let's go on to the next little group here. Let me take another sip here. Cheers, cheers. My straight man impression. Chels. You you're so funny. Hey, guy, I got that on your I added that onto your question, which will be up next. So we've got, I got your 2 questions that you've mentioned so far in there. All right. So, you wanna know, is he just now realizing how much in love with me he is? Okay. And he's confessing his love for you in your mutual group chats. What? The aliens, you have moved to a new timeline. So did he get hit with Cupid's arrow? He knows I'm the one, doesn't he? Let's take a look here. All right, I feel like that's simple there. So, um, is he just now realizing how much in love, uh, he with you he is? They have the Sun card. I feel like, realizing, I think, is a good way to mention that because, like, the sun shines on things that we knew were there, but, it's like when we're stumbling around in the dark and we keep on bumping into something, we think we know what it is, but when the sun comes out and we're like, "Oh, wow." Especially when it's a heart like this, right? It's like this huge heart, and we're bumping in down here, and we think it's only this big. When the sun comes out, we realize how big it really is. That's funny that they did it that way. So I like it. I like it. So interesting. And then also the 8 of Earth, 8 of Pentacles. Yeah, it's like the fruit is finally coming out, and it's always perfect timing that it comes out though, in our mind, we're like, "Finally, there's fruit." But it's like, no, the fruit has always been there. It just needed time to show itself, right? Because the fruit is in the acorn, is in the seed. We just don't see it yet because it has to go through the process, and then it's ta-da, and that's the ta-da that's happening. Did he get hit with Cupid's arrow? 3 of Wands, energy, interesting, because that's with new information, I'm seeing things differently, and now I'm going a different route than I did before. So I don't feel like it's Cupid's arrow. Um, he knows I'm the one, doesn't he? We have the Hermit card. That's funny that of all cards, it's this one here, right? So there is this energy here of, you know, that, um, it wasn't that he suddenly, got hit by something, but the realization has opened up in this hermit energy. It's like when you left him alone to be able to think on his own, then in that space we were talking about that you gave him, that's when the all the lack of activity allowed everything to catch up and allowed him to process everything, allowed the realization. So giving him his space, allowing him to, instead of push and pull and prod and try to lure and everything else, you were like, "You know what? I'm just gonna be me, and I'm just gonna let him be him, and he'll do his thing or he won't, and then that's it, I'm just not gonna I don't need to make things happen. I just need to be me." And in you doing that, that allowed him to be him, and now he's being himself because he's not running. He's actually calm, and he doesn't feel pursued by that, like we said, by the lioness. He's like, "What a pretty kitty," you know, "Ooh-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-boo." You don't feel like a threat to him when you're just being you. when you turn into the lioness and that's when we go into that anxious attachment and we pursue, then it's like something chasing us in a dream, right? Instead of that calmness. So I like that. All right. So that's for that. Let's dive into this other stuff here. So, what's his next big move with you? All right. And when? Sorry, I need a energy is flowing. Let me turn off this heating pad. I forgot it was on. I'm like, why am I getting so hot? And then let's take a look here. The when. Okay, I got 2 cards for that. Let's see what that's about. Is he scared? What's his mind and his heart? Okay, and then we'll look at those other things next. So, what's his next big move to you here? Yeah, I feel like his big move now is the conflict, the 5 of fire, the 5 of wands. He's made an energetic shift. This 3 of cups is the expression of his joy, and I feel like, this is the next big move. And there's a little bit of energy here of maybe that's why I got 2 cards because I feel like they're saying, um, enjoy the moment, enjoy what's happening right now. It's like, oh, good. Now he's going to do this next and this next and then this next. There's those expectations trying to sneak back in, right? And we can just be aware of, oh, nope, I'm going to focus on gratitude for what is. I feel like this is what they're saying is don't let that energy switch. Maintain the gratitude for what is, the joy for what is, and then things will unfold, right? So I like that. um, yeah, and I like this energy because we've got the 9 of swords with the 2 of cups. And this energy, and it's funny because we've got June 1st to June 10th, it was the 9 of swords. And that's last month, right? That's almost a month ago. He's been facing his fears. And then June 21st to July 1st is when he was making these emotional choices towards Venus and Cancer, right? This love energy for the moon. And so I feel like, they're saying here again, they're reinforcing gratitude for what is and gratitude for what was is what they're pointing to. And I feel like they're saying, let's not look at the next big move. Let's focus on now. They're reminding me of I had a friend who was getting his master's in counseling, and he actually texted me from his graduation, and he was waiting because it was a big school, big college. So he was waiting for his name. Um, to be called, and he was like, "I was noticing the people in front of me have hoods on their gowns," which is doctorates, right? And I was like, "Dude, enjoy the moment for getting your master's, worry about doctorate tomorrow." That's kind of what they're saying. "Dude, focus in on the joy of this moment." Wow. Don't let expectation suck it out, right? So I like that. Um, is he scared? Mm, no, it feels like here we've got flow going on because you got the Hanged Man, transformation. He's letting go with the 8 of Swords of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets of fear that made him feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small, right? What's on his mind? Yeah, 10 of Cups, relationship, joy, joy, joy overflowing. He's the happy Buddha. That's what's on his mind and his heart. The air. Isn't that funny? It's reversals. There's a balance between head and heart because the mind is on the heart's love, and the heart is thinking about the mind's expectations. And there's this beautiful balance going on. It's like they've meshed together because they're thinking as one instead of thinking individually. So something clicked there. And I feel like there's just this wonderful balancing energy that's flowing in with that. I'm not gonna lose these cards on the floor. I'm not. You swapped. Are you out of balance now? All right. No, I actually feel like you both are in this wonderful balanced place where you're not anxiously attaching and he's not um actively avoiding. You've been resting and just, oh, you mean swapped in those. Yeah. But it's you're allowing yourself to just be, and that's allowing him to be. And you both are just being your real self instead of what your nervous system was teaching you guys to feel safe. You're allowing yourself to feel safe in the now instead of projecting yourselves into the future or focusing on the past. I like that. In the now. Yeah. All right. So, and then you wanted to know, does he make you a swing? So, does he make you a swing? Let's take a look here. Got the devil card. Devil card. Are you addicted to swings? um, this is Capricorn Saturn energy that comes in here. Um, which it feels like, because this is almost like a carpenter, work energy. So I feel like he does make a swing. He doesn't like buy one. I feel like he does want to create one because this is like work energy, right? So I like that. I like that energy. Oh, yeah, right. On the porch? Oh my gosh, what kind of neighborhood is that? And then when do you guys get a house? When do you see him? All right, let's take a look here. So when do you get a house? When do you see him? All right, look at those. So, right, when do you get a house? You've got May 11th to May 20th, 7 of Pentacles. This is the patience energy, things going slow. Of course, that's maybe energy, so that can change, of course. But yeah, you're looking at May 11th to May 20th of next year. And then when do you see him? And you got the 4 of Pentacles. Here's the home energy as well. I feel like they're bringing this in. I feel like they're saying that like January 10th to January 19th energy is when it's almost like is you get to so this energy, this isn't when do you see him. They're saying the 4 of Pentacles is the house energy. I feel like he's gonna have one built. And January 10th to January 19th is when you guys determine what house you wanna have built, and then it's ready in May 11th to May 20th based on current energies. So, interesting. You channeled that? Boom, a boomya, a booyah. So, there you go. When do you see him? I feel like they didn't give me a card on that because it's still gonna be, like, the last week of July or the first week in August I is still holding. I don't feel like anything has changed with that. And then he said he told you today was your 19-month anniversary. Is he oh, is he moving into husband mode? No, because husbands don't remember that stuff. That's funny. No, husbands can't remember that stuff. He's still an enamored individual person, right? Oh, I love that. Yeah. Feels like a movie. So, let's see, he even checked on you at 8 AM. What I know, right? Alright, and then so does he ever get you flowers? Maybe this was his, you know, his evil twin grabbed him early on and, kidnapped the loving good Jake and kept him in the basement, and he finally escaped. But does he ever give you flowers? Yeah, we've got the Leo energy, the strength card energy that's coming in here. Um, so I do feel here, um, I don't know, something about sunflowers, means something too. Um, because I feel like that might be something that'll mean something. Because 'cause you're my sunshine. So I get you sunflowers too, you know? I'll get you the roses and all that stuff, but sunflowers because 'cause you're my sunshine. Something's coming in regarding that, even that song, "You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when times are gray." Oh, okay. So there that does mean something. Okay, very good. Okay, that makes sense. And then what is happening as far as the deepening of his emotions? Alright. So let's take a look here. Anything else we can know about this here? Alright. And interesting that on the bottom, we have the 4 of cups, which is the balancing out of emotions. And and we do have the chariot. We've got this moon mom energy of the chariot, victory, movement, the 7 of water, feeling a lot of different emotions. And I like this. I feel like, this is him allowing himself to feel emotions. And, you know, we were talking about the King of Wands that he was trying to get out of his head and into his heart. And now he got to know his heart, and then he allowed the mind back in. And there's this, again, there's this, he's got his mind and his heart as his advisors, as the king of his world when it was just the mind before, keeping the heart in the dungeon till the heart asked for an audience, and he granted it and sent the mind out of the room, right? We talked about that. And now that he's had this conversation, now the mind is back and they've had a really good, honest conversation with each other. And now there's this movement allowing emotions to be felt with the under the advise uh advisory, of the mind, that the mind is there, allowed to give their opinions and their cautious energy as well around things, but they don't get to just unilaterally decide anymore. There's a council of the Jake decider and then the mind and the heart. So I like this. That's coming in here. All right. And when do you guys move in together? I don't feel like you guys move in until you move into your house together. Um, I still feel like that's part of the process, part of the journey is you guys will maintain your separate residences until you move in into May. But let's take a look here just to verify. When do you guys move in and can we know where? Well, I feel like it's the new house you guys have built. Yeah, because you got the 5 of cups energy. Because I feel like October 23rd to November 1st of this year, there's like this opportunity to like we could move in together, but I feel like the cement needs to dry. I feel like even though that's 3 months away, right? 7, 8, 8, 9. Yeah, that it's still important to let him have his space, right? Yeah, because then you move in the summer, May, right? The time frame we had. So the sun, here's the sun energy again, right? Because if you move in sooner, blah, right? Oh, that's when his lease is up, right? So he might move back home, for a little bit. But that sun, that's the big bright card. That's the sun energy. It's always going to mean something special for you guys. That sun, the sunflower, and that type of thing. And um, but I feel like that's when he's like, well, I'm just going to move home for a few months. And then, it's like, well, we're going to have a home built. And so, I feel like he'll just hang out at home knowing that he's going to get to move in to to the new house together in summertime, it looks like here. So I like it. All right. And then lastly here, for anything that spirit wants you to know, I feel like we're going to go to your fortune cookie because we still have the Alice, the Wonderland energy. And I feel like this is what the other message is here for you. So let's take a look here. Let's see what we got going on here. That's funny. That's when his lease is up. Because I feel like if we move in together too soon, it's like, you know, let's let the cement dry, based on current energies. Let him continue to do what he's doing and not, that because that in our face energy might be too much for him too soon. Could be. Well, we'll see. Yep. Look at look at here's you and Jake. Growing up. Look at you guys growing up. Oh, my little babies are growing up. Wanting to grow in experience, rejection of perpetual youth. You're becoming adults. We're no longer in high school. So from Alice in Wonderland, it says, "Shall I never get any older than I am now? That'll be a comfort one way, never to be an old woman, but then always to have lessons to learn." Oh, I shouldn't like that. Perfectly on time, right, Lauren? No finalies, perfectly on time. So Alice is in Wonderland and she wonders if she will ever leave or change or grow older. She understands this can have benefits, never growing old, infirm, forgetful, or having to rely upon others as the old so often must do. Even at her tender age, she realizes that if she stays young, she will always have lessons to learn, and that will be a great disadvantage. For Alice wishes to be clever, wise, and to have learned her lessons so she can move on to having a good life. When this card comes to you, it's a reminder of the many benefits of growing older and maturing. It encourages you to take each lesson as it comes, knowing you will become wise in time. If you were to stay young forever, these lessons would simply repeat, and there would be no real getting of wisdom. Wow, right? Alice does not wish to become old, but does not, but nor does she wish to stay young and unwise. So consider the benefits of growing older. Surround yourself with people of varied ages and learn from their experiences. Work through your own lessons with practicality, patience, and enjoyment. We change physically as we grow older, and we become those to whom others turn to make sense of life. Make becoming an ancient, an elder, your goal. Reject the need to stay one age forever, for that will keep you from the growth your soul longs for. Wow. Yeah, and that's like when you say finally, it's like, well, we wanted to become wise and go through what we did, so it's happening perfectly now because now you have a new appreciation for everything Jake does, where before you would have just expected it. Now you're like, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. I'm so full of joy. Right. The divination of the card says, understanding that the years bring their lessons to you. Embrace becoming an elder. Watching time makes it marks upon you, in embracing the signs of aging. Understanding the wisdom that can come with age. Being young at heart, yet yearning for encounters that will help you evolve, grow, and experience the fullness of life. There you go. Reversal of this card says hanging on to youth at all costs, denying the existence of changes as we grow older, being stuck in a habit of our youth, wishing to be young again, feeling you have learned very little, although you're growing older, seeing maturation only as a process of deterioration, and concern about your fate as you grow older. Not so much that stuff, right? Yeah. But I love this, but I'm not aging. All right, vampire woman. I love that. Uh, I feel like this is you and Jake. Here's your wedding photo. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I'm so happy for you. And you're enjoying, and I'm proud of you for being in the moment and not getting sucked into the I want more, 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 more. It's like I'm going to just enjoy what's in front of me and take my time, just taking it all in. So I like that. All right, let me scroll back up here and make sure we get. I think we've got quite a few people that came in here. All right, so we've got those. Game guide. I do have you're up next. I do have your 2 questions. So I got that. And then we got Jojo. So I got your second question. It'll be number 15 on the donations. So we'll give that a love and a like. And don't think I saw a question from you yet. All right. And we have me in the house. Good evening. Even with serious health issues, you have several males interested. One particular oh, oh, Jack. So you've been crushing since your girls were in 2nd grade together, but was married. What are your thoughts on us getting together? So, neither of you guys are married anymore, right? That will increase the possibilities. All right, we'll get you on the free reading list here, me, and you'll be number 13 on those when we get there. Just get all your information here onto your question. That way I have it. All right. And we got Kira. Oh, we got Kira Ellis in the house. Hey, good to see you. Hello, hello. I am doing well. I hope your day is going well. You guys crack me up. And I do see your donation here. So we will make you'll be number 16 on the donation list. And let me just take a look here. All right, there we go. I see your question, so we'll get you added on there. And then we got Ruby G in the house. So Ruby, I see your free reading request. That'll be number 14 on the free reading. And then I see your dual donations. So you'll be number 17. Got that one. And your number 2 here will be number 18. Oops. We've got that and that. Boom, boom. All right. You're very welcome, Lauren. Okay. He's in the process of divorce. I got you, me. All right. Very good. All right. So I think I have got everything updated here. And let me take a sip and we'll dive back in. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Ah. So when you were married, they were single, when they were when you were single, then they were married, and that's good. All right. So just everyone real quick, up next we have Guide, and then we have 2 for May, and then 1 for Moonlight, and then back to May, and then 1 for JoJo, then Kira, Ruby G, times 2 is where we're at for donations. All right. So Guide, we are up 201.41 for yours. So there is your timestamp there. And then so you had 2 questions. I think I saw one where you wanna know, will you be able to birth what you're meant to in this life? And then what is spirit leading you towards? So I see you might have erased maybe your first one, maybe. Sorry. Got allergies, itchy ears. Um, because of course we're always going to birth what we're meant to in this life. The rest is possibility, right? So the things that we have chosen that we are like, I want this to happen in the life, then it's going to happen. It's like everything is geared toward any of these few faded things we want to happen. But this lifetime is so much about possibilities. We've had other lifetimes, other iterations of humanity that was so much about um we wanted to learn and experience specific things, and so we had a lot of faded stuff that happened, and after a while, we were like, "Well, that's fun, but we want more of a exciting experience of a scavenger hunt of possibilities of the unknown," and when then we shield the future, fog it up a lot so that we can't see and go, "Oh, I have to take this path to get to there." We like the excitement of not knowing, at least from our higher self, and experiencing it. Our human maybe is a little bit of, irritated by it at some points, right? But it is what we have designed and wanted to experience is this, you know, world of possibilities, right? So you definitely will experience those. Let's see, can we see what one of those is, or how many ever you want to share with us? Is there more than one? Got the 6 of fire, the 6 of wands, which is a victory energy. They're like, "Yes, you will." That's what they're like, "Nope, it's a you need to know and you don't need to know." Yeah, and then they're giving you the power of choice, that there's so many possibilities that you get to decide, and there's every moment we're making choices of our story, of our emotions we're putting with that story, our actions and our energy, and that's what creates our future. There's this great quote I heard, look at our yesterdays to understand why we're at where we're today, and look at the energies of today that we're choosing to see what our tomorrow's going to be. And that's because that's what we have is the choices I'm making today are what brings my tomorrows. And and I like that because that's in our control, not anyone else's. So let's see here. Where is spirit leading you? I feel like that's the big question, right? Where is spirit leading you? All right. Well, you got 1 card and 2 cards and 3 cards and 4 cards. So you are headed somewhere. um and the bottom of the deck you do have the 4 of pentacles. And this is they're leading you on a journey of your adventure of self-worth. And the purpose of this is to show you uh, what you're wanting to see about yourself. So it's like spirit isn't taking you on a journey that they're wanting to take you on. They're taking you on the journey that you have asked them to take you on, which is, in this lifetime as humans, we're taught look for your worth out here, right? The 3 kind of cups of the outside world, relationships with humans of all kinds, lovers, of course, friends, family, children, whatever, as well, all relationships with humans. We put a lot of our worth on that. This is what we're taught. And then also on situations like your jobs, your education, your social status, marital status, whatever. And then things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, right? So those are the 3 buckets that we're taught. This is how you're defined, but that's all lies. That's all bullhonkamofo, as we used to say, right? It's like, no, we are defined by the eternal, unconditional love of who we are. There, it's eternal, it's unconditional, nothing, it never ends, nothing we can do to earn it. We already have all of it, nothing we can do to lose it because there's no conditions to it. So we already, that's our foundation of our worth, very solid. Those things of the outside world are unstable and temporary, right? People change, people walk away, people pass away. Situations never stay the same. Things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down, stolen, right? And so this is the journey that you're on, as well as all of us, right? We all come down here to find our true worth, but we come down here to experience what it might feel like to be lower vibrational, to be less than, to be powerless, to be small. And we have an awakening when we everything points us back inward and upward. And as soon as we have that epiphany of like, wait a minute, I'm a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love who is limitless, powerful, uh, and and I get to choose my stories, my emotions, my energy, my actions. No one else. There's that empowerment that comes in. We remember our role as creator and not, sufferer, as it might be. So let's see what's unfolding here. You're 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you have the strength card. Here's you getting to know your higher self, remembering who you really are. So that internal strength coming in, remembering I am that powerful supernatural being, right? And it's funny, the strength card, that whole story I talked about kind of is that same thing because the lion is taught, it's hungry and it's thirsty and it looks to the outside world because that's where it's pointed. Go drink of that stuff and eat of that stuff. That'll fill you up, but it's like American Chinese food. You eat of that stuff and you're hungry an hour later, it's not fulfilling. You're hungry again, right? And eventually, the lion becomes so hangry, hungry, angry that it's roaring in the jungle, and that's when our higher self, introduces and we get to know our higher self because what we're hungry for as humans is the unconditional love. Our higher self is made of it, so they bring themselves to us knowing that that's what we're searching for. Then we fill up and overflow. It doesn't mean we stop wanting those things of the outside world. We just stop needing it. We're not as desperate for it because we're filled up on the inside. The outside world goes from lacking to feeling above and beyond extra. So abundant, right? So I feel like that's in step one. I feel like that's what you've been in. And then, yeah, you have the 5 of water, the 5 of cups, and the queen of water, the queen of cups. So you're really getting in tune with your emotions, realizing with the 5 of cups that there is no wrong emotion, just different, right? There's lower vibrational that are rooted in fear that get expressed as anger or sadness. And then there's joy, which is gratitude. And we find that in that higher vibration, unconditional love and laughter and play and peace, higher vibrational. And that you're the master of your emotions, that no one chooses your emotions. Going back to that empowerment, no one can make me feel any certain way. What makes me feel something is when someone does something out here or doesn't do something, right? Says something or doesn't say something that we feel they're supposed to. We have a story. Oh, when that happens, it means this. These emotions go with that, and the emotions start to play. It's our emotional soundtrack that is playing. It's not them blaring emotions at us, and we're, you know, forced to feel something. It's our emotional choice. And so this empowerment that you have here is you're learning the strength of your power of emotional choice as well through these steps here. Number 3, yeah, then you move into the mind, the king of swords, who not only rules over the sword suit with the queen, but gets a second portion of swords, which makes him the master of the mind, the master storyteller. And, there is this transformation that happens, especially for you. It looks like these beliefs, what's like for a lot of humanity, the 5 of Pentacles, the 5 of Earth, which is all about the fear of being abandoned, of not being enough, not having enough, being left behind, being left out in the cold. And so the story, again, I get to choose the story of what things mean. So when someone like cheats on me or doesn't ask me to marry them, or going back to like middle school, not being chosen for a team, that it's deep. Um, there's this energy of, you know, we have this old story of, "Oh, that means I'm not worthy," instead of, "That means they're stupid." No, well, I mean, it can mean that, but it doesn't mean anything about us. Their choices are about what they're seeing, what they're experiencing in life. Doesn't mean anything about my worth. My worth has been solid before I came down here, all the way through my entire life, and after I'm gone, from this human, character. My worth has never changed by anything happening out there, but my perception and my belief around it all over the place throughout our human lifetime. But it's just because we believed, "Oh, no, I'm worthless," it never changed our worth. They're just like, "Okay, that's nice. You have fun believing that? Are you ready to see the truth again?" And we're like, "Yes, please." And we do if we want, right? Which is leading you to, yeah, the 5 of air, 5 of swords, this battle that we had between our head and our heart, that is being transformed here for you. Yeah, I like this because you have the Page of Pentacles, which is you're seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. You have a bunch of emotions from below the surface that are being processed and transformed and transmuted, which is bringing you to a place of joy. And then when you're in that place, as you're letting go of old thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you, emotions that don't serve you, energy that doesn't serve you, even purging things in the physical world that don't serve you, then you're raising your love vibration and you're going to draw in someone. You do have the marriage card here for the future, but as you're changing your worth, this is all changing so that you don't draw in lower vibration. Basically, how we as humans, when we keep doing what we've always done, we get what we've always gotten before. So to get something different, we needed to do things differently. And that's the adventure that you're on. So that's where spirit is leading you down, per your request, according to your energy that you're putting out. And it's a beautiful adventure. My podcast, I don't know if you know, I have a podcast called The Easier Path. The link is down in the description area. We talk about a lot of stuff about tools and transformation, how we can empower ourselves, and how our path can be easier instead of harder if we want. So I feel like that's what they have for you. We also have a fortune cookie from the Alice the Wonderland. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. All right. So, curiouser and curiouser. Yeah, that's you. Discovery, inquiry, weirdness, and then curiosity. So, number 9, the number of change and transformation. So, from the book Alice in Wonderland, it says, "Curiouser and curiouser," cried Alice. She was so much surprised that for the moment she quite forgot how to speak good English. Now I'm opening out like the largest telescope that ever was. It says, when we enter new surroundings and allow ourselves to discover the wonders that lie within us, we often find ourselves feeling fascinated and filled with awe at what is taking place. When everything seems very new and exciting, we can be filled with the kind of wonder that is most often thought to belong to children. The truth is, we can all tap into that wonder again. We can all be filled with curiosity and experience, the desire to explore and discover. This is where you find yourself when this card is pulled. You might believe what is taking place is weird or odd, and indeed it may be. You might be discovering things about yourself that would you would once have thought impossible or even denied. but now you know you have so much within you that you are only just beginning to know all of who you are. When this takes place, just like Alice, we grow. Of course, this does not mean you will literally get bigger, but you will be growing as a human. You are having new experiences, and this creates an expansive sense of possibility. This can seem quite uncomfortable and again strange, but it is also wonderful that you are growing in this way. So you may find yourself in weird places with new people amongst unfamiliar behaviors, and you may be changing, growing, developing, and discovering. Do not fret at the discomfort. Try to stay with the wonder of the newness all about you. Open up, reach out, extend yourself, and grow. The divination of the card says new and unfamiliar places and surroundings, a general lack of familiarity, a fascinating turn of events, growth amidst strange customs and people, changing as a person, and new interests and talents are being discovered. The reversal is a lack of interest in finding out about different places, cultures, or people, a desire to stick to the familiar, and believing you have grown enough and need not extend yourself any further, becoming static, habitual, and apathetic. So I love that for you. Curiouser and curiouser on an adventure. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All righty. I don't think anyone else came in, so we'll move forward here. We got May 21812. Oh, no, oh, 02. You are very welcome. Thank you again for your donation. All right. So, May, we have two in a row, and then you have number 14 after this, too. So, has Max thought about how we'd look as a couple? All right. Let's take a look here. Let me do one of these here. Attracted together also. What other people may think of us as a couple? Question. All right. What do we got going on here? Yeah, I was thinking here with the 9 of Pentacles coming in here, there's a bit of energy here of I don't feel so much that he's spending a lot of time thinking about it because he is kind of focused in on the, trying to get everything going and solid as much as he can. Um, so I feel like there is that little bit of, more independent energy that's coming in from him right now. Cause I feel like when I step into his energy, it's like when when you open Pandora's box, then you can't get everything back in. And I feel like if he starts thinking about it, then he's just gonna torture himself, and then he'll wanna reach out, and then he'll end up torturing you because he won't be able to move fast as he thinks he should, or that you think that you would want him to. And so he's like, instead of it's like, I'm gonna wait till I have the capacity to be the kind of person I wanna be, and in order for me to do that, I gotta kind of not let my mind get away from me because I will end up doing that. So hopefully that makes sense. So has he thought about you guys as a couple? Yeah, 6 of Earth, 6 of Pentacles, that equal giving and receiving relationship energy. So I do feel that they see that. And yeah, I like this. I like that he's focusing more on with the Page of Cups. A Page of Water is about love and happiness, and the 10 of Swords is about not having a lot of expectations, not caring what other people think, which will be interesting. We'll see what these other cards are, but about us just being happy and not really that we're attractive together or, those things. Because what he's looking for is, like, just happiness. That's what's gonna show people, is the smile and the joy emanating from us, you know? They're gonna feel the love, they're gonna see it, and it's not gonna be about how we look per se, but more of from the heart energy that comes out. So I feel like that's what this Page of Cups means for him here. Um, and then what about other people think of you guys as a couple here? Yeah, like, and he's like, yeah, it'll make some people happy. The Ace of Cups can make other people unhappy. The Five of Cups and make meh, he's like, some people be happy, some people won't be happy, and none of that is my business. Yeah, because even we have the Nine of Cups, there's people that are gonna be like, "Oh, what a dream come true," and other people, Five of Fire, Five of Wands, other people, again, conflict, people are gonna be conflicted and not like it, and they're like, "And none of that is none of my business," and I like that. They're like, um, "How people feel about me is none of my business, because I can't control that. I'm just gonna try to be the best person that I can be for myself, and everyone else just gets to deal." Um, because that's and not that he's that crass, but that's their problem, not mine. So interesting. Let's see what else we have here with your fortune cookie here. Uh, the hush of heaven holds my heart today. It says, remember that where your heart is, there is your treasure also. Excuse me. I can taste the fire in the air. It's not that close, but I think it's because the air conditioner is running and so it's pushing the smoke in the house. But it's better than being hot. So excuse me. Hack, hack. All right. So hopefully that helps May. That's what they have for that one. And then for your next one here, 22335. Boom, boom. There we go. So now, oh, yeah, now you want to ask the same thing as Lauren. You would love to know about your future children and if they'll be with Max. You're scared for this one? Dun, dun, dun. Cheers, cheers. So, so can we know how many children? Okay. And will they be with Maximus? Maximus Aurelius. Three different dads. I'm just kidding. Let's see what we got here. Oh, no. I know, right? At your bottom of the card energy, Three of Pentacles. Uh-oh. You, three different pentacles. No, this is creativity, and it reminds us of Empress, creativity energy. So it does say that you do have children. And we'll see here. Is that three children? Let's verify it here. You have the Page of Fire. So you do have a daughter. And then also you have the Three of Air. Yeah. You have unexpected children too. Well, maybe that's why you were you were so interested with Lawrence here. Because you do have a daughter up first, and I feel like you end up with 3. 3 unex but, with the 3 of swords, that's unexpected, right? But, I don't know. I wonder here, maybe these other cards will tell us, more about oh, yeah, there's 3 you got, 3 sets of cards, so that's the 3 children. So, you do have 3 children, something unexpected about them. Yeah. Yeah, pages are feminine energy, and you can see let me see if I can get it to focus in here. There's a little girl on it. Yeah, pages are feminine energy, young feminine energy, and then knights are young male energy or masculine energy. And of course, queen and king, obviously older, you know. So, and are is it with Max? You have the calling, the judgment card. No, they're all immaculate conception. Yeah. It does feel like based on current energy, this is your calling. Feel like we got this calling card for Max when we were asking something about him and you and he felt it was his calling. So I do feel that based on this energy that it is them. Yeah, a fiery daughter, right? Well, you know, the apple don't fall far from the tree, right? So let's take a look here because I do feel like you have maybe you do. This is interesting that how it's coming in here because you got one card which will represent this first daughter, right? And then you've got two cards and two cards. Not that you're going to have, you know, twins twice and end up with five children. Uh, I don't think we'll see the energy here, but I feel like again you have twins. Like you have a single child first, and then you have twins. So interesting. What's all this twinsy energy? But for your daughter, yeah, King of Fire. So definitely fiery energy of you know, the daughter there. I feel like she's, you know, very much a bossy older sister. The older child syndrome is strong with this one, but she definitely, which is great because I feel like um she helps you a bit. Yeah, I was wondering. And we'll see if they are also male or if they're female or one of each, right? 'Cause, I do feel like, there might be a difference in the twins here, but I do feel like there's, like, something number like 5 years in between your first child and the twins, because I do feel twins energy, for you too, because it's unexpected. It's like, "What? Twins?" Um, and I feel like that's why she's 5 years old, and then I get I get 2 young siblings to boss around, and she becomes a little surrogate mother, kind of energy, right? What, you don't wanna practice for 5 years? Well, I feel like after she's born, when I feel like she's, like, 5 when the twins are born, you know? But, and that's based on current energies, of course, but I feel like, you know, raising one for 3 years, 4 years, you know, then you're ready to have another baby, and then you end up having 2. Yeah, right? So you have it and you're waiting, and then you're like, "Okay, I'm ready to have another child." And I feel like they are ready too. Let's see here. So the second or so the first of the twins, the firstborn of the twins, yeah, another fiery type of energy here. Um, this one does feel male, um, with the full card and the even energy. Um, it does feel here because the full card is actually like Aquarius, which is masculine energy. So I feel like the first one is male, and then you got the 6 of cups and the 2 of yeah, and again, they're confirming that it's twins, the second after the air sign, and then you got the 6 of cups. So you do end up with a the male first and then the female. So you have an older sister and then the middle child who will be the male and then a female. So you end up having um, those. So Interesting. Maybe that's why you were drawn because it was such a an energy. Oh my. But, if you're worried about twins, my sister-in-law, she's like 5'4", 5'5". She's the small one, and, um, and she had twins, and she's like, "You know what? That's the way to do it." You don't usually carry them for 9 months. They usually are born, um yeah, they usually have to they're born early. Oh, you're 5'4", yeah. So they're usually born early, and so you don't even have to carry full term. They're usually born premature, a lot of the times, especially if you're, a smaller individual, and, um, and you get 2 done at a time. Boom, boom, you know, done, So, and let's see here, so I love that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, but you'll also have a little bossy, 5-year-old to help you, and, of course, you'll be able to have a nanny to help as well, you know, because of course, you guys are not gonna be hurting for money, as well, so I feel like you're gonna have all the help, you know, through it all. Maybe even 2 nannies, 1 for each. 3, 1 to take care of the bossy and then 1 for each of the children, right? A night nurse? Well, actually, you'll have 3 live-in nannies, 1 for each of the children. Yeah. She's gonna be fun. Yeah, I like it. So use your time well is your fortune cookie, 24. Make every moment count. I like it. Enjoy every moment because before you know it, they'll be grown. So Alice from Alice from Wonderland, it says, "I think you might do something better with the time," she said, "than wasting it and asking riddles that have no answers." Says asking riddles that seem to have no answer may seem like a waste of time, but sometimes it leads to discovery. When we allow ourselves to ask questions that may have no discernible answer, we might find out valuable things and unearth what we truly think and believe. But there is another element to this card, is there are people who will waste your time, not only by asking questions that have no answers, but by deliberately asking those questions intending to take up your time. Um, and that would be your bossy child, right? Why? 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 Oh my god. There are you're like, you're going to pre-K. You're going to pre-pre-K. There are people in our lives who feel justified questioning, prying, or wasting our time. It's up to you to decide what questions are worth answering and those that serve no purpose and can be left alone. Like Alice, you could find yourself becoming bothered by people's desire to confuse you. When this card comes, it is essential to create a safe space about yourself and to know what you're prepared to do, uh, and then what you are prepared to withdraw from and what you will leave well alone. Trust Alice on this. There are many people in the world with questions that will simply waste your very precious and irreplaceable time. Answer only those that bring you closer to a resolution or that will lead to a greater and deeper way of experiencing the world. Some people love to feel they are important enough to take up another's time for no sound reason. Do not let them waste yours. They're telling me it's funny. I feel like you have this, especially in the day and age. Like, I feel like when your daughter and maybe your children start asking, "Why this?" That's a great question. Let's write that down and let's go look it up together later. and then you write it down and then see if they remember to bring it back up later. "Oh, that's right. We did write that down, didn't we?" Teaches them to be inquisitive, and it also puts those questions off to later that you don't wanna answer right now. The divination says someone could be wasting your time by asking questions they have no interest in answering. People not listening or repeatedly asking for assistance, but not heeding advice. And someone wishes to take up a great deal of your time in order to feel more important, listened to, and cared about. Set your boundaries. The reversal is being available to one and all, exhausting yourself by answering questions that are not asked with the right intentions, squandering your precious time, lack of appreciation for your time, being prepared to not marry, but martyr yourself to help others, feeling helpless like the victim of time, and spending time on unsolvable problems, having little impact due to your time being wasted, and feeling pointlessly harassed. You're harassing me, little child. Where's my nanny? All right. So that's what they have for that one. Hopefully that wasn't too scary. But what's a miracle too, because I think my nieces were born like at 7 months. Like they were born really premature. They were tiny. And they had to stay in the hospital for, I think, for a couple weeks. But this was 30 years ago, probably or more. Well, yeah, because I was 25 when they were born, and if I'm 59, that would make them what? Oh God. They're in their 30s, aren't they? Hyperventilate. But, so this was that long time ago, right? So they actually gave them they had medicine to help their lungs finish growing, and they're beautiful, they're healthy and wonderful, so I like it. What? Yeah, yeah, those other ones. They are identical. They look different. They were hard to tell apart. You'd have to be around them a lot to see the difference. Now they dress differently, um, and their hairstyles are different, very different personalities. The older one, was by minutes, minutes apart. Um, she's, like, really down to earth and, doesn't care about, looking, you know, all the makeup and all the style and all that, really down to earth, wanted to be like a veterinarian, loves animals, but doesn't like to see animals in pain, so she's like, "No, I can't be a vet. I love animals too much." It broke her heart to see because I think she worked at a vet for a little bit, and she was like, "I can't do it." And the other, she's very about style and all this as well, and it's really interesting that, even though they were identical and they lived a lot of the same life, that they had totally different personalities. So it's really cool. So thanks for asking. All right. So let us continue on here. I don't think I missed anyone. I think I was keeping up with the conversation here. Yep. So we'll continue on here. We have Moonlight up next, and then May will be back to you. So Moonlight, we're 24016 coming in here. Yeah, yeah. LA May Clampett from the Beverly Hillbillies. I like it. All right. So, Moonlight, thank you for your donation. And so you're wondering if the person living in your head wants to tell you something. Whoa. uh, Yes, get to a psychiatrist. Uh, just kidding. So if so, what is it all about? Why don't they talk to me in real life? Anything I need to know about this? All right. Let's take a look here. So just to make sure I'm picking up what you're putting down, that you're really interested in someone and they live in your head because you think about them a lot and you want to know if they want to tell you something and why won't they tell you in real life and step up and tell you it, right? And then anything you need to know about this. All right. Yeah, let me tell you a story about a man named Jed. Something about he could barely keep his family fed. Then one day he was shooting at something, and then out of the ground came a bubbling crude oil, that is, Texas something, blah, blah, blah. Wow, that's a old memory being activated. All right. What a show. I know, right? Granny and her shotgun in Beverly Hills. Sorry, Moonlight, we're talking about the Beverly Hillbillies. All right, so does this person want to tell you something? Okay, and then what is it about? I think we got all that. And then why don't they talk to you about it in real life? And anything you need to know about this. All right, so what we got here. Yeah. Do you have the Page of Swords, Page of Air on the bottom? So there definitely is uh, the wanting communication, the swords energy coming in here. Of course, underneath that, we have the lovely your moon energy here, Cancer moon, making itself known below the surface. So there is that energy of your moon energy that just drawing them towards you. But let's see here. What is the message? What do they want to tell you here? Yeah, we have the Fool card. There is this adventure energy that's coming in. It's about, wanting to, you know, experience, something, grow, not really grow, but yeah, kind of grow. But it's like, I want to go on an adventure with you, but I don't want to have expectations and I don't want to have, these intentions in this. I just want to see what would happen, and so I feel like that's the Fool card, a new adventure energy, free of expectations. Yeah, the 9 of Earth, 9 of Pentacles is a lot of that hermit energy. They do, like their independence, and they do like to be not to have someone try to change them, try to make them be who they want them to be, and that kind of energy. So, there is that underneath there. And we have the Ace of Pentacles, which is an abundant energy. They feel like it could be something that could lead to something, but it's about possibilities, not guarantees and intentions and expectations kind of energy that's coming in, right? What is it all about? Yeah, the 10 of Swords, expectations energy. And this does say a lot of why don't they talk to you in real life? Because they feel like that you have a lot of expectations on who someone should be. And whether that's true or not has nothing to do with it. It lives in here in their own head because they already had that before they met you. Like we talk about, like all of us grew up with expectations and we think everyone has the same ones as we do. It's not true. But, you know, especially if they feel and they come from a place where there was a lot of, being told that they were disappointing and they weren't doing what they needed to do, they were failing, hearing a lot of that stuff, then that makes us as adults, because we've got all that crap from when we were growing up, this all or nothing mentality, black and white, and they're like, "I if there's expectations, I'm gonna fail, and then I'm gonna be a failure." It's not just something that happened, they've been taught to define themselves by that, and I feel like that's why they've kinda have hesitated to move forward, and then these are why don't they talk to in real life as well. Yeah, well, that makes sense, like we were just talking about. Got the 5 of Pentacles, the fear of not being enough, of being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold, and the Patience, Temperance card is also they're kinda waiting to see what unfolds, if anything brings you across each other's paths you know, um, and just thinking that if it's meant to be, something will happen. Kinda energy, but there a big piece of it is that expectations, which leads to that fear of lack, of not being enough kind of energy. What else do you need to know about this? Yep, death and rebirth and 10 of Pentacles. I do feel like they had a relationship with someone because the 10 of Pentacles is a relationship that, um, ended. So they did have a relationship, at least one, maybe even I don't know if they had a spouse or someone, but I do feel like someone either relationship ended or someone passed away. And I feel like this can even go back to um, some like one of their parents dying or someone important dying when they were younger, because there is this fear of abandonment that's there that kind of spawns from it there. But I feel like they're working on it a little bit here, but, what is it with the town that you're in? These are like all the men that you've been attracting? Or is it the same one? 'Cause 'cause it's like, yeah, it seems like a lot. Did they have an abusive teacher? Are all these people the same age? Are they all from the same family? Because seems like a lot of them have those same core, which is common with a lot of humans, honestly, right? But, it feels like, there is this mirroring, this drawing in of these individuals, right? Which they are a mirror. They all show us where does that apply to us in our lives, right? How can we be freed from that ourselves? So, all right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Yeah. Let me not see myself as limited. There we go. Who would attempt to fly with the tiny wings of a sparrow when the mighty power of an eagle has been given him? Right? I love that limitedness energy that we were talking about. So hopefully that helps, my friend. That's what they got for you, my dears. So many blessings to you. All right. Yeah. The Beverly Hillbillies. All right, let's do a couple of shout outs here. We got Maria P. I see your free reading request. You'll be number 15 on the free readings. And then we have Ravit. Hello, hello. Good to see you as well. And we'll get you, you'll be number 16 on the free readings. And then I did have a couple donations come in via Z PayPal, and those are from Maria. So, Maria, we'll get you on here. Let me grab your name. Thank you for those. You'll be number 19 and number 20 for the donations. All right. So I think I'm all caught up. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All righty. So we are back to May. So May, we got 250, 17. This is dedicated to Lauren Smith. I put it on there. So thank you for this. You want to know what did Max think of you in your birthday suit? And on a scale of 1 to 10, yeah, have you had your glass of wine? Are you prepared? Let's see. See what we had here. So, what did Max think of you in your birthday suit? Okay. And On a scale of 1 to 10. She's all prepared. Da-dun, 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 da-dun. So, bottom of the deck, wow. Temptation. It's the devil card, but I love that they call it temptation. Yeah, and I like that. I wanna take a bite out of that. Ooh, ooh la la. So what did he think? Well, we had the king of earth, the king of pentacles, which is abundance. Not like, wow, that's abundant, but it's a positive energy, right? And then got the high priestess too, which there's this sense of, um, I don't know, it's like a mystery energy, like mystical energy around you too. And um, I love this. I don't know, do you have a tattoo? Because I'm feeling like there's something like very, I don't know, it just felt not witchy, but it just felt mystical, right? It is a compliment, yeah. Yeah, because it's abundance, it's like, wow, and it's hidden, but did he get to see it? Because there's something about it that made it just seem, like, mystical and mysterious, um, and something like, that they were curious about what it means and where it comes from too. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, so I feel like that there was something like that too. So they liked the tattoo with this high priestess because it was like, "Oh, wow." The hidden revealed with the high priestess. So, yeah, interesting. Bow chicka bow bow. Wow, wow. I love you, Chels. You guys crack me up. Alright. And then oh, I love this. On a scale of 1 to 10, the Knight of Swords. So, pages are 11s, knights are at 12. So, I love that. On a scale of 1 to 10, he would say you're a 12. Why 12? I don't know. Not an 11, but a 12. So, I feel like that is what he would say, and that was his opinion, was just like, everything that he wanted and more, right? I love that. And then, what else? There's 3 more cards. Let's see what else we have here too. Yeah, right. We've got Leo card, fire energy, lioness, this wonderful fiery energy. Um, so a really, really passionate energy, of course. You were definitely, uh, activated his fire. We got the Queen of Earth, Queen of Pentacles. He loved, also the, this is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, the, sensuality, the, divine feminine energy that you had with this too. And, yeah, the 7 of Fire, I like it. Feel like you were very confident too. That's something that came through with the 7 of Wands that, it's like the sun, like the Leo energy, which is that you were, I'm not gonna dim my light. I'm not gonna, ask, permission to shine or defend or feel I have to defend who I am. And you were just yourself. And that really made it even sexier. I feel like they loved your confidence and you know, here I am. So I like that. So I feel like that is what they have for that one. Yeah, but yes, you're like, rah, like a lion leaping on a gazelle. Help, help. She was hungry. Hungry. Okay. Let's see. Your fortune cookie says, "All things are lessons God will have me learn." Yeah, I'm sure he did. Says it takes great learning to understand that all things, event, encounters, and circumstances are helpful. All lessons are helpful. All circumstances are helpful. I love it. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your multiple donations. So I love it. You guys crack me up. All right, and then let me see here. Jojo, let me scroll back up here. Did I miss your question somewhere? Let me see here. So Jojo, I don't know if you're here. If you put your question, I think it might didn't appear on my side, or you might have fallen asleep, which is okay. So I'm going to put question marks next to you here. If I can remember where the question mark is, yeah. So I will come back to that um, when I'm done with the donations. And if I haven't got your question, we'll do as we did before and pull a general reading and see if that answers your question. All right. So we've got Kira Ellis up next, 25725. So, Kira, here is your timestamp. Thank you for your donation. And want to know what's happening with A and will it move into anything? All right. So, based on your current energies, what's happening with A? I feel like we want this here, this here. I do want this one. I do want this one. And that one, evidently, too. I think that's it. Okay. Yippee! Hello. Thank you. All right. So I think we've got these here. So what's happening with A? So bottom of the deck, we do have the 8 of fire, the 8 of wands, which is a lot of passion, fiery attraction energy that's coming in. Underneath that, another transformation kind of energy, which this is the death and rebirth energy. Um, Which does remind me of, like, flow and change and like a caterpillar to a butterfly, so feels like there's some transformation happening. Feels like some things might be coming in fast and furious, because that can be, like, a lot of energy and a lot of quick energy. But let's see what this is here. What's happening with A? We got the 4 of swords and the world card, yeah, yeah. So there is a little bit of rest, uh, energy that comes in here with the 4 of swords. They're usually sleeping on the ace of swords, seeing things from a different perspective, and the world card, being the last card in the major arcana, is about an ending of a big cycle, beginning of a new adventure full of possibilities. So I feel like they've been in a little bit of a quiet energy, trying to get out of their head, trying to, look beyond what they kind of felt with expectations or, whatever these rules are. And they're trying to think outside of that and look at what's possible instead of what's limited. So I like that energy. We also have the Knight of Pentacles and the Ace of Cups. So it does feel here, slow movement. It's the slowest moving knight out of them all. The Knight of Pentacles there, um, and the Ace of Cups is about can be start of emotion. So it's passion energy and slowly moving into emotional energy, which generally happens a lot of times. We as humans, our mind is like trying to protect our heart, not allowing us to leap forward and, get hurt, energy, especially if we've had pain growing up as children and then had to echo out into other relationships and experiences. Their mind is a little bit, uh, some of us are, we give trust right away, and there's the others of us that you have to build trust. They're a you got to build trust kind of person. So once they feel trust is built, then they'll start opening up their heart. in sorry, your spirit guides. Right now, all they do is open their pants. They'll open their heart later, but the fire energy is, that's how they show how they care. So it's like, oh, okay, that's an interesting way of saying that. But there we go. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, this is their fear. The Tower card is someone suddenly leaving out of their life, you know, feeling like quickly again, that's that fear energy. And they could have experienced that when they were younger, someone dying, someone, leaving, like a parent divorcing or not being in their life. It could have been a close grandparent or aunt and uncle that it happened to. It's someone that meant something important to them when they were younger, suddenly were gone, and so they felt that kind of energy, or they could have moved away too, forced to move away and leave all their friends and everyone behind. Can do that as well, but not as it depends on how close they were to everyone and everything, because this is kinda like feeling suddenly ripped away, from a situation. Yeah, Queen of Swords, which is, trying to balance their head and their heart. Temperance, again, taking their time. They wait for this balance to come in with all this, as well. And then, yeah, we have the Knight of Wands. So again, kind of reiterating here, kind of what I said, because it's all about, they're slow at opening up and balance. Once their head and heart are balanced, that's when they share. In the meantime, a lot of passionate, a lot of action energy. Movement, it's energetic, physical attraction, but it's also about doing things, kind of energy, right? Yeah. Well, so there is that connection, and that doesn't mean this is means that's how it would unfold, right? So, I feel like they're in this little, like we said, they're in this, um getting, this 4 of, swords time of thinking about expectations, doing those kind of things. But so there's an attraction that they have for you there, but, that's what would happen first. It would be motion, not emotion, action, and then eventually, slow moving though, they would open up their heart, and then there can be more there too. So, um, yeah, and that's not saying that that's what's happening now, like, that's not even it's not even that yet, and it's like, yeah, but that's because 'cause they're in their head and they're in that transformation, death and rebirth kind of time. So, it's like, yeah, that's good. That's, we're okay, with people taking their time and unless it's gonna be years and years and years, It's like you need to up that therapy. We need to get to the root of that. But I kinda feel like that's where we're at right now, and it does feel like it can move into something, um, you know, so hopefully that helps. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Ah, I like it. Love created me like itself. It says, "You are the work of God, and his work is wholly lovable and wholly loving. This is how a man or, human must think of themselves in their heart, because this is what they are." I love that. We are love. We're made of love. So I like it. Yep, absolutely. I'm very grateful. And thank you again so much for your donation. Many blessings. All right, let me take a quick sip here. All right. And then we got Ruby G times two. So, Ruby, your first one here. So, thank you for your donations. This one is why Oh, why the flip? Why the flip am I so sick and so tired lately? All right, let's take a look here. Of course, disclaimer, I'm not a medical professional. See disclaimer in the description area, right? All right. So why? But you get the 10 of swords. That's my I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone else's expectations and get people to live up to mine kind of energy. So let's see what we got here. All right. Yeah, you've got one, two, three, one. There's a pattern here. We'll see what this is about because you got one card and then two cards and then three cards and then back to one again. So one, two, three, one, two, three, one, two, three, one, two, three. So we got that. Hey, Jojo. All right. Got your question. So you'll be up here after Ruby's, after this one, and then we'll jump to Jojo and then back to Ruby. All right. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the Five of Pentacles. So, the Five of Pentacles energy is lack energy, right? It is that fear of being abandoned, fear of being left behind, fear of not being enough, and, that kind of energy. So, there is that underlying energy of, this a lot of emotion and a lot of energy invested in the fear of lack, of something being missing, something being taken away energy, right? So, that's a lot of that that happens, of course, and it makes sense with all the, you know, lower vibrational energy that's been around. It's can be difficult to, you know, uh, you know, get out of that, right? But the more we're in it, that's what sucks the life out. Like, especially expectations, like, all this stuff needs to happen and it's not happening. We're focusing on all of that not happening, not happening, not happening. It brings in more and more lower vibrational energy that just exhausts us because we're trying to control so many things outside of our control. It does get exhausting. And when the more lower vibration and the stress we have, that does drain our physical body too, which then when we're in fight or flight a lot, our body doesn't run at its healthiest. It actually shuts down our immune system, our digestive system, floods us with all these chemicals and adrenaline. And so we're feeling aches and pains, and our body's not fighting off bugs and different things because keep on shutting it down, and then it starts back up and we shut it back down, and it starts back up and we shut it back down. And sounds exhausting, right? So that's the underneath the bottom. Let's see what this pattern is. We do have the Ace of Air. I like this that have this gift of the Ace of Swords, which is giving you the ability to see things from a different perspective and kind of see something, you know, see something from a higher perspective, from unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude. And you've been working on that. So you have that gift and you've been cutting away some of these expectations, but it's like having a machete and trying to get through a jungle, right? Chop, 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 because there's so much that has been there for so long that, it's taking a little bit of time to get through this overgrown jungle of expectations, right? You do have the Chariot and the Emperor. Yeah, so some major arcana energy that's coming in here. And, you do have the um, power of choice energy that's coming in, the victory, the movement energy. Chariot, Mother Moon energy. So a lot about mother and choices of mother definitely being brought up here. But you are in this process of stepping into your power, trying to get out of your head and into your heart with that emperor, right? They clear the throne room, trying to get all that opinion out, all those expectations out, so that you can sit on your throne and look from your heart instead of from your head. So there is that energy that's coming in here. Yeah, and you have next with the three cards, you've got your higher self with the judgment card coming in, which is your higher self helping you, like with that Ace of Swords, see things from a different perspective. But with that Judgment card, course, we're bringing in all the court cases and all the concerns around everything. That's taking it there. You got the Capricorn energy of the Devil card and Saturn, which is about a long that kind of is the shaking and the rattling of your cage of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets about how things should be or supposed to be or need to be or have to be. So that's like that 10 of swords energy. And of course, the emotional dream come true of the 9 of cups, all those expectations around what you feel you need to have happen in order to be happy, and that's where a lot of this energy is being invested. That's why we feel tired and then why we feel sick, because we're going back to the what we started off with. It's trying to control things that are outside of your control, right? And you have the Queen of Swords, which is a balance between your head and your heart. And so when that's what can help you with the situation. It's, which is something that you're aware of. It's just making it a habit. The more we focus in on gratitude and we make gratitude a daily practice, an hourly practice, even. I think I mentioned already, when I wanted to get out of my mindsets and focus in on gratitude, in addition to doing a daily gratitude journal where I just would write something down that I'm grateful for and try not to repeat anything from previous days. And then I had a vibrating silent alarm that would go off every hour, every waking hour. Otherwise, I'd be a grump. Every waking hour, just reminding me, come back to gratitude. Because there's so many things that can drag us out of it when we come back to gratitude. Sticky notes, reminders everywhere of something. Remember gratitude. Because then the more we're focusing in on gratitude, then the more we see things to be grateful for, and the more we draw things in to be grateful for, and then we're in stress less. Our bodies really thrive in an energy of unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude and all that, right? So our bodies feel healthy and we feel energized and we feel wonderful. When we're feeling down, energy sucking the life out of us, right? So I feel like that's what they want for that. Your fortune cookie for this one is forgiveness offers everything I want. I know, the F word. Each lily of forgiveness offers all the world the silent miracle of love. I know that's hard, but and I probably have mentioned it before too about one of the beautiful ways I've heard forgiveness kind of explained or presented is refusing to be a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence. And we're doing it for ourselves, not to get them off the hook, but we're releasing our wrath. We're pouring out that pain and that anger and sadness, lower vibrational energy. We're cleaning it all out, and then we can become a vessel of love. And that's when our body and our lives are so full instead of feeling so bitter and sour and exhausted, right? And full of illness, because all that poison in a vessel of pain brings all that painful stuff toward us. When we pour that wrath and are like, I'm releasing everyone from the wrath, and now I'm going to focus on love. And we try not to bring any of that back. We just release people and go, you know what? The past is done. I'm releasing them from that. Doesn't mean that we stop, going to court and different things, but the energy behind it isn't revenge. Roar, it's I'm doing this because I love my child. I'm doing this because I love my husband. I'm doing this because I love my life. And I feel like this is what needs to happen, not attaching the outcome of whatever court and things to my happiness or my happiness attached to that. I'm going to be happy no matter what, but I'm still going to do the things, but the energy behind it is different. So hopefully that helps. And then we'll come back next we're going to jump to Jojo and then back to you for your second one there. All right, before that, though, I wanna jump in here. Let's see here. Yeah, we have Spaghetti. Hey, Spaghetti, good to see you. We'll get you on the free readings. You'll be number 17 on those. All right. So let me get up here, get up here, get up here. There we are. All right. So Jojo 31609. Hello. So you're watching a movie because you can't sleep. All right. Let's see if we can put you to sleep. Cheers, cheers first. All right. So you want to know, how did R feel about you? All right. So how did R feel about you? Okay. Got this and I got this. Got this. Got this. And that. And that. I feel like this one too. All right. I'm done with that one too. All right. Got it. Let me scooch these over. All right. So bottom of the deck, you suspect he has been whooshed away. Did or does. How does he feel? How did he feel? Well, the bottom of the deck, we do have the star card on the bottom here. So there's a bit of a dream come true energy, a little bit of balanced energy that comes in with that. It's Aquarius energy. So I like that. I feel like there's something about, really enjoying your uniqueness of who you are. They like that you're not normal, that you're weird and abnormal. They like that. They were really drawn to it because I feel like they're tired of everyone just pretending to be people to find out who they're not and everything. But I feel like they kind of felt like you were your authentic self. And a bit of a little bright light in a dark time in their life, like a star in the sky. Um, see what else we got here. Yeah, we've got the Knight of Swords and the Three of Cups. And they I feel like they were very inquisitive in the beginning, here of what is it that is bringing this kind of joy feeling around you? Because the Three of Water, Three of Cups energy is bringing that joy. And there's this, kind of a quest of understanding it. And so I feel like they did feel something and they wanted to, what is this about? And so that I felt like they were curious here, for you, about you. And we do have the Page of Pentacles and the Ten of Cups. So again, joy, joy, joy energy. And, looking for an opportunity, like, to raise their joy. And they I feel like there was this, they kinda caught you in a really vibrant energy that you were in, and they were like, "I want some of that. I wonder how I can get that." And they were very curious, again, about your energy that they were feeling, and I feel like they wanted an opportunity to try to, like, want that for themselves, um, energy. So that's interesting. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, the King of Water, King of Cups. So again, they had this idea with the Star card and the King of Cups. It's one of my very compatible energies. I feel like they felt that you guys would be very compatible together. Yeah, the Two of Water, they could see themselves with you in a relationship, very much drawn to you. Seven of Pentacles energy coming in here, I feel like we are gonna have something happen because feels like as they were trying to get to know you, there was something where the fruit of it wasn't meeting up to what they were hoping it would bring, which they were hoping that they would, catch whatever you had with this emotional, energy they were feeling that you have inside of you, but they weren't feeling it inside of them. And it's not like a cannibal, like, "I'm gonna spend time with you, I'm gonna catch it," you know? There is this, yeah, well, same, I know, right? Because you to get where you are in your life, you've done the freedom work, you've done the transformation. You haven't just gone along with life and, "Oh, well," and hoping it arrives. You've been working on yourself for a very long time to get that, and it's not just something you put a quarter in and you get it and, "Oh, look, I got it." But I feel like they thought, "Oh, I'm just gonna feel this way from you, and it's gonna happen." And you're like, "No, that's not how it works, right?" Uh, and then and then we have the 4 of Earth. Yeah, this is pointing them back to their self-worth. And they didn't like that mirror. Right? It doesn't feel like they were like, "I don't like the way this makes me feel." When we see in the mirror and we're seeing, you know, like your light, again, sometimes when we see a star in the night sky, you realize your darkness more and you're like, I wanna be a bright star too." And so they like, light a sparkler and it's "Psst," and then they're like, "Oh, you know, it's over. I thought it was gonna be a bright light." And you're like, "It's not just something you can light up." Oh, you felt he was the one who's done a lot of work? Mirror. Yeah, and then the 3 of Wands, it's choosing to go a different route. Um But yeah, I don't feel I feel like, you were looking at them thinking, "Oh, wow, da 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 da," but no, you're the one that's been doing your own work, and I feel like they feel like maybe they do feel like "I've done a lot of work and da 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 da," and you're like, "Well, maybe not." Not as much as they think they've done because they did see you as this bright light and some that'd be very compatible, but they're still looking outside of themselves for their happiness, and I don't feel like they found it inside of themselves yet, right? So, yeah, but it's interesting that, again, what you feel about others is about what you recognize inside yourself. Mirror, mirror. And if they felt, wow, you need to work on yourself more, you're like, exactly. I understand that. It's like someone's interviewing a little kid and they said, how do you deal with like stupid people who um, disagree with you? You just agree with them and you don't invest energy. And I go, I don't think that's the way it works. And the little kid goes, "You're right." But boom. You know what? You're right. Anyway, I am affected only by my thoughts. Interesting for your fortune cookie. And it says, "Seek not to change the world, but choose to change your mind about the world. What you see reflects your thinking, and your thinking but reflects your choice of what you want to see." Boom, right? Yeah. Yeah, they like to think they have things to teach, right? But hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you. So many blessings. Hopefully you'll be able to fall asleep. We'll send you some sleepy time energy if your higher self and you would like it. That was just for JoJo. The rest of you don't fall asleep yet. She's on the other side of the planet. All right. Much love to you, my friend. Hang in there. You are welcome. All right. And then Ruby G, we're circling back for number 2 for you. We got 32552. Speaking of mirrors, look at this. 2552. All right. Oh, you already know what it is. The X, the custody, and the child support. Oh my, right? The lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. Cheers, cheers. Yeah. All right. So let's dive in here and see what we got going on here. So, what is going on with the X? A lot going on with your X right now. Let's see what's happening here. Okay. Got all those off the table. And then the custody. Okay. And the child support. Yeah. He's asking you to send clothes and supplies because he's out, but he hasn't paid the child support yet. Is that right? You're like, good luck. I'll tell you what, I'll send you clothes and supplies if you'll, if you'll give me child support. How about that? All right. So let's take a look here. What's going on with your ex here? We've got quite a bit. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the moon energy coming in here, Cancer moon energy. Here's that mama moon, mother moon energy that's flowing here. Um, and we do have a Cancer new moon coming up next week. So, very much there's this energy here of phases of the moon. And there is this, as we're moving away from the full moon, there's this release, there's this things falling away, and there's time for new birth next week. So this is very much something about moon energy. Let's see, we've got the Queen of Air in the Tower. Oh, yeah. So for the X, we do have they're out of balance, of course, between head and heart, huge. But the Tower card is something significant was removed out of their life. So something that they thought was going to be, a good what they felt was a great situation for them has been yanked out. So something that they were working on, oh my goodness. I don't know if you guys heard that. Boom, 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 boom. I'll probably get a text here from my host saying, "I'm okay." Sounds like something was falling down. It could have been the puppy. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we've got low vibration emotion energy regarding the Empress energy that's coming in here. This is about creating something. I mean, and if you don't feel like there was a romantic energy in here, you know, um, then this could be parent, like mom energy. But at first, I did feel job, like something's happening with the job, and then something to do with their dream of the band. But then here it feels like something to do with mom too. So let's see what else we've got here. Yeah, we've got here. There is relationship energy that's coming in here. Um, yeah, maybe that's what here it is, this desire to want love, right? Yeah. And, that makes sense. So, a bit, fiery energy there too. So maybe there was something here about, a date that didn't come through or come, come to fruition. Um, yeah, and this desire with the 8 of Pentacles, just I feel like they want a new start. It almost feels like everything's falling down around them. It's kinda like that energy we talked about the other night, right? Where it's like when I underreport things, my life starts matching where my energy is focused. So, feel like there's been a change here and that, um, I don't know if it was like mom said, "No more help from us. You need to take care of things yourself. We can't, afford, you know, to help," or whoever this empress was. Where did they have a grandmother or somebody that was helping them with money? Because I feel like they've cut them off too. Like, I can't give you any more. Whoever this sugar mama was, this empress energy, I feel like there's been a change of heart. And then, so I just feel like there's all this stuff, falling down around them right now. Uh, hmm. Let's see what this custody, what's going on with the custody here. Yeah, we have the King of Air. So there is new communication coming in, a new story being created. Queen of Earth, Queen of Pentacles, again, mother energy, mother nature, mother nurture. I do feel like there's new communication, new decisions that will be coming down around custody. And I feel like we're going to get something coming in here very soon, and it's like, um, you know, oh, his grandma was paying for his legal fees. Yeah, I feel like she's like, that's enough. I don't think we can do this anymore. It's like a bad investment. But yeah, I do feel here that there's going to be a change coming in here. Yeah, and of course you're documenting them asking for clothes and supplies because he's out. It's like that's your responsibility when he's with you, not mine. We make sure he has plenty here. That's not part of the deal. In fact, where's my money, right? And speaking of child support, yeah, and so he definitely here's the conflict, the 5 of swords and the hermit card. He's having difficulty doing it himself. So I do feel here, there is this energy all coming in. There's about to be a change with this Cancer new moon being mother moon energy, because the moon energy is all about the experience with mother. And so I feel like he's having a um bad experiences, um this all the feminine energy in his life, his mom, his grandmother, you dating. It just feels like the divine feminine, this moon energy is like, oh no, it's not going well here. He's telling everyone, "Mm-mm. Oh, you're unfit and can't afford to take care of him." While you're paying to take care of him, and he won't pay child support and can't afford to take care of him, right? That's the mirror, right? It's always a mirror, it's always a reflection, right? So it's like, okay, and it's always a great mirror. We realize what people are saying is about them, and then what we're thinking about others is for us in some way too. So where does that fit in for you, right? Because you can't control what's going on over there. Um, but when we think they're being hypocritical, about what they're saying, how are my thoughts about them uh related to how I feel about myself, right? Like they're making up things that are untrue. How am I making up things that are untrue about me? And how does that resonate, right? I don't feel like, you're making up untrue statements about them, but we never know, there could be that too. I feel like that might be a more difficult stretch than looking inward and going, how am I making up things about myself that are untrue?" What are those voices inside my head telling me that are untrue about me? You know? So I like that. Right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And you have, "We're all mad here," that's for sure, right? Everyone is a little different. It's so true, aren't we? So from the Alice in Wonderland book, it says, "But I don't wanna go among mad people," Alice remarked. "Oh, you can't help that," said the cat. "We're all mad here. I'm mad, you're mad." "How do you know I'm mad?" said Alice. "You must be," said the cat, "or you wouldn't have come here." Right? Says, "Most people like to fit in. Most people like to feel that all the other people feel they're quite normal. And other people like to be around people who are very safe, predictable, and, well, ordinary. Only, as Alice is told by the wise Cheshire Cat, we're all mad. There is not a person on this planet that does not have a little secret or a strange little something they have done or do, and yet on and on we go all the time attempting to be normal. And normal changes all the time. Mostly people just want to fit in, to blend in with others, to feel that they do not stand out in any way. Standing out can make us vulnerable. It can make us conspicuous. Although our culture adores its iconic people, we do not generally tolerate difference very well at all. The truth is, we all have our little oddities, and we can exhaust ourselves trying to erase their visibility. We hide who we truly are. We do not speak of who we are, and we try to convince others that we are just like them. This card asks you to consider why you would hide any of your own strangeness when, as the Cheshire Cat says, we all are mad here. And we must all be mad, otherwise, we would not be here, living another lifetime, brave enough, mad enough to learn more on this journey of the soul. Isn't that great? I love that. The divination says, "Beginning to realize that everyone is interesting, a little bit different, and full of secrets, good and bad. Understanding that hiding what makes you your very own self is not only exhausting, but it is robbing the world of your unique wonder. Discovering that you are a little mad, and so in truth is everyone else. Embrace your eccentricities and your own peculiar genius." The reverse is telling yourself you're normal over and over won't make you so. You may be grounded, wholesome, earthy, realistic, pragmatic, but you're still a little mad. There is no need to deny it so strongly or to point out the madness of everyone else. Come to know your own brand of madness, and you'll be so much more at peace and able to enjoy the amazing life you've been blessed enough to experience. Wow, I love that. Yeah, it's interesting here, that you don't have to, you said, "I don't have to make stuff up about him." People don't even believe the stuff that's true because it's so wild. Well, again, the mirror, right? I don't have to make up stuff about me because I don't even believe the stuff that's true. How is that? It's like, oh, where's the, how am I deceiving myself? What are those thoughts and beliefs, these things of things are supposed to be this? That's a lie. Um, that's one of the things that we're making up that we strongly believe that he shouldn't act that way. That's something that we can't see. That's untrue, right? Or that's true, you know? And so it's amazing as we look at things how we can be set free because our source of anxiety, our source of fear is where we find the untruth. Because when this vision doesn't match this out here, that's when we're stressed. And this vision is the one that's untrue. Like a father shouldn't treat a child like that. There's a reason why it's happening, right? Yeah. Yeah, and that's the stiffness, the muscles. That's a sign of going into fight or flight mode, right? It's the all this stuff goes to our muscles to be able to fight, and that's why we have bodily pain. So it can be difficult to unlearn, but the more we have a belief that it's hard to unlearn, then it's hard to unlearn. The more we, change our habit to going, "No, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this." Not, "It's hard. It's hard. It's hard," right? Because the more I focus on that it's difficult, the more difficult it does become, right? Fun, fun. But hopefully that helps, BG. Thank you again for your donations. I greatly appreciate it. Hang in there. Hang in there. All right. You're welcome, Jojo. All right, so let's catch up here real quick. We've got a couple donations that came in. We got Justine. You'll be number 21 on the donations. We're coming up on number 19, so it's not far away at all. And let me grab here your question. There it is. We'll put that there. All right. And then we got Anna in the house. Hey, Anna. Good to see you. Hope you're well as well. All right. And then we got Honored. I see your two donations. Your first one will be number 22. I love your little super sticker there. You want to know, is Cappy blaming you for his rift with the girl that he's talking to? All right. You're so powerful. And then for your second one here, that'll be number 23. And that one's here. Whoops. Try that again. There we are. All right. I got you. Thank you for those donations. And let's see here. Yeah. Okay. I know where I'm at. All right. So up next, we have two for Maria P. And then we'll be to Justine. And then two for Honored. All right. So Maria, we're at 343.39. Coming in here. All right. So that's your first one there. I got your email up over here. So we want to know about Wally's thoughts and feelings for you today. All right. And then he texted you when he took off, but didn't when he landed. Why? What's coming for us this week? And a message from Wally to you and spirit message for you here. This one here. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Yeah, I feel like a need to rest. We got the Four of Swords, which is that, resting. The High Priestess is this, I feel like it's kind of a double meaning because one is I am exhausted. I'm so tired. I need to go and rest. I'm ready to pass out, right? But the other thing is, we used to get that Four of Swords quite a bit for you guys, which is those original times when he felt like he was in a cocoon. He wanted to be alone with you, away from the world, just to be in that little pocket, like you guys used to be. And when that was like the thing you used to look forward to, right? When that was the expectation that you were hoping would happen, and now you're like, "Yeah, yeah, 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 but what about this and this and this and this and this," right? It's like going back to that. He really loved that, and he really wants that, um, And I feel like it's a lot of it's because he's exhausted right now, and he's like, "I'm tired. I'm so tired." And then he texted you when you took off, but it didn't when he landed. Why? King of Wands. Yeah, when he landed, it was go, 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 go. Got to get here, got to get there, got to get my luggage, kind of energy. When you're taking off, you're kind of all settled and you're just kind of, I feel like this energy of, you're getting ready to head off. Everything is, the luggage is checked in. I'm in my seat. We're here and we're getting ready to take off, you know but then when you get there, you're like, "Go, grab your stuff, go," you have to, go get your luggage and then go either you're getting picked up or the car and you're going, people are talking to you and whatever's going on. But it's, action, 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 a little more busy kind of energy. So I feel like it just kind of came back to like rubber hits the road and then he's tired and exhausted. I feel like let me just sit down for a minute. I think you feel like you fell asleep. Traveling wears me out, I can imagine. Alright, and then okay, and then what's coming for you guys, this week? You got the 4 of Cups. Yeah, we got some stable emotional energy, so feels like just kinda going along. Nothing really exciting, just kinda balancing emotions out. Doesn't feel like anything chaotic or, vice versa. So it feels kind of just, I don't wanna say mediocre, but kinda in the middle. Nothing high, high or low, low. So we'll take it, right? And then a message from Wally to you. We got the 8 of Air, 8 of Swords. Yeah, this is about letting go of expectations, let go of the thoughts and beliefs that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small, and more so your thoughts and expectations that make him feel blinded and bounded and trapped and restricted and small. So let the expectations go, let them flow and focus on gratitude. That will help us get along so well, right? So this 8 of Swords is let go, let go, let go, and enjoy what is instead of what isn't happening, right? Spirit's message to you, Page of Cups. Yeah, I like this. Page of Cups is about your self-love. This is about, remember that every relationship in the outside world is a reflection of your inner love for yourself. And so whatever you feel is falling short out there is three fingers pointing back, not as a judgment, but as an observation. Say, this will allow you to understand what's going on and it'll allow you to transform things. Because if we think that all this happening out here is independent of that and that it means something about me, their actions are meaning something, we're going to live a life of misery, right? We're going to live a life of a lot of disappointments and a lot of feeling out of control and all that lovely stuff. So, like, come back to your own heart. The more you raise your own love, the more these relationships with the outside world, with children and friends and family and lovers, amazing, more amazing, right? So that's what they have for that one. Your fortune cookie is miracles are seen in light. Says only you can deprive yourself of anything. Do not oppose this realization, for it is truly the beginning of the dawn of light. Yeah. No one else can hold anything back from you. You're the only one that can give yourself the love you're looking for. So if you feel like you're not getting something, it's not out here that's holding it back. It's us, right? That's an epiphany. Whoa. All right. So that's what they have for that one, my dear. All right. And then I think this is your second one here. Yeah. All right. And thank you, Michelle Smith. I just got your donation that came through, your Just Because donation. I am so grateful for that. Do you see how it makes me smile all the time? I am so grateful for that. There she is. Many blessings to you. uh, and I'm so grateful, just so grateful. I can't say enough how that just makes me, um, I don't know, it just hits me in a wonderful way. So thank you so much for that. All right. So Maria, we will circle back around for you in a sec. Let me just do a couple more shout outs here. All right. So we got Lemon Limes Lulu. Hello, hello. I see your donation. That'll be number 24 on the donation list here. And let's grab your questions here. Whoops. Try that again. There we go. And then here. Oh, okay. Okay, so that first one was okay. So just that one line is your actual one here because I see that. I go, you did a reading for me. I'm like, oh, I see. You changed it up there. I get it now. I get it. All right, and then we've got Ruby G. Thank you for your additional donation. That'll be number 25 on the donation list here. And here is your question. All right. And then we did have Belavan. Hello, hello. I didn't see you retracted your message, but if you're looking for a reading, let me know. We do have donations, but then we also have a free reading list that I get to. Donations do get first priority, though. But I always get to all the free readings either the night of or in the morning if I don't finish before the end of the session, if it goes many hours. So welcome. All right, everybody. I think we got here. I might need to take a break here after Maria P. Her second one here, because I've been on for almost 4 hours. Have not gotten up from here, and my buns are numb, so I need to get up and grab some more coffee too. So I'll take a quick break, and then the stream will continue, of course, but I shall return. All right. We got Nico. Hey, hey. Good to see you. So we will get you on the free reading list here. You'll be number 18 when we get to the free readings. All right. So we are good. So let's jump in. So Maria P, your second one is 35337. Yep, that's correct. Here we are. All right. So you got work for you at your job. Let's dive in. Don't know if you've been hearing, so like with dollar donations, we dive deep is ankle deep. And so $1 donations are ankle deep, and then other ones we dive deeper. So we'll dive in, but we won't dive in with our head. We'll dive in with our big toe. Otherwise, we'll crack our head. All right, so let's take a look here. Work for you at your job. Let's see what we got here. All right, we got these here. All right. All right. So let's see what we have here. All right. All right. All right. Yeah. So we've definitely got here. We're starting off with the Five of Wands, the Five of Cups, which is a conflicting energy, right? Of both of, fire energy, wands energy, and emotional energy. So there seems to be a little bit of like passionate, fiery conflict and a little bit of emotional conflict that's kind of been happening at work and is kind of still continuing a little bit, but it can balance out with the Justice card. It's the balancing of the scales that she's holding over here. Don't know if you can see it very well, but the balance comes with seeing things from a higher perspective. because you have the Queen of Swords, which is the balance between head and heart, and you also have the 10 of Wands, which is an energy of changing your energy. It's going from something that feels like a burden to something that feels like a blessing. So there can be a change, excuse me, of energy at work, but it starts with you. Your experience of it is what you can change. So when you go in with a energy of gratitude for what you have and what you have had, then you can draw in more things that match that. When we go in feeling fear or lack or conflict energy, fear of conflict or conflicted, we draw experiences like that that come in, right? So it's within you um, that you can make the changes regarding, your job that's there. You have the 7 of Pentacles and the 8 of Pentacles too. 7 of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, and we're like, is this really what I want?" And then we put in the blood, the sweat, the tears to change it to the 8 of Pentacles. Pardon me. And, um, and then that can bring different fruit, because it's like if we just go with the flow, just allow it to keep going as it is, we get the fruit that was planted, which we're like, "Oh, that was conflicted fruit." So we're gonna get sour, bitter fruit instead of delicious fruit, right? So I feel like there's a big uh, kind of nudge and an awareness that if you want to experience things different at work, then you have to change in here first because you don't see the world as it is. You see the world as you are. So as you change, then the outside world changes too. So I feel like that's their big message regarding job right now for you. All right. And your fortune cookie is into his presence would I enter now. And it says, you can refuse to enter, but you cannot bar the door that Christ consciousness holds open. Come unto me who hold it open for you, for while I live, it cannot be shut, and I live forever. I like this, regardless of our, spiritual beliefs. This is from A Course in Miracles, this deck. And they did channel the Christ consciousness, which is different than, the kind of the Christian belief system a bit. But this is the door never closes. We always have an opening to communicate with the creator and the universe and your spiritual posse. So, whenever we feel we're in need and guidance, there's always an open communication there. So I like that. Right. And that's what they have for you, my dear. For now, so many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. We will circle for your free reading, which will be number 15 on the free list when we eventually get to those. All right. So I'm going to take a quick break since I'm hitting 4 hours. And when I come back, we have Justine, 2 for Honored, and then 1 for Lemon Limes Lulu, and then back to Ruby G as well. So that's where we're at on donations. And if those are it, then we'll move on to free readings. But I do prioritize donations. So if you want to move on the free list up, um, a donation of any kind will move you up. So just so you're aware. And there's all the forms of donations are down in the description area of the video. In addition to the super chat at the bottom, I have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay if you're interested as well. And there's no set dollar amounts. Like I said, a dollar is, that'll give you ankle deep dive. And the more we go up is the deeper that we go. So that is what they have. So I shall return here. Thank you for your patience, and I won't be too long. So cheers. All right. Thank you guys so much. Get my little heating pad going here. All right. I think we're set. Let's just turn it on. Boom, boom. All right. I think we are good to go. So thank you guys so much. Like I said. All right. So let us dive back in. We are at number 21. So Justine, we're 40411. Like these fours and ones for you here. All right. So thank you for your donation. You want to know what divine angel guidance for your connection with AR? What does Spirit want you to know? All right, let's take a look here. Okay, got that. And let's say they do want that. I feel like this one too. That one too. Okay. So bottom of the deck, you do have the Three of Swords. There's a little bit of expectations equal disappointment energy coming in a little bit with them. So I do feel like there's some unexpected interactions. We'll see what that means here. Is that a good unexpected or ooh, so let's see what we got here. So first of all, your connection with AR, you do have the Eight of Fire, the Eight of Wands. So there is a bit of mutual attraction, physical, energetic, passionate kind of attraction energy that's there. Do have the 10 of water, 10 of cups. So there's a bit of joy and it's joy and emotional energy. It's also a relationship energy. And then they have the two of air, the two of swords. So that's where kind of some conflict comes in because it's like they're having a battle between their head and their heart. It's like their heart is like, and their passions are like, whoa, but their mind's like, whoa, come back here. Because it feels like there, is a bit of an energy of wanting to hold back. And let's see what else we have here, what spirit wants you to know around this. Yeah, and the 10 of air, 10 of swords, and the star card. So there is this is Aquarius. The star card is Aquarius air energy, along with the 10 of air, 10 of swords is a lot of expectations, the fear of having a lot of expectations, like, they and this doesn't mean that you have this, but in their mind, they already have this idea that, other people have such a high bar of what a dream come true is, and they don't wanna disappoint. That's where that the mind versus the heart, the mind thinks that there's all these expectations to be fulfilled here, and they're like, "Your dream come true must be this, and I'm here. I'm falling short, and I don't think I could, reach and be up to that, so I might end up disappointing you, so maybe I shouldn't act." And that's where that disappointment on the bottom, the Three of Swords comes in, that they're afraid of disappointing you, and even though they have this passion and attraction and water, energy of this relationship and all this emotion, they feel like, yeah, yeah, here we go, the Tower. They feel like that you'll suddenly leave them and they'll be left alone, and that's their biggest fear, is being alone and, being rejected and having somebody suddenly leave their life, which means they probably experienced that when they were younger, some sort of abandonment, someone leaving their life suddenly. Usually it'd have happened when they were 7 years old and younger. Could have been a parent leaving or, someone due to death kind of energy. But they do have this hesitancy in moving forward right now, and I feel like that's kind of where they're at, kind of at a crossroads going, "Am I gonna override my fears and have the courage to step forward and move on this, or am I going to allow my fears to keep my heart quiet and not act on these things and kinda keep feeling like maybe a feeling of distance if you're feeling that?" So hopefully that helps bring a little clarity there, Justine. That's what I feel like they have for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. So it says, I could see peace instead of this. It says, nothing real can be threatened, nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. I love that. Nothing real can be threatened, and nothing unreal exists. So that's where the peace comes in. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you, Justine. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then we have obviously Cancer. Hello. Good to see you. You'll be number 26 on the donation list here, and we're heading into number 22. So it's not really that far away. All right. I'm going to take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Some fresh coffee. Yum, yum. It's cinnamon bun coffee. Yum. With zero sugar caramel macchiato creamer. So it's like dessert. Yum, yum, yum. All right. Don't want to spill. All right. So we have honored for 2 coming up here. So for the first one, we got 4, 10 even. So honored. It's your first time stamp. And you want to know, is the Cappy blaming you for his rift with the girl that he was talking to? Okay. Let's take a look here. Is the Cappy blaming you? Okay. Then we want these 2. This one here. All right. So got the 4 of fire, the 4 of wands that's coming in here. There's a kind of a joy. In a way, there's this joy and celebration energy that's here. We'll see. Maybe they're uh, blaming you in a positive way. Maybe they're glad it's ended. But let's take a look here. It's a balanced energy, if anything. But so are they blaming you? We have the 5 of water. So there's a little bit of low vibration sadness that's there. Got the king of fire, king of wands. Let me see what else. We got the 8 of pentacles and the 9 of air. You know, I feel like I don't feel like there's blaming you for the rift here, because there is this king of wands is like taking charge of our own actions. And the 8 of pentacles is like putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, trying to get the reward. And that 9 of swords is like a nightmare and insomnia, meaning a lot of expectations. And I do feel a bit here that they kind of felt this wasn't going too well with this girl that they were talking to, because it feels like there was a lot of expectations from that other party. At least that was Cappy's experience of it. A lot of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's and must be's kind of energy that was there. Um, so let's see what else we have here too. You have a second set of cards. Yeah, we have this calling, the judgment card, seeing things from a higher perspective. Queen of Earth, Queen of Pentacles. So Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing ourselves, birthing harvest energy. And the 10 of Wands, which is moving from something feeling like a burden to something that feels like gratitude. So I kind of feel like we moved from the fear of disappointment of the 3 of swords, the heartbreak and disappointment energy, to the 3 of pentacles, which is about being true to our authentic selves. So I feel like maybe in the beginning they felt a little bummed about it, but with that 4 of wands on the bottom, it's almost like they're like, it's a blessing in disguise kind of energy, that this rift that happened, they're kind of like, I'm okay with it, kind of energy, because I feel like they, you know, felt like it was headed toward a, I don't know, a prison, more and more expectations, more disappointment, kind of things. And so I kind of feel like, like this girl that he was talking to wasn't really grateful for what the cappy was doing. They were more going, "Oh, good, you're doing that now." It's kinda like this, you know, check, 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 check kind of energy. Okay, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. It's, you're eventually getting up to 0, then you can have abundance. It just feels like they felt they were in the negative, the cappy, and so I feel like it's kind of a happier energy going, "I'm relieved," in a way, kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see here. Yeah. Love is the way I walk in gratitude. I like that. And then we've got try then today to begin to learn how to look on all things with love, appreciation, and open mindedness. This is what the Cappy would have loved to have from this other person, but it was an opposite of that. So I feel like that's what they have for that one. All right. We'll go to your second one here in a moment. Let me just do some quick shout outs, get some people on the list here. So we've got Alice in the house. Hey, Alice, good to see you. I see your donation. So thank you for that. You'll be number 27 on the list, and we're about to head into number 23. So it's not really, really far away. Whoa, let's try that again. I do know how to work a keyboard and a mouse sometimes. There we go. All right. And then we also have Marilyn. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Welcome back. And you'll be number 28 on the donation list. And like I said, we're at about heading number 23, so we're not really far away. We'll give that a love and a like. So I know I got you on the list. Let me just update my uh, emails, and we are good to go. All right. So thank you guys again so much for your patience in getting to your readings. All right. So honored, we are back for number 2 for you. Here is your second timestamp. And so, how's the Cappy feeling about you right now? Good news, bad news. Give it to me straight, Chief. I love it. All right. All right. Buckle up, Buttercup. All right. So, how is the Cappy feeling about you right now? All right. So, got that. I want these two. Okay. What else? Oh, this one here. All right. So let's see what we've got here. We've got these. We've got 1 and 4 and one more. Bottom of the deck, though, we've got the moon card here. So the moon card there's some hidden, things to be revealed and to come to the surface a little bit with that. But it's also about phases and, new moon, full moon, it's a changing energies. We have the Ace of Cups underneath that, which is about, it is a happier energy. We got the Wheel of Fortune underneath there. So kind of coming back into this previous reading of, maybe not gratitude, but yeah, blessing in disguise energy, right? So let's see what we got here. The first card off by itself, you have the Six of Fire, Six of Wands, again, a victory energy and an equal energy coming, you know, uh, together, 3 wands, 3 wands. So there is that attraction there. So it doesn't feel bad. On the other end, the bookend, we've got the Three of Air, the Three of Swords. Here's that disappointment energy from the previous reading that was on the bottom of the deck, right? Um, about this fear of disappointing, or that was someone else's reading, but they did have that fear of disappointing. It wasn't on the bottom; it was in the rift somewhere there. At least the message was, and so they're like, "I get it," the reflection, that needed to be seen. Cappies, I have a Capricorn rising. very much about doing the work, looking at things, they we like our shadow work, we like our freedom work, and we like learning, we learn from what worked well in the past and what didn't work. So when something doesn't work out, it's good information. It's like, was it Thomas Edison, whoever invented the light bulb? Someone said, "Oh, you messed up 1,000 times." They're like, "No, I found 1,000 ways that it correctly did not work." you know, it's like that we put the spin on going, nope, nope. I got information. That's the important thing. So let's see what these cards in the middle are about. So we've got another six card, six of earth, six of pentacles. So again, another kind of victory energy, abundance energy, but it's a balanced energy. So I feel like they're okay here so far. Yeah, we've got the Capricorn devil card energy coming in here. Again, the rattling of the cage, seeing the long held thoughts and beliefs that I get to release, and how I want to change things going forward with other people. Again, I feel like it's, maybe gratitude is stretching it, but I feel like, you know, they definitely feel, I don't feel like there's like angst energy so far. Yeah, we have the 8 of water, 8 of cups. Here's them walking away from a relationship and emotions that don't serve them. I don't feel like this is towards you. I feel like this is towards the situation, and go, I needed to walk away from there. And another 6. All these sixes, all this flow energy, sixes and eights that are coming in here. This is about moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. There is about, sixes are energies of flow and showing that this is the right path. I'm on the good path. I'm on a flowing path. So I feel like things are flowing. I don't feel like there's anything that's telling me that they are feeling in conflict with you. I feel like from their point of view that we're okay kind of energy, if not more, you know. Um, yeah. So I'm not getting anything, uh, like I said, conflicting or aggravated. It's all flowy with you, it feels like. So I don't feel like they're blaming you for anything. I feel like they're, like I said, not grateful, but, um, you know, good awareness, you know. Uh, Again, I keep on just getting blessing in disguise. It was a blessing in disguise. Now that I'm standing outside looking at it, analyzing it as Capricorn energy does, I get it. Okay, I see why this was for me, kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. Communication, yeah, I think there will be communication, and where I feel if you communicate with them, you'll get, you know, equal communication back. I don't feel like they're mad, anything like that, right? I mean, not angry. They might be a little mad in the head anyway, like we all are with this Alice in Wonderland we've been reading. We're all mad in this world, but they're not angry. Your fortune cookie is light and joy and peace abide in me. And it says, you are as God created you, not what you made of yourself. Whatever evil you may think you did, you are as God created you. Whatever mistakes you think you made, I'm adding that in there, the truth about you is unchanged. Your sinlessness is guaranteed by God. Yeah, because God sees us, the Creator sees us as perfect. They don't have all the rules and the supposed to be's and should be's. They just think all this stuff is a different experience, a different adventure. There's not right or wrong, good, bad, better, worse. They're just different. So hopefully that helps, my friend. That is what they have for you. So yeah, I don't feel like there's bad news in this situation. I'd have given it to you. Trust me. Capricorn rising, we will give you your truth if you ask for it. So don't ever ask for something you don't wanna hear, and in this case, it's like, "Oh, that's all it is." So, there you go. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Beatrice, hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. You'll be number 19 on the free reading list when we get there. And then Alice, thank you for your additional donation. That will be number 29 on the donation list. Let me get that up there. Doom, doom. There we go. And we're about to go into number 24. So I think I got everyone. All right, another quick sip here, and we'll continue going on forward. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So lemon limes Lulu 42420. It's your timestamp here. There we are. And you want to know, how does your friend feel about the tarot read that you did for her the other day? What did it make her do? Uh-oh. Hopefully it doesn't make anyone do anything, right? We can make it, like, our readings can make it easier or harder for people to choose higher vibration or lower vibration, but we don't make people do nothing, right? That's your disclaimer. We do not accept liability for anyone's choices. All right, let's take a look here. So how did they feel about the tarot read that you gave her the other day? And I'm so happy for you doing tarot readings, developing your wonderful relationship with your higher spiritual posse. And then what was the result? What did she decide to do with that information from the reading, right? That's how we're going to look at it, because you didn't make her do nothing. All right. So the bottom of the deck, the energy overall is the 10 of swords, which I like this energy for you, because this is kind of that energy of, I'm sick and tired of trying to, you know, uh, please other people, and I'm tired of trying to make other people please me. I'm releasing myself from expectations. I'm releasing everyone else, right? So I feel like that's a good energy to start with your reading here, is that, you know, you just give people information, like I do, uh, all we can do is provide. We're like the radio station, right? Um, we're like the radio, and then we tune into a radio station and we play the music, but we're just the stereo. The messages that come through are from the radio station. We're not responsible for what is said or what people do with what they're hearing, right? We're just kind of an instrument in a way. So I like that. So how did she feel about your reading? Oh, I felt like they were uh, the 10 of cups is joy, and they really enjoyed it. The 7 of earth, it might have taken them a minute, you know, to get to that point, because that 7 of pentacles is kinda like the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So I kind of feel like they maybe were taking a little bit of time to get on board, to flow with the reading, but I feel like they were enjoying it with the 10 of cups. We have the 4 of pentacles and the 9 of swords. So I feel like you were hitting on some things around their self-worth, around their expectations and their fears. And I feel like it was a good mirror. I feel like they were kind of like, whoa, you're kind of hitting me between the eyes a little bit, which can happen in tarot, right? So I like that. I feel like they felt, okay, wow, it's really making me think kind of energy, right? And then you also have the 5 of air, a little bit of conflict between their head and their heart. The hermit energy, yeah, they kind of had this. I want to kind of step step back and be alone and kind of process this. And then on the other side of it, it's like the hermit card was a hermit sandwich in between two fives, right? Conflicting energy. But there is this between their head and their heart. Their head was hearing you, their heart, I don't feel like, wanted well, a piece of them didn't wanna hear what you had to say because it meant releasing something, releasing a change, releasing an expectation. 5 of Earth, 5 of Pentacles is that energy of fear, being abandoned, being left behind, left out in the cold, and this energy of not being enough or not having enough. So I felt like some of the messages that were coming through for them was bringing in a fear of loss, a fear of not getting what I think I'm supposed to have. And I like that. I feel like it's a kind of a coming to Jesus kind of reading a little bit. I feel like there was hope and stuff in there, and she was enjoying it, but there was some truths that were in there that were triggering some fears that needed to be seen, and that's the freedom work, right? It's to set her free. What does she decide to do with your information? We have the 6 of Wands, the 6 of Fire, along with the 4 of Air, the 4 of Swords. And underneath that, we have the Hierophant. Yeah. So I feel like, when they went and pondered and processed it here, the Hierophant, being the master of change, seeing things from a higher perspective, feels like they took what you had to say to heart. And I do feel like they are planning anyway on making some changes because they're still kind of trying to see things from a higher perspective. And I do feel like as they absorb these things, that they see in between this restful energy and this victory energy is that if I want that, I have to change something. I feel like the big message she walked away is I can't continue to do what I've always done and expect a different result. That's insanity. And I feel like they are wanting to change, but I feel like they're trying to figure out exactly what they want to change and how they want to change it. So it feels like it's ignited a little bit of inquiry and query into things. And I feel like there will be some action that will come from it too. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. See, I like it. There's no will but God's. Says when you have learned how to decide with God, all decisions become as easy and as right as breathing. There's no effort, and you'll be led as gently as if you were being carried down a quiet path in summer. Yeah, because our true will aligns with the creator because we are of the creator. So we think and feel so much alike in the upper realms. Humans, this is where our troublemaker that we get in, our human side. But I like that. It's like, ultimately, our true will is in alignment with the creator's will. Just sometimes we go off on little journeys and side quests when our mind and our ego takes us out of fear into a little adventure. And then we come back, into things that feel more true to our higher energy. But it's all an adventure. There's no wrong choice, there's no right choice, just different choices that bring different experiences and different outcomes, right? So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right, let me take another quick sip here. I'm going to Ruby G next. All right. So, Ruby G, thank you for all your donations this evening. Here is your additional timestamp there. So, you want to know what's going on with your ex's mom. Is she drinking again? Is her business failing? And her thoughts and feelings on custody situation. Yeah, something definitely going on with mama and grandma. But I think grandma's more just, I'm tired of spending my money on things. That's my grandma. imitation. All right. So what's going on with M, your ex-mother-in-law, right? Don't be hissing, don't be hissing. So is she drinking again? See if we get a cups card. We did have the 5 of cups before for her, right? So we'll take a look here. So is she drinking again? How's her business? And her thoughts and feelings on the custody situation. So thoughts and feelings. All right. So, what's going on with the mom here? See, we've got the hermit. Yeah, she's kind of maybe she's locked away. Maybe she needs to be locked away. No, I'm just kidding. We got the magician. So, we got the hermit, the magician, and the two of air, two of swords. So, she's definitely conflicted. And this feels like she's torn in between being alone and not doing anything in action, alone in action, alone in action, kinda going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Energy here, like split personality. Uh-oh. Well, take a look here. So, she is a bit she's not all in now. She's like, "No, I'm not doing anything." "Okay, well, let's do something." "Well, no, no, I don't wanna do anything." So that kind of Uh, like I said, inconsistent energy. Is she drinking again? 8 of Swords. Don't know, that doesn't feel like drinking, 8 of Swords, because that's letting go of some old ways of thinking that blind, bound, trapped, restricted, small. So it actually feels like there's a little bit of clarity coming into her life, rather than, the other. And maybe that's what this change is that, you know, with lack of clarity, it was like all forward and now seeing everything that's going on and that they can't afford it and they're begging for money from grandma and from them and different things that they're like, maybe you shouldn't have, you know, if you can't afford them, then maybe you need to let them be somewhere where they can, take care of it all, and you can just have visitation with very low, um, uh, child support. Maybe that's an option. I feel like they're, ooh, seeing things differently a little bit in this moment, anyway, right? Is her business failing? Well, we got the Fool card. Feels like they're entering a new type of a new adventure or a new venture regarding their business. So I feel like there might just be needing to invest money into doing something new, which is making money tight, but I don't feel like it's failing. Her thoughts on the custody situation. Thoughts, 4 of Wands. Here's this joy, this celebration energy that's coming in here, but it's also a stabilized energy because it feels more that. Because I don't feel happy, I just feel like they kind of feel numb, like just beep kind of energy. Their thoughts are, I don't know. I don't know if because they're going back and forth. It's almost like maybe I just need to stay out of it. What? I know. Their feelings. Yeah, the 7 of Swords. I feel like it's interesting because that is like deceit energy and lies, and that they're realizing that there are some things that are being said that, like their son lied to them, and they're like, "Wait a minute." And I feel like that's where this mistrust is coming in a little more for them, because I feel like it's a big lie, not just a little bit of white lies, because I feel like they're okay with that, but then we're just like, "What?" kind of energy. Even on the bottom of the deck, we've got the 4 of Swords. which is kind of like, again, that, you know, peace of mind or, you know, uh, seeking peace of mind, and that I'm tired of thinking about all this stuff and, trying to fix all of your mistakes and doing all this stuff. I'm tired. So maybe something is waking up within mom here, which is surprising, I know, but I feel like when it comes down to your decisions are impacting me, that's different, you know, hugely impacting me. Okay, wait a minute, you know, I feel like, um, oh, and something to do with money. I promise I'll pay you back this money. Okay, you know, yeah, I'll give you this much on this one, this, and this is I have a plan. All right. But then, nope, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Now I have child support. It's like, well, haven't you paid it, right? Ooh, that's the lie. Cause they're like, wait, and because I feel like it slipped out. Well, and then I got to pay child support. And they're like, I thought you already paid that. And they're like, Uh, oops. So, I feel like there's, all this money energy is coming in regarding them, so hopefully that makes sense. Alright. I don't think I gave you a fortune cookie yet. Let's see what we have for your fortune cookie here. Yeah, I was like, "Holy Christ." "The Holy Christ is born in me today." It says, "The sight of we'll say Christ's love. The sight of Christ's love is all there is to see. The song of Christ's love is all there is to hear. The hand of Christ's love is all there is to hold. There is no journey but to walk with him, the creator," right? And it's like, yeah, it's all about love energy, right? Because that Christ consciousness energy, that is about the love of the creator. It's like we are part of Christ consciousness. We're the part of the Trinity. We have the divine Father, the divine Mother, and we're the divine child. We can have this relationship with Creator as our own little mini Trinity. And the amazingness of the Creator is that we each can feel like we have our own unique Trinity with the Creator, and they love to treat us like their only child, and they'll spoil us like an only child. And we can do that. That's the beautiful security that can come in with that. So I like it. So hopefully that helps there, Ruby G. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. All right. Then we've got obviously Cancer. Hello, hello. Thank you again for your donation. Here's your timestamp. And how's your grandma doing with your aunt? All right, let's take a look here. How is the granny doing with your aunt? Okay, I think that's it. All right. So it feels like things are going smoothly. We do have the 6 of air on the bottom. So I feel like there's some letting go of some expectations, some old ways of looking at things, seeing things differently, and it's moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. So it's a good flow of mental energy. So I feel like communication's going well. I feel like they're both kind of compromising, you know, um, communicating. So it feels really good, underlying energy there. Got 3 sets of 2. The first one is the Ace of Fire and the Page of Fire. Well, yeah. So I feel like they understand each other pretty much. Like grandma is like the Page of Fire and your aunt is like the Ace of Fire, right? Because it's like Granny's been around for a while. She's got her own special brand of fireness and feistiness, right? And and then the aunt, has her own fire. But I feel like they understand each other, and this makes sense with that 6 of Swords too, because if they get a little bit snippy with each other, they get it. You're speaking my language. So I feel like they might be a little abrasive. Um, like both of them might be known to be a little abrasive at times, but they don't feel like that with each other. They always wonder why people are sensitive. It feels like, "Why are people so sensitive?" I know. Rah, 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 psh, psh, psh. There's really blunt with each other kind of energy, which is fun. It's like people, if they're in the grocery store, a restaurant, people are like, "Oh my god." Are they fighting? No, they're just communicating, and it feels comfortable for both of them with that. That's funny. What else? Got the 5 of fire, the 7 of earth. Yep, I feel like, um, the 7 of pentacles is an energy of, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And I feel like this is kind of reinforcing that they're patient with each other's fire and that the fire has been changing a little bit too. I feel like, you know, um, with your grandma being with your aunt, there might have been like a little bit of butting of heads of I like doing things this way, I like things doing this way. And again, that compromising that kind of came in with that 6 of swords does feel like there is that in between and they're being trying to be patient with each other, knowing I don't know if you're are they just visiting or do they move in with them? Um, or are they just interacting with them? Because it feels like they needed to work out things. Because it reminding me of a story with my mom when she lived with her granddaughters for a few months in an apartment when they were all transitioning and moving into another state, and, my mom had a certain way that she liked things, and when she had was out working, when she came back, they had rearranged the kitchen and put everything the way they felt it should be, and that's the matriarchs. And I kind of feel like that kind of energy, and it's understanding the push and the pull and, wanting things a certain way and, so I feel like there's a little bit of that, but it feels like things worked out, and they're being patient with one another. Yeah, it feels very good. Again, 7 of, fire, more fire energy. Got all this fire. And the magician too. But the fire, 7 of wands, is an energy of, like, being true to one's authentic self, not dimming our light, not asking permission to shine, but shining bright, letting the fire shine. Again, there's all this energy of being true and authentic and, going, "You know what? We're gonna be fine." And the magician, card is very much about they're both experiencing it independently and differently because the magician card does, speak to whatever we focus on is what we manifest, what we draw toward us. So I feel like they're both on their own little adventures and choosing things. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of conflict. It just feels like true, raw authenticity with each other and dealing with it. So, I like it. Your fortune cookie is "By grace I live, by grace I am released." How fitting, right? Spirit is in a state of grace forever. Your reality is only spirit. Therefore, you are in a state of grace forever. I like that. So they're giving each other a lot of grace, it feels like here. So I like that. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you. Obviously, Cancer. So many blessings to you. All right. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So moving right along, we have Alice up and then Marilyn and then back to Alice after that. So 447.39 is for your first one here, Alice. There is your timestamp. And you wanted to know what would Jay's thoughts and feelings response be if you reached out to him? All right, based on current energy. Let me just pop my, oh, there it went. Crack, crack. So what would Jay's thoughts, whoa, don't be losing cards now, feelings if you reached out and response. All right, so we have that here. Yeah, bottom of the deck we do have here, we've got the Knight of Fire, the Knight of Wands. And even underneath that, the Sun card, there is a lot of fiery energy when it comes to Jay, it feels like here. They are a bit of a reactive energy, I feel. So when you said, "How will they respond?" I feel like it's more, uh, how will they react? And then how will they choose to respond after they've kind of, got out of the reactionary mode, right? So let's see what this is here. So Jay's thoughts first, we have the 7 of Cups. So it's interesting. Their thoughts are thinking about the emotions that they have felt between the 2 of you. So immediately it feels like they're going into analysis mode, which is what the mind does when we're talking about thoughts, right? Because our brain is developed, our thinking side 7 to 14, our emotional side 7 years old and younger. So when our mind starts to develop, it really pays attention to the heart and it's going, heart, the things you've been doing have been getting us in trouble. When you act sad or mad, we get punished or we get our praise taken away. And so I need to manage you. We're going to put you into the basement, to the cellar, into the subconscious. And then I'm going to run things because I will keep us safe. And that's what they're doing here. The mind is trying to keep them safe and analyzing, okay, what emotions have we felt before? Because I'm going to, you know, try to promote the good feelings. I'm gonna try to avoid pain is how the mind works, and I feel like with that 7 of water, they're analyzing it, right? So, I feel like they will go into that, they'll think about all that, the good times, the bad times, right? Their feelings, yeah, we've got it's funny that we go into the, mind air, air energy of the 10 of swords and transformation, which is the death and rebirth energy. And there is this, I feel like they kind of are looking at, um, the emotions are, I had fear or the mind had fear of not living up to expectations, and that's why maybe this end happened. And because if they fear failure, they feel rejection, then that's when they kind of and if this is what happened, why they distance themselves or why they ended communication or whatever it may be. So I feel like that still exists there, and it's good understanding that whether you had expectations or not on them, they definitely had this energy of believing that you had a lot of, supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's in your mind that you wanted them to be, and you wanted them to change to be someone that they're not. And if you didn't, then you failed and blah, 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 and blah, 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 a lot of this up here, right? And so I feel like that's kind of how they would think and feel. And then the response, if you reached out, yeah, it's interesting here because the world card is a significant ending, allowing for a new beginning, and the King of Pentacles is kind of this feeling of abundance kind of energy. It almost feels like they kind of felt that it was for the best to move on, and from that standpoint where they're coming from, why wouldn't we think it, right? "Oh, if I avoid failure, it's best for me not to try unless I'm gonna be successful." And I kind of feel like maybe that's where they come from in a lot of things, is if I can't have a high probability that I'm gonna be successful, then I'm not gonna continue or I'm not gonna try in the first place. And I feel like their response might be more of an energy of, I don't think that, uh, either no response or they will, keep it cordial, but not try to move forward kind of energy, if that makes sense. So let's see here what fortune cookie we have here. We're getting low here. Note this one here. Yeah, I like it. So my holiness shines bright and clear today. And it says, "In this world, you can become a spotless mirror in which the holiness of your Creator shines forth from you to all around you. You can reflect heaven here." Yeah, you can reflect love here. I feel like this energy in that, though, is that they don't like the mirror that you are, when they reflect in and they're seeing these things, these imperfections, this fear. It's not about you. This is about what's inside of them that's there, right? So I feel like that's, that response. So hopefully that helps, right? So we'll circle back around for your second one here in a little bit. All right. So many blessings to you. All right, Marilyn, we are up 45413. Good to see you. Thank you again for your donation. Here is your timestamp. So, what are Mark's thoughts and feelings and intentions towards you, and why didn't he call you back? Mark. Ugh. All right. Cheers, cheers. Let's dive in. Excuse me. Slurp, slurp. All right. Exactly. Ugh, ugh. All right. So, what are Mark's thoughts? Let's take a look at that first here. Get that and those. And then, what are his feelings? Got those. And intentions. Let's see what we got here. Those. That one. And then, why, oh, why didn't he call you back? All right. All right, we'll put this over here for now. Let me just scooch back here. I'm falling off my chair here. Squeak, squeak. All right. So, bottom of the deck, well, we do have the Emperor and the Empress energy coming in. The Emperor energy being the primary one, because that's the one on the bottom of the deck. But it's this indecision energy. They like clear the throne room to try to get out of their head and into their hearts, then figure out what they want to do and then make a plan. And they're kind of in that indecision kind of stage energy when we have this energy I'm feeling coming through. So that is what we have for that. And then that's kind of the underlying energy, just kind of understand what kind of general state that they're in. But let's dive into their mind. See what Mark's thoughts are towards you. So we've got the Page of Air, Page of Swords, that is about, you know, trying to gain clarity, trying to see things from a different perspective. A little bit of energy that I'm picking up of like, I want to call you, I want to contact you. Page is new, heightened or return energy. And of course, swords is all about communication too. So I feel like that's there. Got the King of Water, King of Cups. Yeah, there is this energy around, what a compatible person you are, what a good match you are for me kind of energy coming in. So their mind is, analyzing and seeing things differently and going, wow, really look at who you are. Energy, yeah, the 9 of Cups. You're a dream come true kind of energy. Let's see what's underneath here too. Yeah. And we've got here, the messenger of the earth, the king of and I mean the knight of pentacles, slowest moving knight, and the judgment card, this pool, seeing things from a higher perspective. So I feel like, there is a lot of this. The mind is coming to this conclusion, even though the emperor, it's they're trying to get out of their head is like, well, I think this is a really good idea. It looks really good on paper and, meeting up to the expectations I have of, and I even feel like the heart would agree that this is a dream come true kind of energy. And I feel like that's where their mind is at. Um, but there is something about, on the bottom, like we had here of Empress and Emperor, energy is, I know you are an empress, but am I truly an emperor or am I just a king? And there's something below the surface here in their mind that's kind of bubbling around that is saying, what if I end up only being a king and I don't deserve an empress? What's going to happen? Well, an empress will have me beheaded and find an emperor. Their little story. Is it a Game of Thrones going on in their head? I don't know. Maybe they're a big Game of Thrones fanatic, but I feel like they have this kind of unworthiness kind of energy. This, am I sure that I deserve you? Yeah, you would be a great match for me, but am I a good match for you? You know, there's that kind of insecurity there, kind of bubbling below the surface in their mind. So we've got that. I know, right? You're like, I know I'm an empress. Like, boom, own it, girl. All right, let's see what's going on in their heart as well. So we've got the Queen of Air again. So when I talked about the King of Water, the King of Cups, it's a beautiful balance between head and heart. That's what brings in that compatibility energy going. It's someone that can express their heart, but they're not so emotional. They're emotionally unstable, and they're intelligent and they can communicate their emotions, but they're not so much in their head. They don't know what an emotion is. That's why they're like, what a compatible person you are. Well, the counterpart to that, or another card of that, would be the Queen of Swords, which is what you get from the heart. So even the heart agrees, what a great match you would be for us, energy that's there. We've got the Five of Air, but here comes the conflict between the head and the heart. That's where that it's realizing, because the heart sees it all. They feel it all. They know what's going on in the subconscious of the mind, because the emotional energy is under the subconscious area. And so they see the stuff, because their ceiling is the basement of the mind. So they see all the stuff they're hiding in the basement. They're going, because it's transparent. They're going, hey, I see your insecurity there. What? No, don't point at my insecurity of the mind, right? But they see that. Yeah, and the heart is all about the sun, the abundance. They see it, they see the warmth, they feel it, you know, um, all that beautiful energy, the 6 of Wands, a victory energy. Let's move it. Let's go. Let's move forward, right? Yeah, and it's funny because you got the 9 of Cups, the dream come true in the mind, and you got the other dream come true from the heart. So again, both of them believe it, that, wow, what a dream come true you would be. And but then there's this, I don't want to say imposter syndrome, but in a way, it kind of is that. I'm an emperor. Am I really? When I'm by myself, I walk around acting like an emperor, but when I get alone, I doubt myself. That's when you know, in silence and quietness, that's when the whispers get loud, the little self-talk, right? What are their intentions towards you? We got the 3 of Earth, 3 of Pentacles. So that is creation, energy. It is collaboration in a way. Wheel of Fortune. So it feels like this is a positive energy below the surface. Ace of Water, Ace of Cups. There is this energy that's there, their intentions that are kind of keyed up, waiting for them to hit play or, enter to make it start, right? It feels like it's there, their intentions are there, but that there's a little wrench in the system with those beliefs that are there. So let's see here. Why didn't he call you back? Yeah. Cocooning. Yeah, here's that pause energy. The 9 of Swords, my nightmare and insomnia. This is um, my fears of not living up to expectations, and it's like, um, anxiety. It is, this energy that's coming in there, and so it feels like that's like we were talking about is, you know, um fear of failure, fear again, that those, the imposter syndrome energy. So I feel like they kind of told us what it is and why they didn't there as well. So I know, right? Hey, Tim Diligem, whether you think you can or think you can't, you are correct. Henry Ford, look what I built. Yeah, and it is that energy. It definitely um if we let the fears get the best of us, then we can't be the best of ourselves, because cheats us out of it talks us out of showing who we are because we're afraid it's not enough, or uh, it's going to be too much for someone. In this case, it's I don't feel like I would be enough for you. I'm not sure I'm enough for you. And they're kind of like, "Okay, I gotta decide." It's like, am I either need to take a leap and move forward, or I need to just let you go because I don't wanna play games. That's why I feel like, in not playing games, we come across like we're playing games, right? And it's like, dude, right? Alright. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here too. You do get an Alice the Wonderland Oracle because your donation was $5 or more. But, when people are and it's okay, we can allow the grace to have someone feeling insecure about themselves and give them a chance to, "I'm gonna leap anyway," right? And if they don't, then they're telling us, "You're not, um" You're not for me. I need someone who's brave and ready to leap forward like I am because, like, you're courageous, I feel this strength within you, and you're like, "You need to be brave to be along with me in my adventure, or you're gonna constantly poop your pants." Because I take not take risks, like stupid risks, but I take chances, I move forward, I don't wanna waste my life away. I wanna go do stuff. I wanna try new things. I wanna step forward, you know? Um, so I like that, you know? True Maryland energy, I'm not letting anything stop me, so you better buckle up and come along, or if you need to, opt out, then opt out because I need someone who can stand the fire because 'cause we're going into the fire, baby, right? So I like that. Yeah. So we got here, you got believe. Here's your crown. Here's your empress crown. It says strange encounters, right? Let's see what this is about here. So from Alice in Wonderland, the book, it says, "Do you know I always thought unicorns were fabulous monsters too? I never saw one alive before." "Well, now that we have seen each other," said the unicorn, "if you'll believe in me, I'll believe in you. Is that a bargain?" Oh, wow. Isn't that so perfect what we're talking about? If you believe in me, I'll believe in you. How about that? Says when Alice and the unicorn meet in Through the Looking Glass, neither of them can quite believe what is taking place. For the unicorn, humans are legendary, particularly human children. He never quite believed they were real and thought them to be fabulous monsters. He thought human children were fabulous monsters too, right? Alice, in her own way, says she never thought unicorns were real either. But there they are, two fabulous monsters. and they each must accept the reality of the other's existence. This could be taking place in your life at present. You could be meeting people whose experiences are most unlike those you've had thus far. You may be encountering spirit beings or mystical events that make you wonder at the very nature of reality itself. Once you have experienced the strange reality of people unlike yourself, or of spiritual encounters with guides, visions, or prophetic dreams that leave you marveling at the universe, you can no longer deny the existence of such things. Then your existence will seem just as strange to others. This card asks you to accept that others, unlike yourself, exist. They will then accept your differences too. In this way, we can begin to believe in each other and live side by side, as different we may be. I love that, we've got this, you know, energy of he's wanting to see if we match, but this is saying we don't need to match. We can be unique monsters and believe in each other, kind of energy. Um, the divination, it says meeting people who are very unlike people you've met before, mystic events and peculiar experiences, interacting with different cultures, customs, and belief systems, mystical encounters with elemental beings who interact with you, finding they are just as real as you, discovering new places, environments, even climates that are different to any you've experienced before, something unusual that is most decidedly as real as you are. Cool, right? Reversed, refusing to accept differences, feeling that your spiritual encounters or mystical visions are unreal, untrue, or fantasy, disliking being in unfamiliar places or spaces, finding people too different for you to really connect or engage with, a refusal or difficulty believing in the existence of elemental beings. Ooh. I like that. What a great uh, kind of flip there. So I love that for you. So hopefully that helps understand why they're doing what they're doing there, and you know, you can see, do they deserve me? I don't know. I just don't know. So, oh, 1111. I love it. All right, very good, Marilyn. Thank you again so much for your donation. Glad that helps. And Moonlight, you don't have to wait here. I'll just give you your timestamp here if you want to check it. Had a nice little nap. I'm glad you got a nice little nap in. So I'll get that here. And then Alice, I see your additional donation. We'll add that on here. So you'll be up next for number 29, and then also for number 30. All right. All right. So we got those. Okay. I think I've got everyone else on here. All right. Let me take another sip and then we'll dive into Alice's two here. Cheers. Cheers. All right. So, Alice, thank you for your additional donations. We got 5, 12, 16, maybe. There we go. So, for this next one, you want to know what's going on in Jay's love life right now. All right. So, we'll take a look here. We got this, oops, and these two here, and that one there here too. All right. So, let's see what we got here. Temptation. Dun dun dun. It's the devil card energy. I it's actually Saturn Capricorn energy that rolls over the house of work. We'll see here. He might just be working a lot. So let's see here. What is going on in his love life here? We've got the strength card, we've got the page of water here. And so the Leo energy, that fire energy of the strength card is coming in. they're wanting to be seen, wanting to stand out energy. And the Page of Cups, I do feel like they're looking for a higher love energy, Page of Cups. And I don't feel like any of that is saying that they're in something, but I feel like they're looking for something because they like to be seen. Yeah, but we've got the 9 of Swords. Here's the expectations equal disappointment, fear of, disappointing. We've got the Page of Fire. So there is this also desire for passion, and the king, not the king, the Knight of Air, the Knight of Swords. Feel like they're talking to people, um, but I feel like it's more about passion than it is emotion, because I feel like they're wanting to find, love, but I feel like they're acting on passion, talking to people around passion right now. Yeah, but I don't feel like they're with anyone because we've got both the High Priestess and the Hanged Man. The Hanged Man is like being in a cocoon, and the High Priestess is being up, trying to see things from a different perspective. So it feels like here with that work card underneath that, they're really focused on work. We got the Page of Pentacles underneath that Hanged Man and High Priestess. So feels like they're more right now focusing on work, 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 maybe chatting with people um, on an app or something, but no, no connection in love life right now. It's all about the work, all about the coin, all about, trying to find a solid foundation in the outside world, um, with a lot of energy with that. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for that too. And then we'll look at the next one here. We've only got 3 cards left. Okay, this one. Yeah, I like it. God's voice speaks to me all through the day. And it says, the part of your mind in which truth abides is in constant communication with God, whether you're aware of it or not. Yeah, we're always getting messages of truth coming in. Sometimes we have too much static going on to hear it, though, right? I know. We know that. All right. So that was for that one. And then for your last one here, we've got 51603. There we are. And so again, thank you for your multiple donations. So you want to go more on why doesn't Jay want to continue forward with you? What if you make it really obvious to him that he's your dream man? All right, let's take a look here. Those two. What else? All right. Yeah, how funny that the underlying energy is this 9 of cups, the dream come true energy, right? So let's take a look here and see what this is. So we've got the Fool card, we got the High Priestess. Yeah, so, right now we have that, we just had that in the previous reading, right? They're up trying to see things from a higher perspective, looking what's going on behind their mind and in their own emotions, just trying to get a good perspective of who they are and what they want. But that Fool card, first card in the major arcana, follows the World card, right? Which is letting go of expectations, feeling like it's an adventure rather than needing to meet up to expectations and limitations and have intentions and have things, right? That's the big thing. And I feel like that's what we talked about earlier, right? It's been coming up a lot. And that seemed to be a big theme in humans, and especially with masculine energies. They don't want to be caged. They don't want to fail because a lot of, and I mean, and women too, feminine energy, a lot of expectations. They're just different a lot, and everyone's is, but they feel like they have so much that they need to be, and especially and we'll look at this with specifically, but when if you say, "You're my dream man," they, like, suddenly they have all these expectations of and they're like, even if they go because they don't feel like they're meeting everything that you want, but maybe enough for now. But what if you don't make it up to here? Like, if they feel, "If I don't make it up to here, you're gonna be disappointed, and then I fail, and then I'm out." And even if I can meet it up to here, how long can I do that before I fail? And then I'm out. So there's that fear. And the Fool card is all about just going on an adventure with someone, not having an itinerary, just going on a road adventure, of life, and no map, no specific destination. Let's go wander together and go experience life and see where it ends up going. But it's like they feel like, and this has been their experience that they've had with other individuals too, is no, you need to know a destination. You don't want to just go on this adventure. You need to have like, what are we going to do? I need to know what to wear. I need to know what to bring. No, I need to know what time we're leaving, when we're arriving, where, blah, 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 blah. This is in their mind, right? Not saying that you would do that, but that's what they believe, that there's needs to be all this structure. And they're like, I don't want structure. I just want adventure. And it's not that I wanna be sleeping with a bunch of people, I just wanna be able to go on an adventure with someone without feeling like I'm being caged or that someone's trying to change me, and I'm afraid that I won't meet up to these expectations. If there's a itinerary, then I'm afraid, what if I miss something? What happens? I fail, and then I get booted out and replaced with someone that could do that instead. So that's a lot of the energy beneath the surface, right? Um, yeah, and they have the Hanged Man here. So this is their pausing things because they want joy, joy and celebration, not Three of Swords, expectations and disappointment, right? So, that's why they're kind of pausing things, trying to see things from a different perspective, seeing what really would bring me joy. Who do I feel would bring me joy? Kind of energy coming in here, right? And then what if you made it really obviously to him that you're that he's your dream man? Yeah, we have the Seven of Earth. Here's that Seven of Pentacles energy that says, for how long, right? Because it's like once the fruit starts to grow, are you going to be happy, with it? Or, I don't know, you know? And we have the Seven of Air, the Seven of Swords. I, f- I feel like they wouldn't believe it. You're like my dream come true. It's like he's heard that before from other people. And I feel like until the sun comes out and um, then the truth is revealed, right? And I feel like that's the whole thing, is that if we say you're like my dream come true, one, it adds the pressure on, and then they don't believe it either. They're like, I think like we were talking about before, you're like, "You're my dream come true," and they're like, "Well, I think you're lying. I'm really this, and I feel like you'll settle for this, but for how long before you'll demand that I be more?" And that, once you get to know me, once the sun comes up, it's like, have you ever seen those where, you know, they have those, commercials or whatever where someone's drunk and they meet someone and they wake up in the morning and they're like, "Bleh." That's what they're afraid of, that you'll sober up and then be like, "Oh God, you're not my dream come true." That's their big fear. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what I got for you. Alice, let's see here. I'm just going to give you both of these last ones. I like it. I'm as God created me. It says, in you is all of heaven. Every leaf that falls is given life in you. Each bird that ever sang will sing again in you. And every flower that ever bloomed has saved its perfume and its loveliness for you. I love that. And then then the last one here we have, I feel the love of God within me now. Says, your task is not to seek for love, but merely to seek and find all of the barriers within yourself that you've built against it. It's one of my favorite here. Yeah, we're not to seek love, but to find the barriers that we created between ourself and love. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit. And we're going to put these. We're finished up with those cards. And we're going to move into self-care wisdom cards as our new under $5 donation fortune cookies. Just for the sake of the video here. This is what we'll be using by Cheryl Richardson. All right. So let me catch up here. I think we got down to here. Yeah, we got down to here. So we got Lil Zay. Hey, you're very welcome. How was your adventure today? Did it look differently? So good to see you. Welcome back. All right. And then Alice. Let's get your next donation in here. All right. So we'll go to that next. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So Alice, we're at 52503. And you want to know, what can you do to make Jay say yes and take you on a date? There's nothing you can do to make anyone do anything. Because we can't control other people's actions. The more you try to push someone to do something, the more they resist. The more you try to pull someone to do something, the more they pull back, right? So what we can ask, though, is there anything that you can do to make it an easier choice for them to want to take you on a date? Because we can make it easier or harder for people to choose higher vibration or lower vibration, but we can't make anyone choose anything that comes in there, right? Yeah. Yeah. So just to make sure, because when we try to control other people, it actually works against us, because that's what happens, right? You're like pulling and they're like, no. You try to push them, they're like, no. We're like big teenagers in human bodies, right? We don't like being told what to do. All right, let's take a look here. So anything that you can do to make it an easier choice for this here. All right, what do we got here? Well, energy on the bottom is Four of Cups. It's an interesting energy, because the Four of Cups is like a boredom, like a boredom with all the other type of relationships that he's had before. So, you know, how do we get different results is be different. And so, if the stuff before is he feels expectations and all of that, and, not being told what they're not doing, who they're not being, um, gratitude energy is always a wonderful, you know, energy that invites more things to be grateful for in our lives. So the more we're grateful for ourselves, for the things we have in our life and have had great energy, it opens up the conduit to receive more, right? In fact, if you want to check out my free podcast, The Easier Path, there's actually a episode 14 is abundance, where it be. We talk a lot about things. So if you want, you can have this here. This is for anyone, because that's how what we can do in our lives to help draw things toward us. And once they're come toward us, how we can allow them to come into our lives. There's like our energy and our inner child. There's two things, and we go into detail into that. Um, and we talk in there. So, you know, focusing on being grateful for what you have experienced with Jay, um, in the past. What am I grateful for? I loved when they did that. I loved when they did that. I'm so grateful that I got to experience those things with them. Truly and sincerely, we can't fake energy. It's really thinking about it and going, I really am so grateful I got to experience that with them and them. And then if you share any of that with them, if you reach out to them and say, "Hey, I was just thinking about, when we did that thing. I'm so grateful for that opportunity to do that with you, and I just want to say thank you. I was thinking about that today, and it made me smile." And, and that's it. No expectation, right? Expectation is what makes them it's all about a little statement of gratitude, and that's it. Without, "Okay, maybe this will get them to do." No, it's true gratitude, 'cause people can tell the difference. "Oh, you're schmoozing, trying to get me to do something." We can always tell the energy difference, because the intention is, "Okay, I'm trying to manipulate you by saying something nice." No, it has to be true gratitude. The energy will be felt within it as well, right? Yeah. Um, did you have conversations with them? Or are you stalking them? You know? Did you have a great conversation with them? Did you have a great interaction with them? Anything, right? No? No conversations? Then how do you know they're your dream come true? Because they don't talk? Because 'Cause they're silent? That's part of your dream come true? So you've never interacted at all? Mm-mm. Oh, but you didn't respond. Oh. Oh, this is that after a year individual. Ah, okay. Yeah. So, uh, yeah, so you still don't know that he's your dream come true because you haven't responded to him. He might have a good profile, but, when you actually talk to him, you're like, "What a jerk." Alright. But you can still, whatever you feel you're grateful for who they are, you can, do that. So, oh, that's interesting. Alright. Yeah, we've got the temperance card here, which, this is patience. This is, allowing, um, allowing things to unfold. And this has been a long time here, you know, um, yeah, that's an interesting energy. And you got the emotional choice energy here, the lover's card here. I feel like this is saying to wait and reaching out to them. It's like, what can you do to make them say yes and take you on a date? I feel like there's this, they're like, wait, because I feel like they're not in a place to want to be in a relationship right now because they're focusing on all that, right? Um, so, um, so this is an interesting, energy here. Let's see what else we got here too. Yeah, because they really are in this, um, hermit card. They're in this being alone energy. Um, they have the 3 of Pentacles. It's about being true to your authentic self and not making any shit up. That's funny. That's what your spirit guides came through. 7 of Swords is lie, deceit, making things up. This is about being true and, you know, I feel like if you're honest in your communication, like when you reach out after not responding to them, you can say, you know, "Hey, um, I wanted to reach out and say hello, and you had contacted me like a year ago, right?" And, you know, say, um, I'm not gonna lie, I, uh, I didn't respond to you because this is what was going on in my life, right? And, but now I'm kicking myself for not responding to you. So, um, I'm asking you to forgive me, and I'm wondering if you would, if, and not about taking you on a date, because I feel like I would like, you know, to apologize. I would like to take you out to dinner or, whatever. And it's like, "What?" And I feel like the more authentic and true you are, in it, the more the energy will come through. So I like that. You also have, yeah, the ace of air, ace of swords, is you initiate the communication, you bring the clarity. Yeah, and then you do have emperor, empress energy here coming in there, but I feel like you go in as an equal, not as, you know, um, you know, as like, your subordinate, or the man's supposed to do this and the woman's supposed to do this. I feel like go in as two individuals that come in there, you know, uh, I feel like that's important. So, um, so I feel like that's the energy, focus on gratitude for anything that you are grateful for them, and that helps open up that energy. But definitely check out that video too, because that will help you if you're wanting to wait like a month or so. Prepare. You can prepare that energy, prepare your inner child, open those things up, and kind of go that route, right? So let's see here. I know I gave you 2 fortune cookies on your last one, but let's give you a self-care one for this one. Hey, Jazz. Hey, congratulations. I don't know if you know, you won the drawing on Monday, so I'll retell you that here, in a sec. But you got change here for your fortune cookie here, and it says, "A resistance to change is a resistance to life itself. Open your heart and mind to new beginnings." I like it. So, I like that. But I feel like when you go about it, Alice, it's not, the apology isn't to like, "Oh, no," it's a really honest, like, "Hey, I don't know if you remember me, but you reached out to me a year ago, and, my at the time, my life, it took a turn, and I wasn't in a place to really respond, but, uh, I'm ready for new beginnings, and, yeah, I'd like to, uh as an apology, I would love to take you out to dinner or take you out to lunch or, take you out for a drink or whatever, um, if you can forgive me for not responding." And then to see what he does, right? And it's like, boom. So I like it. All right. So that's what they have for you, Alice. Hopefully that helps a little bit. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for all your donations this evening. Let's see here. So what did you say, Moonlight? Oh, his mom is from your town. Maybe you have to go to the big city. I like it. That's funny. All right. So, Jazz, you recently got a new responsibility. Oh, we're going to, all right, very good. Yeah, I'll add you to the free reading list here. Your number at 20 when we get to the free readings. And yeah, so you were the winner did I don't think I did I keep that? If you check the, announcement on Monday, that'll tell you what it's all about here. I should do I have? Maybe I do have it. Hold on. Let me look at my notes list. Celebrating. Is this it? Uh, here's the winners one. Yeah, here's the winner announcement video, right? I think this is it. There you go. So that should be the right one. If not, look back on Monday on my videos and you should see the announcement when it tells you what you won and how to get a hold of me and all that in there. But you won like a 15-minute personal recorded reading. So congratulations. You're welcome. Whoop whoop. All right. All right. So sleeping has failed. All right. So Jojo, you'll be up next. I got your donation on here. So thank you for that. Love and like that. So sorry. Well, something's going on. An aura read that will surely make you fall asleep or take a nap, right? Absolutely. All right. Let's get you keyed up here. Let me take a quick sip and we'll do an aura read. Cheers, cheers. All right. So you're at 5:39:55. So there's your timestamp. Thank you again for all your donations this evening. How's your pup doing? Are they sleeping? All right. So let's take a look here. What's going on with your aura? Your aura. She's sound asleep. You wore her out. You're like, wake up. If I can't sleep, you're not sleeping either. But they sleep all day, right? All right. Those. Do you want that one? No, not those. This one? And that one too. All right. You did? You're so funny. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. All right. So on the bottom, you do have the 9 of Earth, the 9 of Pentacles. There is this, it's an Earth energy. It almost feels like this is focusing in on your Earth, like what's the one underneath the root chakra below our feet in the world? Is that the soul or the Earth soul chakra? Earth star. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So Earth star chakra, right? So there is this balance. Wow, yeah, and Mother Earth has been trying to get in touch with you, right? So I feel like there's this grounding energy, and, um, so I feel like, um I know, I don't even know how I knew that either. But the soul star, yeah, it's the one, I think it's the soul star. It's the one that's, below the root chakra, below our feet, that sits and is a connection to Mother Earth. Because I feel like this is a huge thing about connecting with Mother Earth. And she reminded, she goes, "Yeah, I've been interacting with you quite a bit, and there's this grounding energy." Oh, and that makes so much sense too. Yeah, this is the soul star is up there. It's the one underneath. It's the yeah, 6 to 18 inches below our feet. And what is it called, Gene? My guide? Earth star. It is Earth star. Oh yeah, not soul star, Earth star. Earth star chakra. Thank you so much, Gene. Yeah, so that's it. Earth star. Yeah, so Earth star is right. That is right. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So, and then, how your pup has been taking things out to ground into Mother Earth outside. She's trying to show you, you need, this is how you go ground. This is how you go ground things. This is how you go ground things, right? So I feel like this is what's coming in for you here, the Earth Star chakra. So thank you. Thank you, Gene. Let's see what they want you to know here too. So you've got the strength card. Yeah, here's your Leo energy. Yeah, again, your fire energy is burning and it needs to be grounded, right? Yeah, Ace of Fire. here's your fire energy here, and you got the Fool card here too. So, yeah, um, this energy coming in. It's interesting here. Um, Because the Fool card reminds me of the soul as well in this moment, and so that we mentioned soul star is also important because 'cause you've got your soul star that's above your crown, you've got your earth star below the root, and I feel like there's an importance to ground with Mother Earth, but there's also something coming next about your soul star connecting higher as well with that Fool card. Yeah, you got the 4 of Cups. 'Cause you need, it's like this is the stabilization of emotional energy. Your emotions, are kind of whoosh, whoosh. It needs to balance, and this will help starting with the grounding into Mother Earth, and then they're gonna do something with the soul, star chakra as well. Yeah, because you have the 7 of Swords, and here's all that bird energy. Um And this does have to do with there's some, thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that are what are triggering this emotional, swaying of things. And what is that? Let's see what that other card is here. Yeah, the 5 of Earth, 5 of Pentacles, which so there's these beliefs about your worth, right? The fear of not being enough, not having enough, the fear of rejection, being left behind, being left out in the cold, abandonment energy, and so this is these fears, this belief below the surface, and I feel like that's why Mother Earth, yeah, the divine mother, is wanting to ground you in her love, and then the divine father is going to want to ground you in their love from the soul star chakra above and the earth star chakra below. They're anchoring you into this um, energy of the divine trinity, energy that, you are a part of your own individual trinity with them, that they are divine mother, divine father, your divine child, and you can have this personal trinity with them where they can treat you like you're their only child, like you were the Christ, in the Trinity example, but that you can have that type of relationship because they have that ability to be that with every single one of us. Yeah, I know you want, yeah. You minx, yeah. Yeah, the other Trinity. You you are tired, but I'm gonna smack you awake here in a minute. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Um, so I like this energy. Again, we have Mother Nature, Mother Nurture is where we're starting here, you know. So we have that. Here's that Trinity again, the number 3 coming in, and the 3 of Swords, the other 3 coming in. So I like this energy. They're bringing in 333, and then the 9 of water, the 9 of cups, which again, 333 is 9. So they're talking about trinities, 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 and realizing this. And I feel like and then again, back to the 9 of earth, we're bringing in the nines again. the 369 energy is important for you, but I feel like this is what they want you to know about your aura, that it's grounded in these chakras, and that this will help ground and balance things because your energy is um, like your fire starter. And so that's why Mother Earth was starting, because that's where you're starting first. So as you connect with Mother Earth and ground there, then you'll feel drawn connecting out into the universe. So I like it. Right. So that is what they have for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here too. This is the self-care oracle. Yeah, I like it. It's time. Look at above and below. And you have time spent worrying is time spent. So good reminder. But I love that above and below, but start with Mother Nature. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right, right. You can do a little meditation with Mother Earth. Just, surround yourself in a cocoon of Mother Earth energy, unconditional Mother Earth energy, and then just start talking to her, you know, start connecting with her. Thank her for helping you ground your energy. Thank her for surrounding you in beautiful love energy in a cocoon of protection. Thank her for your body and that she allowed you to use the energy of the planet for you to become in existence and have these adventures. Gratitude energy, just start thanking her for the things of the earth that you enjoy and love, and for the birds and the animals and this and that. And thank you for reaching out to me, etc. Right? Yeah. As the little fishy. Yeah, whatever you'd like to do and connect. And then eventually you'll just drift off into a dream world. Whoosh. Blobbing to sleep. That's right. But, maybe as a clownfish in the, what is that? I say an amoeba, it's not an amoeba. You know, how they have that relationship where they're protected inside? That way you can feel protected and comfortable, not be afraid that a shark's gonna come and eat you, but that you're in those, it's not arachnophobia. What is it called? Jean? She's usually "It's called this." She's my android. Uh, you know what I'm talking about, right? Let me see here. Let's see. What what do clownfish live in? Anemone, sea anemones. There we go. I was close. It's almost an amoeba. Anemone. A weem away, a weem away. Woo, 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 woo. Yeah, if you look, it's, the little anemones, they're poisonous. They sting other things, but the clownfish and the anemone have a special relationship with each other, where the clownfish brings them food, but it also protects them where it doesn't sting them. Yeah, it's mutually beneficial, and, so one protects, the other brings food. So, that's what the little anemone is called. That's the word I was looking for is, what's the name of the little plant, the sea plant? Yep, you got it. I think you might be a little I think I'm on delay. You guys are seeing me a little later. But thank you. You were exactly correct, Jean. All right. So sleep tight, my friend. Dream well. Thank you again for all of your donations. I love this, uh, wonderful experience headed your way. All right. So I think that's it for all of the donations. So we'll head here into free readings. And we up first, we have Kritika 55314 night night Jojo. Yeah, you might be. It's coming through fine on my end. So it might be. Could be. Could be. All right. So Kritika, you want to know where you meet your future husband? Let's take a look here. On the moon. Wow. Just kidding. You have the moon card and the Queen of Earth. Interesting. Mother Moon, and then Queen of Earth is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. I wonder if you meet through your mothers. Maybe you meet through moms. It's like, "Oh, I have someone that, I'd like your daughter to meet. Oh, I have someone that I would like your son to meet." It's like, "Here we go." Set up by the moms. But this also can be very much about mother nature nurturing yourself, doing something you love, something you enjoy, following your heart, uh, is how you meet them. And so it does feel as if this is something like you're doing something you really enjoy. You're not looking for love, you're looking to express this joy and love in your heart, and so you're doing something you really enjoy, and they also enjoy the same thing, and then that's where you guys meet. Maybe you're both with your mothers. I don't know. That'd be interesting, but, I do feel like it's where you meet each other is, and maybe that's where you first meet each other. Maybe you're both taking your mothers, I don't know, to the doctor, and you meet them at the doctor's office. I don't know. But it's something doing with that you love, so it wouldn't be going to the doctor, because I don't feel like you enjoy going to the doctor that much. But, I feel like that's where it's coming from. So interesting. So hopefully that helps, Kritika. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. And then Ashish, you are up 55542. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And you want to know, is bad luck and negative energy surrounding you? Well, there's no such thing as bad luck. So bad luck isn't surrounding you. Everything is energy, and we attract to us whatever we're focusing on. Um, so, so there isn't bad luck, right? Is there lower vibrational energy around you? Well, you got the Ace of Wands and the Page of Wands. Sometimes you do because you're focusing in on lower vibration. So when we're, focusing on our fears, when we're having sad energy or angry energy, lack energy, feeling like we need more, we want more, that energy is lower vibrational. We do draw in lower vibration around us because that's what our energy is attracting, whatever we're focusing on, right? But if I'm focusing on gratitude and unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and play, that's bringing in higher vibrational energy. So no one can send negative energy around you. No one can, put a curse, or you can't, you don't have bad luck, all those things feel like we're out of control of them. And so anything that we feel we're experiencing that we feel we're out of control of, that's a lie. Because every moment we are choosing the story, our emotions, our energy, and our actions. Whatever we're putting out is what we're drawing to us. And so if there's something coming toward us that I'm like, "Ooh, I don't like this," then we're like, "Oh, I'm not gonna focus on pushing that away. What I'm gonna do is look at what's the opposite of this? This." Then I focus in on gratitude and focus on this energy, then this one drifts away and this comes toward me. So that is what they have for you, Ashish. So many blessings to you. Hopefully that helps. Then we got Butterfly 55757. Look at all those timestamps there. So there it is. And you would like a message from any goddess that would like to step forward. All right. For today, for the next month. All right. Let's take a look here and see what we have here. And thank you so much again, as always, for all the lovely energy that you bring in to the chat and all that communication you do. All right. So, who is coming in here? You do have the Seven of Fire, and you've got the Page of Earth, the Page of Pentacles. The goddess that I feel is coming in here, I feel like Isis for some for some reason, because she's coming in this form, but why are you coming in the form of Isis? Because the Seven of Fire, the Seven of Wands is about shine bright, be you, don't dim your light, don't ask permission to shine, be seen. And there is this opportunity with this Page of Pentacles coming out of for you to be seen and to not don't bypass it, don't deny it, don't, shrink. Step forward and shine bright because you have something to be seen, and it's like in a dark night, that's when we see the bright stars shining. If we shine during the bright times, we blend in with the sun. You don't even see them in the sky, right? But it's when the sun has set that we see the bright light. So I feel like Isis, she's coming in and saying, "Shine bright, you know, night star. People need to see your light." And I like that. So, and I feel like you're joining with other stars in the night to form a constellation as well, like the Big Dipper. I don't know, maybe that's it there, but I love that for you. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, butterfly. So many blessings to you. All right, so I did get a donation, so we're gonna jump for that one, and then if there's no others, we'll return back to the free readings. Let me jump in here. Alice, thank you so much. And here we go. All right. I got your question up here. So, Alice, we got 6 hours and 50 seconds. So there's your timestamp there. So you want to know, is it true that Jay couldn't help himself and checked out your social media Instagram? What did he feel and think about it? All right, let's take a look here. See what we've got here. All right. So is it true that they couldn't help themselves? And what did they think? I don't want any of those. Those were not the energy. Okay, these here. All right. Um, with the 3 of pentacles on the bottom, this is about creativity. This would make sense here about, going to Instagram because it's more of a creative outlet because more people are, you know, posting videos and pictures than and more picture kind of energy. So I feel like I feel like that does tell me that they did go to kind of see what you have on there. So I do feel like they did go to Instagram there. Um and what did they feel and think about it? The 9 of pentacles here coming in, I feel like there was a lot to do with, I feel like they really like because this is like a abundance of the outside world, and I feel like they liked what you were presenting, because you were sharing a lot, I feel like a lot of, I don't know if it's, It had something to do with the surroundings that you were presenting there. They liked how you presented the physical world around you. Yeah, and I feel like they really liked it. You have the dream come true of the star card and the king of water, king of cups. They did feel like, wow, you have so much that matches up to what I enjoy. And I feel like there is this, energy that's there, right? So I like that. And yeah, and then the king of air and the eight of water. Yeah. That's why they reached out to you a lot with that king of swords. They were like, wow, 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 wow. Really liked it, right? And then the eight of cups is when they didn't get a response, then they were like, now that's them walking away, right? Walking away from something that, you know, isn't serving them. So they're like, "Well, I tried." And then they walked away, because they were like not getting any response at all. So they're like, "Oh, well, I guess I don't match up to them, right?" Yeah. Not recently, no. Yeah, not recently. But I feel like he did back then, but not recently. Nope, nope, nope. All right. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. And yeah, I like this. Happiness. Oh. And it says, your thinking will either make you your happiness or take your happiness. You choose. I like it. Yeah. Our stories either are higher vibration or lower vibration. So we have that, right? Yeah. The answer is no, he did not. That's the energy that I got in the reading there. It was all past. It wasn't present. It was past energy. So, all right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. All right. And then and we got John. John, we're just gonna get John so I don't murder your name there. We got your donation. I think it just came through on the PayPal. So thank you for that. Just bring it up here. All right. So let me take a look here. I have to really look closely because your guys's uh, names look similar from a distance. All right. All right. Very good. So I just think we have one question there for you, John. So we got that here. So your timestamp 60618 is your timestamp. Let's put that out here so I know it here. Boom, boom. All right. And you want to know, why does Griffin act like a narcissist? Because they are one. No, just kidding. You're like, uh, hello. But let's see why. What's at the root of why their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence seem to reflect that of a narcissist, right? So let's take a look here. What can we know about Griffin, please? Right, we got that. We've got that. We've got that. Let's see. I do want this one here and this one here. All right. And I do want this one here too. All right. I got that below surface. Okay. And another one. Okay. I think we have them all now. All right. Let's see what we've got going on here. Bottom of the deck, which is the overall energy of the reading, we do have the King of Water, the King of Cups. It's an interesting energy because normally this is like a balance between head and heart, but I'm getting big Neptune energy here. And which is bringing me in a father who was like a narcissist. And so I feel like Griffin acts like one because their father was very much a full-blown narcissist, full-blown meaning they were all about themselves and what worked for them and, not giving acceptance and reinforcement and positive things to Griffin. So I feel like they had that example growing up. And in comparison, I feel like they've done a bit of a bit of work to transform things. But I mean they had a lot of stuff to start off with, they had a big I would say like a big burden to start off with to try to overcome. And I feel like they've done a lot, but let's see what else we have here. That's just the bottom of the deck. Yeah, we have the 2 of water, yeah, and the king of air, okay, yeah. So, kinda confirming it. They had a father who was very mental in a lot of ways, right? But very cerebral, not emotional. And the 2 of cups is the relationship that they had with, that's a relationship energy. So that's telling me this relationship with this, very mentally focused individual, very unfeeling individual, uh, you know, energy coming in, which is interesting because, like, their father had, didn't have a whole lot of love growing up, so they didn't know how to give love, and that's what makes people, um come across with this narcissistic energies is I feel that I didn't get to receive things growing up, so now I deserve to have everything, and everyone is supposed to give me stuff, and I can't be stupid. I can't take blame for anything because I live in a black and white world of I'm either a success or a failure. So I can't accept any blame because I have to point at everyone else and not take responsibility because then I'm a failure and I can't live with that. Then I'm going to become suicidal or, I fear the rejection. I fear that kind of energy. So I feel like that's kind of at a core of kind of the backstory a bit, the high priestess energy. They felt very alone growing up and not having a whole lot of guidance. So I feel like they did need to, they kind of went into their own survival mode. Um, I do believe, on the opposite end, their father was all in their head, their mother was all emotion. Whoops, let me do it this way. Because here is that hermit energy. So they felt very alone because mom was kind of emotionally unstable, right? Because she was with a narcissist, so she was all over the place emotionally, even a lot of I feel like depressed a lot, and so they grew up in this household of very, uh, a very, not healthy relationship, right? And that was their example, and so they spent a lot of time alone. And when they try to get attention, they would only get negative attention. So they've been in this, trying to overcome this, trying to do the best they can with what they knew and what energy they were around growing up and what's going on inside of them. And so that is kind of where their, um, you know, why. That's the why. I do feel here with the Queen of, Air, the Queen of Swords, that is an attempt to balance the head and the heart, and does feel like Griffin is trying to go a different way than how he was raised, and that's why I feel like they have done, some work to transform things, but it's like trying to move a mountain with a spoon, you know? A little bit at a time, it's like, it's gonna take a while, right, to do that. Um, but I do feel here, yeah, they are trying to get out of that people pleasing, the 10 of swords is I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to what I think everyone wants me to be and tired of trying to make other people be who I want them to be. And the 10 of Wands is moving from an energy of burden to one of abundance and being aware of where they're focusing their energy. So I do feel like they have a desire to change and to do things differently. But, when we go into fight or flight mode, because when their little inner child who experienced all that crap, right, um, gets activated, when it feels unsafe and out of control or uncomfortable, we revert back to that age. And so when we trigger, we don't act like our um, intelligent, loving, compassionate adult self. We act like whatever age we were when we experienced that trauma, which is 7 years old and younger. So we start acting like a child, and until we feel comfortable, safe, and in control again, and then we, that higher adult energy returns. So if you've experienced them going, wow, in some situations they don't act like that, but other situations, wow, that's like their night and day. That's why. So hopefully that helps, John. That's what they have for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. Yeah, it's all about risk. Roll the dice. Let's see what it says here. Take a chance. Every risk is a success when you're committed to learning and growth, right? And that's always the thing. Anybody we interact with is a mirror for us as well. And so we can ask ourselves, are there times where I am acting like a narcissist toward myself or towards others? But it's more, how am I, like, whatever actions I feel they're taking towards me or other people, how am I doing that to myself in some way? Right? Ooh, deep. All right. So that's what they got for you, John. Hopefully that resonates. That's what they have for you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then Swaroot Bobby, hello, hello. We'll add you to the free list. You'll be number 21 when we get to the free list here, which I'm heading back onto now. So cheers, cheers. All right. So we had left off, we had completed number 3 on the free list. So we're heading on to number 4. We got 6, 15, 45 for Cat Mia. So Cat Mia, here's your timestamp. And he wanted to know, if you reapply, will it arrive to your house in time even though your number is expired? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, if you reapply, will it show up on time? I want this one here. I feel here, no, because the 3 of Wands is going a different direction, will bring you abundance, will bring you success. So I don't feel like reapplying. I feel if you reach out and go, is there a way I can renew my current number? Because my current number is expired. Can I just reactivate that? Because sometimes, and this feels like, if something can be reactivated, you don't have to go through all this process. It's like a faster process to have something like resurrected from the dead, instead of, we got to go through the birthing process that takes 9 months. It's like a resurrection can happen overnight or 3 days. And it's like, oh, okay. So I feel like reapplying, you won't get to your house in time. But if you talk to someone about reactivating an expired number, that they might be able to do something faster for you. So that is what I feel they have for you, Cat Mia. So many blessings to you. And then Debbie O, you are up 6/17/33. So there is your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. And yeah, it's finally Friday. So whatever comes up, let's see here. What does Spirit have here for you? What do they want you to know? All right. You got the 8 of fire and the 8 of earth. You're here. Whoa. That is unexpected. Did you have some cocoa? Cacao? But you have the 8 of earth and the 8 of wands here. I like this because the 8 of pentacles is about putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, doing the work to get the and that when you do that, you get the reward, you get the harvest that comes in. And I feel like it's something that feels like it's been taking a little while with this 8 of pentacles, but that 8 of fire, the 8 of wands is things speeding up suddenly out of nowhere. So I feel like whatever this is, if it's your inner work, your freedom work, or something with your job, or something else in the outside world, if it's something that you've been working toward, something that feels like a cocoon, that it's been like, is anything happening? Is anything unfolding? That suddenly you're like, wow, look, the cocoon is moving and boom, here comes this butterfly. You remember like that, in the Bugs Bunny when they had the little frog that when he was by himself, he had a little top hat and he go, "Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling." That's like what is popping out, this butterfly popping out with a little, black hat and a cane, you know? It's like, here they come. Here comes the little, uh, you know, entrance of something suddenly in your life that you've been waiting for, and I feel like they're saying, "Here it comes," right? So, "Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. It is appearing for you." Out of nowhere, and I like that. So you've been doing the work, and then, even though I haven't seen a lot of, things happening, but there's a lot going on in the cocoon that we don't see until out of nowhere, suddenly it's done, and here comes the butterfly. So I like that for you, Debbie O. So many blessings to you. Yeah, I don't. This doesn't feel like cups. A relationship energy. This feels more about inner work or like work related. This didn't feel relationship oriented. I'm sorry. I know. But it's that kind of energy. I know. I wanted love. Well, that'll come later. That's different. This is things you're uh capable of influencing right now. So so that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings. Good to see you. Happy Friday. All right. And then softly me, you are up. So softly me, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And general read. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? Got this one. None of those, huh? All right. What else? Good night. Sleep tight. Dream well. All right. You got a power of choice energy coming in. The Two of Cups is the power of emotional choice, but the Chariot card is the power of all choices, and it's movement energy. Uh, so there's 4 areas we make choices in every moment, right? The choice of the mind, the story we put to something, the emotional soundtrack, the emotional choice we make that goes with that story, our energy that we put forward, our focus energy, and then our action energy, our physical action energy. And so they're saying here, and they're really highlighting the power of the emotional story, which says, you know, we're kind of taught that other people, like we make other people feel something and other people make us feel something. Because when we're growing up, we're told, you made mom sad, you made dad mad, right? And that's not true. They just use that to get us to do what they wanted us to do. Like, "You made me sad, so if you don't wanna make me sad, you will do what I want you to do." "Okay, I don't wanna make you sad because I get punished, so no." You know? "I wanna make you happy because then we're all happy," right? Um, but that's not true. You are the only one that can choose how you feel. They are the only ones that can choose how they feel, and so there's this power that comes in that we can take our power back instead of giving, all of our emotional power away saying, well, other people make me feel this way, then we feel out of control of our emotions because we're dependent on the whim of the outside world. Whatever is happening, we also have that power of story. So when this happens, we've been taught you're supposed to put this story, this is what it's supposed to mean. This is how you're supposed to feel. This is how you're supposed to act and the energy you're supposed to invest. Well, then we're out of control, right? When we realize, no, I get to choose the story. There's a lot of opinion about what something's supposed to mean, supposed to, but we're the one that gets to choose what it truly means for us. Then the emotional soundtrack we want to put to it, our actions, our energy. And so that's a very empowering, energy there. If you want to find out more and dig more into that, we talk a lot about this in my free podcast, The Easier Path, and all that link is down in the description area. Or if you go to my main page, it is also there. So if you want to dig deeper, that's all free as well. All right. So many blessings to you, softly me. And we have musical beer. You are up 62401. So musical beer. Here is your timestamp. And what is Jenkins doing this weekend? All right, let's take a look here. What are they doing this weekend? Four of Cups. Kind of just hanging around. That's a very balanced ho-hum energy, emotional energy. But I feel like we have also the calling card, the judgment card, and the world card. Both they have the 20 and the 21 major arcana. It does feel here like they're kind of bored with doing what I've always done kind of energy, and it feels like they're ready, they're feeling this draw to go do something different, to do something unexpected, to get out of their head, all the expectations, and step into something that feels like an adventure, that feels free from a lot of expectations and full of possibilities. So it does feel like they're kinda just, "I wanna do something different. I want something exciting in my life." It feels like they kind of feel stagnant and they want to try some new things. So I feel like they're in this, um, I don't know, it just I wanna go do different things, try different things, go to different places, not do the same old, same old. I feel like they're kinda just bored. So I feel like they're ready for adventure this weekend. So, whatever that means for them, that's what's coming in right now. So, hopefully that helps. So, many blessings to you. All right. And when we up here, we have user UI. So 62555. So I think, is this Bonita? It may not be Bonita, but it's user UI4BG4PZ5G. So, hello. So, you're struggling to understand your purpose in life, especially in terms of your career. Do you have any advice or pick up anything in the cards? All right, let's take a look here. What do they have here for you? All right, they give you three cards here. Yeah, I feel here, we've got the Ace of Fire, the Ace of Wands. You do have the King of Fire, the King of Wands, and then also the Hierophant, the master of change and seeing things differently. So, you know, your purpose in life is to experience, right? Experience life, and there's no right or wrong choice. There's no right, good or better or worse, choice. There's just different choices that bring us different experiences and different outcomes. From spirit's perspective, there is no wrong choice, and there is no supposed to. Like, you're supposed to do this and this and this and this, and if you don't, you're in big trouble. No, it's like a grandfather, like this grandfather taking their grandchild to a park to play because the child wanted to play. We wanted to come here to explore, understand ourselves, because we are these perfect mountains already. We're these perfect beings that are massive. We're eternal, unconditionally loving beings made of unconditional love, right? And we come down here to explore And we have tons of different experiences at different vibrations, right? But humanity is one of the lower vibrations that we come down to walk around the base of the mountain to understand who we are by having something really opposite of a lot of who we are. And so we come down to explore, to experience, and so that's our purpose. We didn't come down to, "Oh, we gotta have a soul contract to do certain things." It's like going to a playground going, "What's our purpose here?" Well, first we're gonna go on the swings, then we're gonna go on the slide, then the merry-go-round and the seesaw, and don't go out of order or else, it's like, no, it's, like a little child going, "When should I go play, first, grandpa or grandma?" And they're like, "Whatever, what do you wanna do? There's no wrong choice. What do you wanna go try? I'll go with you. I'll push you on the swing. I'll be on the other side of the seesaw. I'll spin you on the merry-go-round. I'll, be behind you while you're walking up to slide, and then I'll go around and be there when you slide down. I'm gonna be there with the experiences with you, but they're not telling us what we should and shouldn't do. They're like, "There's no wrong choice. What do you wanna do next? What's fun? What is the" and that's our true purpose is to have joy and to experience the different emotions of this life, right? And career. Oh, what am I supposed to do for a career? There's no supposed to. How do you uniquely want to share your heart with the world in your own special, unique way? There's no wrong career. There's no perfect career. There's just different choices. There's no wrong way to express this love and passion within you. And with all this wands energy, they're saying you can change your mind. You can go different directions. What is it that brings you joy? What is it that makes you excited? This thing up here with all the stories of humanity of supposed to be and should be and need to be, and you need to do this, you need to do that, or you're a failure, or to be successful you need blah blah. It's all opinion of humans who have no idea what they're doing. And someone comes up with an idea, like maybe it's an artist, and they're like, "I love art. Everyone should be an artist." Then everyone feels like I have to be an artist, and someone goes, "I don't want to be an artist. I want to be a writer." Tough. You need to be a writer. I mean, a painter. It's like, ugh, fine. No, we get to express our heart with the world in our own special way. So hopefully that gives you a little clarity along that lines there. So many blessings. All right. Have a good day. And then Trampzilla, you're up 6:30:45. So Trampzilla, here's your timestamp. And will you have an opportunity to move into an apartment I want soon? All right. So based on your current energies, I've got this and this. Something in my eye. I got the 5 of air and the 3 of water. I do feel here that the 3 of water, 3 of cups is yes. Um, but first, with that 5 of swords, there's a battle between your head and your heart. Like the apartment I want, the mind is blah, 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 right? But the heart is, ooh, la, 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 la. The apartment you really want, that your heart wants, you can get. The one that your mind wants, there's conflict there. Um, so follow your heart, not the mind, and then I feel like you are able to move into an apartment soon. So there's one that's like, well, that's the one everyone else would think I should choose. So that's when I'll choose because that's the, existing, checking off the check marks, right? But it's like, but I love this one. Like we can have an apartment that has a dishwasher and this and that and blah blah blah, and it's the standard apartment and everything. Well, that makes sense. That's what I need to have. It has a washer and dryer in there. Or like I used to rent apartments in these old Victorian homes converted into apartments, and they're all quirky and weird and unique, and they were really fun. No air conditioning, but here in Colorado, it's not always a bad thing. Um, but and no dishwasher. There are old refrigerators, footed tubs, very a lot of character. The washer and dryer that we shared among the was down. You had to go outside, down into the cellar, and spooky, just waiting for Freddy Krueger to come out of, from deep within the basement. But, it was fun and unique, and that really enjoyed that. The others, good, we like all that stuff, but I love the uniqueness of it, and that's the difference, like, could be the difference between head and heart. So, uh, that is what they have for you. Hopefully that makes sense. That's what they got for you, Trumpzilla. So many blessings to you. All right, and then Gene XO, we are up 6:33:26. Did I get it right? I think I did. So here we are, Gene. So, you wanna know what are the feelings and intentions of I towards you and, the underlying energies, of course, yes, alright. So let's take a look here. What are I's feelings and intentions in the bottom of the deck? Alright. At the bottom of the deck, we do have the 9 of swords, little bit of dreaming nightmare insomnia energy, but I feel like it's more intense dreaming going on below the surface. Maybe some astral traveling, some meeting, with each other on the astral plane while you guys are sleeping. So if they've been dreaming about you or you've been dreaming about them, that's a big indication of that. But um try to test me. I might have messed up your last reading. What? So, but I feel like this is, I don't feel like this is fear energy that I'm picking up. I feel like this is more connecting on an astral plane, and while you guys are sleeping, there's a lot of connections going on that level there. Let's see what his feelings and intentions are here. Feelings, yeah, we got the messenger of earth, the knight of pentacles. So I feel like their feelings are, slow movement, slowly move forward, not rushing toward anything, but slow movement going forward kind of energy that comes in there. I don't feel like there's um, anything ominous or about that. It's just they're taking their time uh, with their feelings and showing their feelings. Intentions towards you, yeah, we've got the Fool card. Adventure, moving forward without expectations, obviously without timelines. But I feel like without expectations, full of possibilities. Still that energy there. It's a good energy there. It's Uranus, Aquarius energy. So it's doing things differently, being rebels, kind of energy that comes in here. So, um, nice. Yeah. I yeah, I like this and maybe, oh, yeah, twice? Yeah. So you guys are interacting here, and I feel like you know, it's a good reminder, through everything that you just mentioned too, that you don't have to try, you know, and you are, you're following your instincts and you're, reaching forward and those things. Just be you. You don't have anything to prove, of course. This energy coming in, it's like you don't have anything to prove. Just be you. Allow things to unfold. Follow your instincts. Follow your gut. What's meant for you won't pass you by. And of course, you don't have to be afraid of it all. And I don't feel like you are. And you're like, well, did you say? Well, you didn't say you were afraid. I said you freaked him out. You think you freaked him out. So you see, you might have messed up your last reading, energy, but I just feel like it's like, yeah, no, there's no messing up. There's just growth and learning and that's the whole thing, right? Like if I ever feel I have to walk lightly or dim my light or not, filter what I want to say or not say, then that person isn't for me. If when I do so, they freak out and rah, 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 then you're like, okay, they're telling me you're not the one for me. Or right now, maybe, if I'm not actively searching for someone, then I can continue my relationship with someone. And if it's freaking them out or doing whatever, then they're showing me what I need to see. But if they're freaked out and they don't run away, they're like, "I'm freaking out, but give me a minute. I'm just need to process this." You're like, "Wow, I like it." You know, then they're showing us their strength versus, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah," and running away. Then we're like, "Okay, I need someone strong enough to battle, the sun with me, not battle, but, um, I need someone who can take the heat." So if I, like what is it, the Fantastic Four, flame on, if I turn into fire, they're gonna be okay. They're not gonna catch on fire and be burnt and get hurt. They're fireproof. So they're just like, "Yeah, you can burn around me. I don't burn," like Superman, "I don't burn." "Oh, okay, cool," So I like that. So hopefully that helps, Gene. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Livier Vagara, you are up. So Livier, here's your timestamp. You are very welcome. Hang in there. So Livier, a general for the coming week. Yeah, I love it. All right. So you got the Seven of Earth and the Death card, transformation. We like calling it transformation here more so, right? So we've got the Seven of Pentacles, of course, is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, right? And sometimes when the fruit is growing, we might be like, man, I don't think I want that anymore. Maybe I did when I started it, but now I'm like, no, I'm ready for a change. I'm ready t- to again, transformation. I'm ready to end something to begin something new. Don't feel like this is job related. So don't be like, "Ah," but this is something that I feel like you've been working on for a while or wanting and, feeling like something was going to grow. But then when you get the fruit, you're like, how we joke like, "Oh, kumquat tree. Did I really want a kumquat tree? No, I wanted an avocado trees now because I wanna make guacamole." And so we're like, "Okay, I'm going to, you know, let this other thing fall away, and I'm gonna do something new." Regarding this. And so I feel like there is something like that coming for you next week, whether it's a relationship or an interaction with someone. Again, I don't feel job related. This feels like something that's been kind of slowly growing, and you thought this is what you wanted, but now you're like, no, thank you. I think I'm ready for something different. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Right, and then Ateshi, you're up 641.45. So Ateshi, let's take a look here. Boom, boom. So Hugh and you were fine all week then. Today you jokingly commented about him always on you for drinking C4s when he was drinking a C4 and he became quiet just towards you. What happened to him? And was it because of you? All right, let's take a look here. All right. Oh, so we have the 4 of water, the 8 of water. Yeah. So, the 4 of water, 4 of cups is kinda like, not wanting to have the same type of relationships I had before kind of energy. I want something different kind of energy. The 8 of cups is like walking away from emotions and people that don't serve anymore. So I do feel here, there's this energy. It's almost like, you know, when we jokingly comment about someone else, what someone else does, that doesn't feel like a joke, right? Because we can joke about ourselves and go, ha ha ha, blah, blah, blah. But there's always some truth in joking. And when we're joking at someone else's expense, we don't like that, right? We don't like when if someone talks about something that we're doing, like, "Look, you're drinking that," and you always, "Ha, ha, 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 ha." It's like, why you dissing me? Why are you pointing something out about me? And I feel like it confused them, and they're like, "Why are you doing that?" Um, and so I do feel like it kinda made them, step away and get quiet because they were just like, "Why are you embarrassing me in front of people? Why are you trying to point out a fault of mine in front of other people, right? Because that's not what friends do. And even though we think jokingly, just kidding, that doesn't take away the oomph energy, right? And so when we joke, it's best to not joke about anyone or even ourselves, because that's derogatory toward ourselves, right? If we're going to joke, let's have a funny joke or joke about something going on in the world, not judgmental, because that comes across as judgmental, right? Look, you always tell me about that and you're doing it. Ha ha ha. Not a joke, right? So, just be aware of that. I feel like he'll get over it, with this, but in the moment, I feel like he did step away and go, "I don't want this. I don't want" uh, I feel like he's experienced enough people, you know, degrading him, and he kind of felt like that was kind of an energy around it. So, you know, find a different way to, you know, because we do that to try to get attention from someone. That's not a good way to do it. It actually works against what you're trying to achieve there. Instead, what's something grateful you like about them, Um, that always grows a relationship as long as it's sincere and real, not schmoozing, trying to, blow smoke up their bohiney, but about being true to something you're really grateful about someone, right? So that's what they got for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then me, we got 645, 42 for yours. Here we are. So, oh, that's right. This is about Jack. So, what are thoughts? Okay, based on current energies, what does it look like? What does this look like here? Yeah, I mean, you've got the 10 of wands and the wheel of fortune, another 10. So, here's this ending and beginning energy. I would wait until the divorce is final with all this here. But the 10 of wands energy, is this um, switching our energy from burden to abundance, and the Wheel of Fortune is for you. So I feel like this would be some great energy for you. I feel like it'll give you a little boost in life, allow you to feel this higher vibration energy instead of getting pulled into burden and lower vibration energy. So it feels positive here. um, and the more you focus on what you're grateful for, of course, around them, the more it grows. If you're focusing on, you know, what's not happening, what they're not doing, who they're not being, then that sucks the life out of something. So when you go in with a sense of gratitude, especially like you said, I have serious health issues. I'm not gonna focus in on all the stuff that's going wrong. I'm gonna focus in on what I love with life and specifically what I love about this man. And what am I grateful for? What are all the things I love about them? And sharing it with them. And I feel like it's a different kind of energy that you experience. So looks good. I like this, but maybe wait till they're divorced. You're like, I don't know if I have that long, right? You're like, well, you can at least talk before passion begins. You can get to know them as a friend and reacquaint yourself with them more and more, and then see what happens, right? So I like that for you. Me, so many blessings to you. Hang in there. Right. And then Ruby G, 647.52. Thank you for your donations as well this evening. And here is your timestamp for your free reading and a general, please. Let's see. What does Spirit have here for you? So I keep seeing this giant flame back here. All right. So you've got the Seven of Cups and the Page of Pentacles. So we do have here, you know, the Seven of Cups is, you know, a lot of emotional energy. And I like that, you know. The Page of Pentacles is an energy about seeing our worth and relationship to the outside world in a different way, right? And so there is that importance of, you know, that my worth is not defined by anything outside of me. Not since I was on the other side and I was born. I was of this perfect, you know, my worth is perfect. It's connected to the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. It's solid. It never changes. We perceive it differently throughout our little journey as human, but it really never changes. Just our idea of what it is, the stories we make up around it change, you know, as we go through it, but it never really does. And I feel like that's a good solid foundation knowing that because the 7 of cups is about you have all these emotions that we feel and neither's right or wrong. They're just different. But if we learn to push down sadness and anger when we're young and only joy is what we're supposed to express. When we do that, when we push things down, it keeps looping down there till we bring it up and allow ourselves to feel it. Now, we can feel emotion without acting on it, right? I can become angry and not punch someone's lights out or have a sadness or because those are the two core emotions rooted in fear. But that's everything else is pretty much expressed from those two emotions. And when we get down to it and go, am I angry, sad, or am I joyful? Well, I'm not feeling joyful. So am I angry? Yes. Am I sad? Yeah. And we can just feel them. Takes 90 seconds to feel an emotion normally. And then that's it. Then when we've felt it, we've experienced it, its energy has moved on. But when we try to push it down, then that's when it keeps looping, it keeps impacting us. So there's some old emotions, you know, from earlier in life when you were defining yourself by relationships in the outside world, situations and things. And it's important for us to take the hot potato from our little inner children so that they can stop burning their little hands and we can express them for us. One of my podcasts, it will be number 18 in the easier path is the freedom work, clearing the pipeline. I do believe is the one that we talked about that. So it is an important thing that you can do. And I feel like that's where they're pointing you to, because otherwise those emotions are still charged, still impacting us. They're just stuffed. So important. So that's what they have for you, Ruby G. So many blessings to you. Enjoy. And then Maria P, you are up. So Maria, thank you for your donations earlier. And a general for you for love and work. Let's take a look here. So love and work. For love, you've got temperance, patience, energy. I know, right? But that's, know that things are always progressing even when we can't see them. Temperance is alchemy. There's always magic that's happening. Things are always transforming. Things are always moving, even when we can't see. It's like the earth. We don't realize we're moving and spinning. And, you know, until like you ever see them do the photo and they speed up, like they do at night, and then you can see the sun, and then you see the stars, and you see the earth is moving. And it's like, whoa, there is movement. We just don't see it because we're always with ourselves, always in the moment. Things are uh, not moving fast enough for us to go, wow, unless you see a shooting star, right? So I like that energy. Just know that things are always moving. Job, you have the King of Cups here, which is there is something out there that your heart wants you, you know. Did you already know I was going to say all this already again? But there is something that can balance that your heart wants that your mind also wants. So, with work, there is that thing out there. And I feel like, replay the last, 100 readings that they keep saying that over and over again, right? Nothing new with that. They're still saying there's something your heart wants you to do out there. And they're going to keep, it's going to keep asking you for it. And it's not going to give up. Your heart never gives up. It's more stubborn than you are. Oh God, no, I know, right? All right, so that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right, and then Ravit, you're up 6:54:04 for yours here. So Ravit, here is your timestamp, and I am doing well. I hope you're doing well. So you want to check if your ancestors are happy with you. Anything you need to work on or improve. Yeah, your ancestors. I don't need cards for that. We'll see what message they have for you. But they love who you are, they're celebrating, they're just happy you're on an adventure. There's no right choice, no wrong choice, just different choices with different experiences, different outcomes. They're like, "Adventure, yeah." They're very excited about it. So they're always happy with you, they're always loving your adventure. It's like asking a puppy, are you glad you're going along for a ride? They don't care. You ever ask for, "You wanna go for a ride?" They're just excited. "Oh my god, I just peed a little," you know? They're so excited to go on a journey with us. They don't care where we're going, They're just glad to be going for the ride. So, I like that. Anything that you could work on or, uh, I just feel like anything you can do to make your life an easier path and a more enjoyable path so that you feel you're happy with yourself. Let's see what we have here. Yep, 3 of air, page of air. Yeah. I like it. Very clear message. 3 of swords is expectations equal disappointment. And the page of air is the opportunity to see things from a different perspective. So the ancestors are saying, all these ideas that you have of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, whether it's who you think you're supposed to be, what you think you're supposed to be doing, who you're supposed to be with, how you're supposed to interact with humans, family, friends, workmates, what you feel you're supposed to do for job or life or marital status or social status or what your body is supposed to look like, how much money you're supposed to have, the possessions you're supposed to have, and how you're supposed to look, and all those opinions. I was like, that's just opinion. That's not and the universe, your ancestors don't have an opinion of what you should do or not. They're like, one of the happiest lives that you can have is letting all of that go and realize you're the one that gets to choose your story, your emotions, your actions, your energy, and that you're perfect. You were perfect before you came down here. You're perfect through your entire life, and you're perfect when you go back in full connection with your higher self. They're like, you're a perfect mountain. You're just down here wandering around on an adventure. So realize all those expectations, all those small t truths rooted in fear, fear not being good enough, fear of failure, fear of rejection, all that human opinion, and it's rooted in fear, not real fear. Fear, FEAR, false evidence appearing real, not real. And so I feel like that's what they want you to know. This is the happiest you can be is letting go as many expectations as you can, as fast as you can, uh, allows you to see life from a place of gratitude and joy and laughter, peace and play instead of work, 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 work kind of energy, right? So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, Ravi. So many blessings to you. All right, take a quick sip here. My voice is trying to go away, but we're almost at 7 hours, so that makes sense. We've only got a few more free readings here, so we will complete those. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Ah, yes, nice and soothing. All right. So, plate of spaghetti, you are up 6:58:18. So, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. So, what's going on with your relationship with Jackson? All right. So, what is happening? What's the energy of your relationship here? Yeah, you've got both the Page of Swords and the Queen of Swords. Both of them have the Ace of Swords energy, which is a wonderful, beautiful gift. It brings in an energy of clarity. I feel like there's a lot of clarity that's unfolding in your guys' relationship. And, a big piece of this energy that's here. Um, it's funny because I felt like a mosquito was biting me. I don't think there's a mosquito, but that's an indication of expectations for me. Gnats, mosquitoes, flies, because it's always like they shouldn't be in here. That's an expectation. Obviously, they are. Otherwise, they wouldn't be. When they do happen, right? But but there is this energy of you know realizing what expectations that each of you have on yourselves and others, and there's a lot of clarity that's coming in here with you guys' relationship, and there is mirroring going on, which we usually have in any kind of relationship we have, but you don't know what they're seeing in you because you're a mirror, so you can't see the reflection. You just know when you're looking in them what you're seeing reflected back. So there is this growth energy that's happening between the two of you, self growth, and this freedom energy that happens, with this, where you're realizing whatever triggers are coming up within you are things that you can transform within you. And the things that they're triggering within them is for them. You don't have anything to do with that. You can't do anything about that. That's their work, right? That's their freedom work. But this is about freedom work for you of what can I release? What are these opinions of supposed to be, should be, need to be? What am I thinking that they're what am I focusing on that they're not doing? Because anytime it's like a not energy, then we know we've got expectations and there's something falling short, because that's how expectations work, right? We have a big long list and we're checking it off and we're circling what's not happening. And that's what our focus is. And when we do that, that's what we draw in, right? When we're focusing on what we're grateful for, not focusing on expectations, but we're going, I love this about them. I love that about them. I'm grateful for this about them. I'm grateful for that about them. And this stuff they did, I'm grateful for that. That grows that and draws more of that in. So, what I feel like what's going on with your guys' relationship right now is you're both learning a lot about what your focus is in and your kind of your empowerment in a way that you're the only one that gets to choose your story. What am I applying to this? Am I being grateful for what's going on, or am I focusing on what's not happening? And whatever I'm teaching my brain to focus on, I'll find more easily and default to that. But I can change my mindset to focusing on what I'm grateful for. It's kind of like you remap your synaptors or whatever in your brain, and it creates new thoughts, new defaults to where you start looking at the gratitude of things that are wonderful and that you love happening in your life. And then more of it happens and you recognize more of it and you draw more of it in versus the more we focus in on what's not happening, what people have done, what they shouldn't have done, blah, 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 right? All that lovely lower vibrational. We draw that in instead. So I feel like that's kind of where we're at in the energy of the relationship right now, kind of being at like a fork in the road. I can continue to go in this direction and then or I can choose this other direction and remap it and see how it changes things. So I like that for you, plate of spaghetti, and that's what they have for you now. So many blessings to you. The power. All right. And then we have Nico, 70303. So, Nico, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And free reading about whether your mom is questioning her faith and religion. All right. So, let's take a look here. So, is your mamacita questioning her faith or religion? Got this, and we got this. All right. So, we've got the Six of Cups energy here, and we've got the Star card here too. You know, this is, I don't feel like she's like questioning her faith or her religion, but I feel like she is expanding beyond the box of her religion. Because the Six of Cups reminds me of like past life energy, and the Star card is and kind of child energy too with the Six of Cups, like her childhood when she used to, before she was told a lot of blah, 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 she had like, wow, fairies or whatever, I feel like she had a great imagination and a great curiosity until she was taught, no, these are the box you have to live in. And I feel like she's expanding beyond that because the Star card is like, one, it's Aquarius energy, which is the old ways don't match my life anymore. I need new ways. I need bigger ways. And the Star card is also connecting to our higher self and having this stronger connection. So I don't feel like she's questioning her faith and religion. I feel like she's just getting more curious about the creator and the universe and that there's more to life than what she's grown up within and not abandoning it, just expanding upon it kind of energy. So that's what I kind of feel like is coming in more so than like, giving up hope, giving up faith, wanting to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I feel like me, I was in Christianity from I was like 13 to 29, and then it became too small for me, and so I didn't, I still believe in a creator, and I believe, Jesus was a wonderful, loving expression of the creator, just like we can be. And when you read things from a different perspective, you see things from a different perspective. You start looking through wait, this feels like anything of fear is man. So if there's any fear things, like, okay, this is when man got involved in it. The things of unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace, you're like, that's of creator. There's that mixed in. But then humans get involved and put in their little controlling things and different things, right? And we learn at some point, we're like, yeah, we can go beyond what beliefs we had and start living from the heart instead of from the mind that we've been inundated with, right? And that's I kind of feel like where she's at. So that's what's coming in right now for you, Nico. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Beatrice, hello, hello. Good to see you. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. And when will you move in with your next long-term boo? I like it. You're so cute. All right, let's take a look here. When will you move in with your next long-term boo? So based on current energies, let's pull a when card here. 2030. No, I'm just kidding. I love it. The High Priestess. You're kind of in an alone period right now. It's funny because this is a maybe. Timing is a new moon at some point. So they're being very vague for you right now, saying right now it's a time for you. You're working through, looking behind the veil into your mind, looking into your emotions, your heart, transformation. Right now is a time for you to focus in on you, and you're raising your love vibration because they're like, yeah, right now there's too many choices to be made to really get you an accurate one because there's a lot of decision points they're pointing out coming up that can take you off in this direction, take you off in this direction, take you off in this direction. So they're like, you have a lot of significant changes coming up. And I feel like it's from now until the end of this year. And then based on that, then there'll be more clarity. They'll be able to give you more timing with it. But for now, it's focusing on letting old thoughts and beliefs go away that don't serve you, emotions that don't serve you, energy that don't serve you, even purging, making physical space as well. This will help speed things up and draw it more to you. But it will be on a new moon, which is very Beatrice. You'd be on a new moon sometime in the future that you would move in because you're ready for new beginnings. So you'll be very conscious of when you move in. So I like that. So that's what they have for you, Beatrice. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Jazz. Congratulations again for being the first winner for the first drawing for the free readings. Here's your timestamp for tonight. And so recently you got a new responsibility as an overall coordinator at work. So congratulations. You would like guidance from the universe and ancestors on this. All right, let's take a look here. All right. Got these two. Yeah, I like it. You've got emotional choice energy with the Lover's card and the Three of Cups energy, joy, 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 joy. And I like this. It's their guidance is focus on what you love, what you're enjoying in the job. We can fall into judging ourselves. You're one of the most harshest critics that we have, ourselves, and we'll be focusing on what's not going right. And, you know, you are used to being like the expert in what you do. So when you get a new position, you feel like, oh God, I'm so far behind. I feel stupid. I need to do this, right? It's like, just know, focus on gratitude for what you are doing, what you do love, and that'll grow that. When you're interacting with other people, focus in on what you're grateful for that they're doing as well, even to them, and that grows and grows and grows. If you focus in on what's not happening, what someone's not doing, how something's not progressing, then we get more of that. That drags us down and slows us down. When you're focusing on the joy and the gratitude, that's what amplifies and brings more of that in. And to give yourself grace, give yourself time. They don't expect you to be an expert overnight. So why expect that of yourself? If you were giving that advice to someone, you'd be telling them, give yourself a break, right? You're learning something new. Give yourself a break. You're learning something new. So I like that for you, Jazz. So many blessings to you and enjoy. All right. And then lastly but not leastly, we have Swaroop Bobby. So we've got your timestamp here. Whoops, that's not right. There we go. That is right. 7/11/28, I believe is yours. And you like a career reading. Let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know? And it's 12:12 a.m. here. 12:12. So you got the Page of Fire. Yeah, follow your passion for your career. Three of Wands, a change of direction with career. And the World card, an ending of a major cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. Yeah, very clear here that, you might be living from your mindset of, this is something I should do. And growing up, that maybe you were influenced that this is the kind of career you should have. This is where you should go. This is what you should do. That's when we're living someone else's dream, and we know when we wake up in the morning going, "Oh, crap, I gotta go live my dream today." That's not our dream. That's someone else's dream, right? So there is this energy of, going this, you know, a different direction, something that's from the heart, something that's from our passion, our excited for. What are we being drawn toward? Not doing what we've always done and feeling like we're existing, but this is about going a different direction. You know, you've accomplished what you needed to accomplish, but now what do you want to do now? There's no wrong choice, just different choices, different experiences, different outcomes. So, how is it that you uniquely want to share your heart with the world? Where's your energy taking you? What do you want to do? They're saying, follow that. You won't be sorry because you'll feel like you're living instead of just existing. So that's what they have for you, Swaroop. So many blessings to you. I know, Gene. Can you believe it? We are done. So, so that's it for tonight. And you know, a 7-hour session is a still a long session. I am okay with us ending now. uh because I'll be back tomorrow. I am on Wednesday night through Sunday night, so I shall return. If you haven't checked out my podcast, here is the link to the playlist. It's always listed down in the description area of the video, as well as on my main page. If you go to my bruddaZEN YouTube channel page, it's at the top. And then if you haven't checked out the video about the drawings, we are having a celebration uh, for July for reaching 2,600 plus YouTube subscribers. So every Monday, I'm having a drawing of both from donations and from free readings. All you have to do is have done it. Capture all the information and do that. But there's a special drawing on August 3rd, the last drawing, where I'm giving away an hour personal recorded reading, 2 30-minute personal recorded readings, and 4 additional 15-minute recorded readings. To find out how to get into it, check out the link and it'll tell you how you do that. I know. Woo woo. We did it. All right. So that's what we got, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you too. So, yeah, absolutely. Good night and sweet dreams, Gene and everyone. Um, we'll see you when we see you. Until then, dream well. We'll see you. Life, guys.